Welcome back to day 2 of the English Open Pickleball Tournament 2025. We're back here at the Telford International Centre, where the action continues to heat up across all 40 courts. Today we're focusing our coverage on the mixed doubles 50+ categories, and what a treat we have in store. These experienced competitors bring a perfect blend of tactical wisdom, courtcraft and competitive fire that makes for absolutely compelling pickleball. So we'll be following the action here on Players Court. We're expecting some fantastic matches across various skill levels within the 50+ mixed doubles draw. And the great news is we'll be seeing some familiar faces from yesterday's action as well, including several medal winners. We're back for more glory this time. We have Marcia Odbert, who showed brilliant skill yesterday. Rupert Robinson and Marcello Pava Jardine as well, amongst some others. The 50+ mixed doubles category is always special to watch. These partnerships have been forged over years, and we're expecting some fantastic action. I'm Tim Spurway, and with me, of course, is Chris Beaumont.
Good morning, Tim. It feels like a mere matter of hours since we were standing here together in the commentary booth at the English Open. I hope you got plenty of rest, mate, because it looks like we're in for another crackerjack of a pickleball day here on Players Court. The English Open, of course, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. And already, and the clock has barely turned 8 o'clock in the morning, the first sets of players are on court, getting their briefing from the referee, and we are going to be getting underway. We are bringing you the Mixed Doubles Senior Open this morning on Players Court. And the first fixture of the day in Group A is Debbie Brown and Tumo Antikainen against Carmen Errejón and Flavio de Mora. Of course, we saw Antikainen, Errejón and de Mora in action in the gender doubles yesterday. Debbie Brown, this is her making her tournament debut for this year, having not played yesterday. I would suspect we're probably in for another good game here.
Yeah, absolutely. A great match to get us underway on the second day. And we had a fantastic finish yesterday, didn't we, Chris?
We did. I mean, 13.5 hours worth of live pickleball yesterday was incredible to watch. The standard from the off was really, really good, and it just increased throughout the day, finishing off with that bronze medal match yesterday, which was just one of those epic games which I'm sure we'll both remember for a very long time. Just speaking to Richard Love a moment ago off screen, talking about the game, and he's still sort of buzzing on just how wonderful the game was, and he was on the losing side. So imagine how Chris Freilink and Rupert Robinson must be feeling, having gone away with the bronze medal. But we're going to see lots of these players in action again today, as Tim has already mentioned. In this Group A, alongside the two pairs we've mentioned there, we've got Helen Kenner and Rob Williams. We've got Lee Witwell and Marcello Jardine in this group as well as Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt. And hopefully we'll get to see all of them on Players Court at some point over the course of the morning. Now, once the players start to move into position on court, I'll be able to tell you who is who. For those of you that can't remember from yesterday, you saw a lot of players, so if you can remember every single one, you're doing very well indeed. And they will be getting underway shortly. Tara Creasy looks like she is refereeing this one. And as we are on court now, so top right, warming up in the black t-shirt is Tumo Antikainen from Finland, and his partner today is Debbie Brown. She is on the bottom right of your screen, and we're just waiting for Carmen Errejón. She is in a pink top, and she is partnered today by Flavio de Mora of Brazil.
Farman very helpfully there, wearing a pink top with her name on the back. So
I mean, we should encourage all players to make it as easy as that for us, especially in these early parts of today, whilst we're just warming everything up once again. The players got lots of rest overnight. We got some rest overnight. And we are absolutely ready for action again.
And we've got, Chris, one of the top umpires as well, Byron Freso, next to Tara Creasy there. One of the top APP, that's the Association of Pickleball Professionals in America. Really highly respected umpire. And so no doubt Tara Creasy, one of our top British refs, will be learning a lot from him throughout the course of this match and indeed this tournament.
Yeah, Byron and his wife are both officiating in this year's English Open. We talked a lot about Ron Ponder yesterday being one of the main referees on tour, but Byron has equal experience, and we're very lucky to have such high quality of officiating in this 2025 English Open. Now, Tara Creasy just going through the final bits of checks. And I would imagine we're going to be getting this game underway very soon, Tim. Now, from what I remember yesterday, Flavio was very solid in his game, as was Antikainen. But Carmen just had a very good, she was quite attacking, I felt. Nice roll of it, and Flavio playing with his attacking partner yesterday. This could be a good mix again, I think.
And it'll be interesting to see the contrast. Mixed doubles and gender doubles, quite different games.
And Antikainen just flying that one long. Slight miscommunication between Erhon and Demora initially there, but they got away with it. Nice drive at Erhon, but unfortunately not able to follow up with a good fifth. An impressive start already by Debbie Brown. Her first couple of shots have gone exactly where she wants them to go. Nice touch by Antikainen, bringing the touch of yesterday straight into his game this morning.
Yeah, that's obviously a feature of his play style. And not easy to hit those lovely little touch shots on the show court. The first game, English Open, but it's quite a composed figure.
Yeah, very experienced player is Antikainen. Very nice touch. Just a little bit of confusion here on the court. Players just needing to check something again before we continue with this first game of day 2 of the English Open. Tim, how are the vocal cords holding up this morning?
They're not too bad, Chris, actually. I think I should at least get some way through today. Yeah, I think, you know, it's a battle of endurance for the players, but nobody thinks of the commentators, do they, Chris?
They do. How you say that, though, Tim. Now, you are dying for the coffee update, I am sure. After the appeal went out yesterday, I have had not just one, but 2 people come up before the start of the day and go, you need anything, mate, you just let me know. And I've let them know. The Black Americano order has been placed. It was good that the coffee shop was open up at 7 o'clock this morning, meaning my Starbucks that I grabbed on the way in was completely wasted. But yes, we have a very good coffee situation ahead of us this morning.
I'm delighted to hear it, Chris. I really, really am. Because we're going to need it. We're going to need that caffeine.
Well, I'm hoping that the quality of the pickleball is going to keep us buzzed up, Mr. Spurway.
Absolutely. That is very true.
Liking that from Debbie Brown. She has settled into this game quickly. And she seems to be the leader of this team, giving Antikainen some very clear instruction there. And a nice drive as well from Brown.
Yeah, lovely low dipping drive. Not too much power, but a nice bit of dip on it, a little bit of top spin, and a nice 2-point lead for them. Or 2-point lead, chasing a 2-point lead.
Good bit of play there from Antikainen, Tim.
Very nice finish, just steering that ball down the centre.
Liked how he sent Demora wide. Debbie Brown just fractionally wide there. Looking to send the drop to the forehand of Erehon. First mistake of the game from Brown though. She has settled into this very well indeed. Erehon now on serve. Oh, big drive from Demora. First real net cord of the day, up and over the paddle of Antikainen. And Demora and Erehon now have the first point of their morning. Two points on the board now for Erehon and Demora. Disappointed that they're not able to continue the momentum there, but we move on to the second serve.
2-3-2.
Nice play again from Debbie Brown. She looks very, very intentional with every shot she has played so far.
Yeah, impressive, composed, just looks in control early stages, which is so important, well, particularly in the first match. Normally it's those, if you cut out the areas, you've got a good chance. So having that composure is going to be a benefit, and a good leave there as well.
Very good judgment. Very good judgment. Thought about it for a fraction of a second, just drop the paddle, let the ball go over the shoulder. So a 2-point advantage for Antikainen and Brown in this first game of the day. Good reactions from Antikainen. Nice touch from Demora. Just hopped over the angle of the kitchen there as well. Second serve with Debbie Brown.
Hang on. Can you wait until I call the score, please? That's okay. That's not a fault. It's only a fault if you do it during, okay? 4-2-2.
Debbie Brown just being reminded to wait for the score to be called before getting the action going. Lovely drop though. And Erehon just lifting that one a little bit too high. Antikainen immediately on the poach and sticks it down the middle. Nice creation of space there. And then a good shot to finish, but then follows up with a drop into the net. 3-point advantage though on this side out. Antikainen snatching that one. Not quite balanced enough. Punched it into the net. Nice lob from Antikainen. Well retrieved by Erehon. And just out from Antikainen. Best exchange of this game so far, and they have narrowed the deficit to a single point.
Yeah, it's a great hustle from Demora and Erehon there. Oh, and some power play moving forward, and a tag early doors. And Brown doesn't look overly happy with that tag.
She certainly does not. Demora quick to apologise several times, but this is high-level pickleball, and points are there to be won. Nice roll from Antikainen, nice and deep. Just put it as close to the baseline as needed. The game is tied at 5 apiece.
5-5-2.
And another good return. Antikainen getting the return nice and deep, forcing Erehon into a difficult third, which dropped into the net. Oh, and Antikainen will be disappointed there. He managed his way through the transition zone very nicely, kept low, kept moving forwards, but then that last one just popped up and wide. Good shot down the middle from Demora. Tim, it looks to me like Demora and Ericon have decided that they're going to play on Antikainen a bit more than Debbie Brown in this one, which is not something we always see in mixed doubles, but an interesting strategy change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown, and she comes away with the point as well. Amazing work, very well played.
Has gone colliding into the barrier.
Incredible work.
And fortunately, it looks like everything is unmoved and undamaged.
5-5-2.
And Brown unfortunately follows up by putting that return wide. So the score is 6-5 to Demora and Ericon at the turnaround. High quality game to get us underway here in Telford this morning. Amazing get there from Debbie Brown. Certainly the first highlight reel shot of the day. But at the moment they have a 1 point deficit, having raced into an early lead. Demora and Ericon doing some very good tactical changes just to mix it up. And they are getting their just desserts early on. So Tim, impressive that we saw such a quick tactical change from Demora and Ericon. Given the quick nature of these first to 11 win by 1 matches, you don't often see such a quick tactical shift and to get such immediate results.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
15 seconds.
it's yeah, a really impressive tactical switch, like you say. It's a really impressive first game, a really highly contested game, which is exactly what we want for a first game of the English Open, and you can tell how much this game means to both teams, played at a high intensity.
Most certainly. I think all 4 players have flown in from somewhere else in the world as well, Tim, so they want to get their money's worth for that airfare, and we are seeing a very good start to the day's proceedings. Demora on the attack. Antikainen responds well, jams Demora in that transition zone, and he's unable to lift it over the net. So it's a side out.
5-6-1.
Antikainen on serve, going with that drop backhand, which again, like we saw a couple of times yesterday, just goes the wrong side of the middle line.
5-6-2.
Ericon lifting that third much too high, giving Antikainen an easy enough task of forcing the error. So the game moves to 6 apiece. And Brown lifting that one a bit as well. Ericon attacking low. And Brown just clipping the top of the net.
6-6-1.
Good return from Brown, nice and wide. And Ericon and Demora unable to get up to the line that time, caught in the middle of the court once again.
6-6-2.
Demora snatching at that one a little bit. Antikainen moving them around. He looked to be aggressive, but again, the shot ending in the net. So a non-scoring side out there. Still 6 each. Well left, Antikainen just dropped the paddle in time. Ball flies long, and they have a 1 point advantage. Ericon getting the best net cord of this morning's proceedings, rolling across the top of the net and dropping over. Nothing Brown could do about that. Second serve. Can Antikainen get this one good? He can. Bit of depth. Oh, an Ericon there, just leaning into it. Might have been better to leave that one for the forehand of Demora. Antikainen and Brown now open up a 2 point lead. Momentum seems to be back in their favour. Nice drop from Antikainen. Demora unable to bend the knees enough to get it enough lift. And that 2 point lead becomes 3. Remember, folks, this is a first to 11 win by 1 game in these group stages.
Side out.
And we have a side out, meaning Erhon and Demora will get the opportunity to try and close this gap.
691.
Antikainen again with good depth, able to keep it deep. Erhon just lifting wide of the court.
92.
Just goes to show you don't always need to get the penetration. You've just got to put it where it needs to go to force the error. Just like we've seen there from Erhon, forcing the error on the backhand volley of Antikainen. So, 2-point difference. Demora on second serve.
792.
Big drive from Erhon. Another big drive from Erhon.
Point.
Forces the backhand volley error from Antikainen once again. So, a single point in it now. Still on second serve, Demora. Ball in hand. Slice return from Brown. Off the net again.
Point.
Just waiting to find out whether that ball was called in. It was called in. So we have a tied game at 9 each. This is an impressive comeback from Demora and Erhon for the second time in this game. Good drop from Erhon. Demora goes. It's there. Oh, and Brown and Antikainen repelled it well enough to force the... And the same again from Antikainen. Good work by Erhon forcing the error. So Demora on serve, 2 points away from their own victory here. Continuing to play on Antikainen, who is more than up to that challenge, forcing Demora to send the ball wide. So, second serve, 9-9. That's a good drop from Erhon. Very good drop. Brown unable to bend the knees enough, and we are 1 point away from victory here.
What a first game this is turning to be. Farman, Erhon to serve. And what a drive, and that is the game there. Farman, Erhon and Flavio Demora. A fantastic win from them, beating an incredibly impressive and composed Antikainen and Brown. And brilliant match to get us underway. That one really could have gone either way. And no doubt Antikainen and Brown will still fancy their chances in this competition. This is, of course, just the first game in this division. So there will be other opportunities for them. But Demora and Erhon, brilliant performance to win that one. And they have started off their campaign in brilliant style. And we can just see there our next competitors come out on court, and a couple of familiar faces, of course, from yesterday. 3 players of the next match played on the players' court yesterday. You can see 2 of them warming up now. Anna Linton and Richard Love. A very, very experienced pair indeed. Regular partners. Regular England players, of course. Both members of the European Championship team. European Championships being played later this year. Both members of the 50+ category. And they'll be playing in matching blue outfits. And they will be competing against the equally experienced Kelly Dawson and Dave Youngs. This will be a really good game to get us going here. Matching outfits as well from them. We're looking very, very synchronized on the players' court. And pickleball becoming not just about the sport itself, but about fashion as well. Players often, if they're teaming up, will coordinate their colours and their outfits, and that's what we're seeing on court at the minute.
Sounds like I've come back at an opportune time, Tim, if we're talking about pickleball and fashion. Perfect timing. I'm guessing we're talking about Richard Love and Anna Linton in that lovely shade of baby blue.
I was talking, about them, but about Dave Youngs as well, with his partner Kelly Dawson matching their colours.
I like what Youngs has done there, though. He's looking to get the psychological edge. He is wearing his European Championship, I won a gold medal shirt, forgetting, however, that the guy who's standing to his left at the moment was also there. So probably go, yeah, all right, mate, I'm your captain in November. That's not really having the impact you might have been thinking of. But there's already been some good chat between Youngs and Love ahead of this game. I bumped into them both as I was walking in this morning, and I'm not going to go as far as saying trash talking, Tim, but there was a little bit of trash talking that was going on.
Oh, so you are going as far as saying
I'm going to retract that statement. I am going to say there was trash talking there. Youngs went as far as saying Love was rubbish yesterday.
Blimey.
Yeah, which Love agreed with, which was a nice touch too.
Interesting stuff.
Very good friends, of course. I'm sure it was said tongue-in-cheek.
So, obviously, Richard Love has a point to prove. We'll see him, no doubt, coming out of the gates like a shot. So, they're just getting into their ready positions now. It should be a cracking game. I'm looking forward to this one, Chris.
No, this is the one that I looked at. I looked down our list this morning, and this was the first one that made me go, yeah, glad we're on this one. So, this should be a very interesting game. Kelly Dawson about to get us underway. And after all of the pre-match talk, all of the preparation, Youngs gets his first opportunity to celebrate as his partner just pops that into the net. I presume he's just checking to see if they can have another go there, Tim.
Yeah, nice try.
Love just going wide with his third there. Just wide from Dawson. Interesting change of angle. Referee has overruled early and has called that ball in. So, side out. Young's making it very clear what he thought of that call, with another wry smile on his face.
Umpire stamping his authority down early in this match.
And David Youngs now with his first serve of this match. Good play from Love. Just splitting the difference down the middle there. Got himself into a good ready position and finished that one off very nicely. You just know the atmosphere in this game is going to be a lot of fun as well. It will be competitive, of course, but there will be a lot of jokes probably right up until it gets very, very serious.
I think you're right, Chris. The longer this game goes on, I think the more serious it's going to get, particularly if it gets close. But it will be played in good spirits, and already some back and forth with the umpire here. I think he's going to be drawn into this.
Yeah,
match
I don't know if he's ready for that, Tim. I have to say, I'm not sure if he is going to get the humour of Love and Youngs, but he will do by the end of it, I'm sure.
Lovely angle found there by Dave Youngs. Richard Love trying the ATP, but too difficult from that angle, and these nets quite unforgiving with those wide bases as well. Not easy to slip the ball by them.
Good little push there from Youngs, placing it into the most awkward of positions there for Love. Side out again. Anna Linton's return just going long. So the first point on the board for Dawson and Youngs. Good angle there from Love. Took a good position in the middle of the court, gave himself the choice of going one way or the other, and went to the forehand of Kelly Dawson and pushed it wide. Good bit of play. Oh, yes, David Youngs. Oh, nearly got the third one.
He was absolutely flying there. He thought he could take every ball. That one just coming at him slightly too quick, but what a retrieval that was.
That was incredible. When we cut that one up, let's make sure we only get the first one, though, not the second one. And Love just dinking that one into the net. Linton did a really good job to move through the transition zone, get them both established at the line, but Love unable to keep that rally going. High entertainment here on Players Court so far this morning. Great deep return from Dawson. That just doesn't follow it up with the fourth shot she would have wanted.
Yeah, lovely slice cross-court dink there from Richard Love, just putting that in a difficult position. Kelly Dawson leaning forward.
That is a good drive, and Love making double sure that everyone had seen that ball land wide of the court. Still rankling a little bit, that one, I think, Tim.
Oh, a rankle for a little while, I think. I think a win will put it to bed, though.
Speed up from Linton, just getting Dawson a bit tangled up there. Quick apology.
A nice little lead developing now for Linton and Love. On a nice little run, this.
And that ball has just trickled over the net, clipping the net cord, rolling down into the non-volley zone. So side out, Dawson and Youngs needing to make a little bit of a move here. That lead is 4 for Linton and Love. Nice bit of play by Dawson, tempting Love into trying to attack there. Just a little bit too low for that roll. And a second point on the board for Dawson and Youngs. And Dawson unable to lift that one up there. A shout of leave it, I think, from Dawson. Unfortunately, a little bit too late as Youngs had already played the ball.
I often wonder, Chris, how many games I would win, how many games more I would win if I had the ability to leave every single ball that's going out.
Now, a little shout out for my mixed doubles partner of occasion, Michaela Makova there. It's a conversation we have regularly, how many more games we would win if she would like to occasionally leave just maybe 1 in 10. Maybe 1 in 11.
Really throwing your partner in it there.
Particularly in a semi-final situation. She will appreciate the fact she's been mentioned in the stream, I'm sure, Tim. And there will be zero abuse coming my way over the course of the morning. Now they'll be changing ends at 6 here in this first to 11 win by 1 game. And a nice shot from Love. Again, just piercing the middle. And we are changing ends at 6-2. So, Tim, feels like Linton and Love are fairly dominant in this one. What do you think Dawson and Youngs need to be doing to try and change the direction of this game?
Well, it's a tough one, Chris. It feels a little bit like, yeah, at the moment, Linton and Love seems to have all the answers to Dawson and Youngs coming forward, playing perhaps a little bit more aggressively and getting some more success, seemingly getting ahead in the rallies quite early on. Richard Love has been doing a good job of coming across and covering the court, and maybe a little bit more onto the Linton backhand if they can, but not an easy thing to do.
No, but I often feel if someone like Love is able to be coming across and getting so many winners down the middle on his forehand, then a little bit more of an angle needs to be created in how Youngs and Dawson are approaching it, or look to go behind Love to his backhand once in a while. Youngs, again, just making sure that that ball was correctly called. Everyone in agreement?
Yeah, Love definitely checking with the umpire there. Very similar shot to the one that was overruled, of course.
Dawson just forcing it again. And of course, the other thing, and we can say this about almost any game of pickleball, is just cut down the unforced errors where possible. So easily said from here, not as easily done on court. Good shot from Linton. Dawson probably not wise to work through the transition zone with that approach shot.
Yeah, they've got to be so tight with those drops if they're going to be moving forward, because both Linton and Love do have the power to put those balls away.
There we see again though, Tim, Love able to pick his spot on the forehand volley in the middle of the court. And the backhand drive, just clipping the top of the net there. 5-point advantage on Love's second serve.
The barrier is down. David Youngs is down. Fortunately, not out. He's collided, scrambling back for that lob. Fortunately, as we commented on yesterday, the backdrop there, it probably looks more solid on the cam than it is in reality. It's just a fabric. So you're not going to get crushed if that one comes down on you.
My favourite bit of that point, Tim, I have to say, Richard Love retreating to the baseline, visibly giggling, chuckling at what he did to David Youngs there. And he clearly knows that Youngs for some reason thought he was going to get there. We kind of knew he wasn't. And then we get the comedy moment at the end. I am just trying to locate David Youngs. I think he's now hiding behind the barrier. Is he too embarrassed to come back on court? No, here he comes. Here he comes.
He's worried maybe about the bill that he's going to get from Pickleball England for damaging that presumably quite expensive backdrop.
That was my favourite moment of the Telford Open, the English Open here at Telford so far, Tim. It couldn't have happened between two more entertaining players, in my opinion.
It was almost slow motion as well. It probably looked on cam like we were doing a slow motion replay. But
are you going to tell David Youngs that him scampering to the back of the court looked like it was a slow motion replay?
It was more the coming down of the barrier.
Just for the editing team there, that is at 8:38 in the morning on the live stream. David Youngs was running back like it was a slow motion replay.
And we've been called out ourselves for putting Richard Love off. Oh, we'll be quiet from now, Chris.
And I welcome you back to the English Open Golf, where we have to whisper in the commentary booth so that they do not miss their putts.
There we go. Could this be a change in the match here? A missed drive from Richard Love.
Oh, Dawson just getting the benefit of the net cord again, then flicking the top of the net, landing in the middle of the court, and it is a side of change here for Youngs and Dawson, but no, Dawson's third driven into the net, so we move on to the second serve. A 5-point advantage for Linton and Love. Dawson again just snatching a little bit there. That ball pulled wide to the forehand side of Anna Linton, and it's a side out. An opportunity for them to push this game further along the path. Nice reset from Linton. And again. And Dawson again with another unforced error. 3 in a row there at a critical moment in this game. 2 points away from victory, Tim.
Yeah, really steadying the ship. And lovely resets from Anna Linton in that previous point.
Big drive again from Love. Dawson unable to get the body shape in the right place. And just jabbing that one down into the bottom of the net. We have game point for Linton and Love. Not a bad serve to finish it there, Tim.
Yeah, he loaded up for that one, straight down the middle. And a really good, really strong win for Linton and Love. Not letting in the end that disruption in the play upset them at all. Getting back to business and taking that game comprehensive fashion. 11-3, they'll be marching on to the next game. A good first game for them.
Yeah, very impressive performance from Linton and Love. Youngs and Dawson, feel like that one might have got away from them a little bit. A few too many errors there off the paddle of Dawson, but put under immense pressure from the pace and power of Linton and Love. And we're going to be moving swiftly on in this English Open Mixed Doubles Senior Open competition. We are going to be bringing you Jazz Tutt and Stephen Richardson against the American duo of Teresa Tarn and Christian Bonnet. Very, very soon. The players, in fact, are already on court, keen to get this one underway. Tarn in the pink baseball cap, Jazz Tutt in the white baseball cap, Christian Bonnet in the black baseball cap, and Stephen Richardson not wearing a baseball cap but wearing a blue t-shirt. So the referee just going through the final bits and pieces for the players, and the action is going to move swiftly on. Now, Tim, you were doing a fantastic job for us yesterday, bringing us all the latest facts, figures, statistics, data, and everything that we need to know about what is happening here so far today. What do we know about the game that is coming up? Have either of these pairs had any court time yet this morning?
I'm just looking it up now, and I can confirm that Jasbir Tutt and Stephen Richardson had a very tricky outing in their first encounter, losing that one, and actually Chris getting pickled against Rachel Kirk and Ato Stevens. So Jasbir Tutt and Stephen Richardson coming in with a point to prove.
Most certainly.
So they'll be looking hopefully for a stronger performance here on the players' court.
Jazz Tutt, in fairness to Jazz, is coming in with a slight injury. As you can see on camera now, she's got strapping to her left knee. It's an injury that Jazz has been carrying for most of 2025. Having had a few knocks with her myself over the course of the year, each time you can just tell that the quality is there, but just the knee isn't quite holding up to what she wants it to be at the moment. But an absolute fierce competitor. As soon as that game starts, she will not be allowing any injury to be any kind of excuse. But they have got a tough challenge in this one, Tim.
Yeah. First match for Theresa Tarn and Christian Bonnet. So they'll be trying to get used to the conditions here on the players' court.
Well, we saw a bit of Tarn yesterday, didn't we? Partnering Lee Witwell. They went on to win their gold medal yesterday. Witwell, the player from Gibraltar, Tarn hailing from the US, Bonnet from the US. Looking forward to seeing these two play, because outside of the partnership of Witwell and Jardine, who also picked up gold in the men's doubles yesterday, I've got to say I'm expecting Tarn and Bonnet to be going deep into this competition as well.
You're absolutely right, Chris. Tarn really put on a great display yesterday. The time we saw her on the players' court, fantastic reactions, and Bonnet as well he's looking sharp in the warm-up.
Yeah.
That's any indication of his ability, power and precision in spades.
Absolutely. Very much looking forward to seeing Bonnet play. It's the first time I've seen him on court live, and you can just tell immediately at how he's hitting the ball, how he's moving. We have got a player on our hands here, as you would expect. Being partnered with Theresa Tarn, going to be a very strong duo for sure. Tut and Richardson are going to have their work cut out, but it's still going to be a great experience for them playing against this top American pairing. So the referee's done the final checks. Jazz Tut has the ball in hand and will be getting us underway in this mixed double senior open match. Theresa Tarn will be receiving. Bonnet takes his place at the non-volley zone line, and we are underway. Bonnet straight away moving over the cross of the court, punching that volley down through the legs of Stephen Richardson.
They're going to have to find a way, I think, Chris, of neutralising that power of Bonnet, because I think that's going to be a feature of this match, him coming across and putting that shot away like that.
Absolutely. And Tut that time looking to keep Bonnet honest by keeping him to the left, but he just rolls that flick down to the ankles of Tut. And it's an early point on the board for Tarn and Bonnet. Nice shot from Richardson there, just catching Bonnet advancing to the line. Jammed it down to his toes and he was unable to lift up and over.
I think that's the time to win those points, when he's moving forward, slightly off balance.
Yeah, but then he's just done the same to Richardson in return there, jamming it down as Richardson moved forward, and that ball popping up and out. Oh, I'm liking that.
You know, that return, it wasn't that short. It was, final third of the court, final quarter of the court, but just absolutely slapped away by Bonnet. Those returns are going to have to be tight, really tight.
Now, if you're going to find a way of getting the advantage back, Jazz start using the net cord there, one of the more difficult ways to get up to the zone. So maybe they're going to try that a little bit more often. That's a good return again and again. And Bonnet, having seen the space that was created by two deep shots, has tried to go for the cute little volley. Didn't execute.
And so his first point on the board for Richardson and Tut. That'll make them feel a little bit more relieved.
First point of the day as well, I believe. And you can just see there for Jazz Tut hopping away to the side there.
Yeah, difficult. I mean, difficult enough playing these guys, no doubt, when you're fully fit.
Yeah.
Doubly hard when you're playing 50%.
As you can see though, Richardson looking to take even more of the court, and that's what Tut's going to need, is that extra bit of support from her partner. But even doing that, it's going to be tough, isn't it?
It's going to be tough because you're leaving gaps and you're leaving space, and just get the impression that Bonnet and Tarn will be able to utilise that space that's created. Richardson coming across.
Good bit of play from Tut and Richardson, forcing the error from Bonnet. His volley goes long, gives a bit of applause to his opponents there. Very sporting from the American star. Tut again just unable to get the movement that she needs. If you're not able to push off that left leg when you're a right-handed player, it makes it so difficult.
Yeah, and we've seen a couple of injuries so far, and people trying to play through injuries.
Yeah.
And normally it hasn't turned out so well, and we're getting a bit of a timeout here. I do wonder if Rossi is, what do we think, discussing maybe her, a bit worried about her movement?
I think
perhaps?
so. Yeah, Creasy definitely called that one, Tim.
Yeah, but looks like we're carrying on. First Tut has gone back to the, and his her partner there just confirming if she's sure she wants to continue. So obviously that injury affecting them in the first game as well, no doubt.
And Bonnet and Tarn sensing weakness, as you understandably would in this sort of game, targeting Tut, whose movement is absolutely impaired. Richardson trying to find a way to manage this situation as well, suggesting that Tut just holds a very small space on court, but there's only so much he can cover himself, especially if the ball is there to be driven so quickly into that space. So we have a 6-1 lead for Tarn and Bonnet. And it looks like this one is going one way and one way only, Tim.
I think it's going to be a absolutely mammoth task for Tut and Richardson to... I mean, they can do their best to get as many points as they can, but with that movement and the restricted movement, it's going to be so tricky. And we saw it with Brian Saunders yesterday. A very similar kind of injury. You can just tell she's completely taking the weight off that left foot and standing almost entirely on her right there.
But a nice volley, pushed Bonnet wide. He then responded by dropping into the net. So we have a side out. Richardson and Tut on serve, 1-6 down. Tarn coming back, having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying to be aggressive, the right thing to do, just didn't execute that one. That was a nice bit of play though by Richardson, opened the door, but unable to take that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly the right thing to do, and he looked in control, but when you are playing for two players, which is probably what he feels like at the minute, you do sometimes just crank it up a little extra notch, wanting to win the point as quickly as you can, and sometimes those errors creep in.
And of course the other disadvantage that Tut and Richardson will now have is that Tut will have to be staying on the left in this exchange, as they won't be able to unwind their stack. And the ball gets lifted up, and Bonnet has the opportunity to smash down the middle and win that point fairly comfortably. 6-point advantage now to Tarn and Bonnet. Great reset from Richardson. Nice angle from Bonnet. Goes with the speed up on Tut. And Tarn punches long. Nice bit of play. Nice bit of defence by Tut and Richardson.
They managed to scramble around effectively then and leave the ball at the right time.
And again, Tut, when she's got the opportunity not to have to move, her touch is good, and she's put Bonnet under more pressure again there. And another mistake on the backhand dink from the American. So, side out, Richardson and Tut are digging in here as best they can. Oh, and that's sad to see. Such a good drive from Richardson. On any other day, Tut is able to get up there and dink it back, but you could just see her unable to move quickly enough, stretching and hitting it into the net. And Richardson snatching there on a speed up that wasn't really there that time.
I think he's thinking that thing around, I need to win the point, this shot. It's always got to be this shot. And yeah, it's hard enough when your partner isn't injured to play the right shot at the right time. When your partner's injured, it's that additional pressure that's added, and you see a lob go up there, and yeah, another difficult one to watch for Tut there, unable to move effectively to get a solid base for that smash.
I mean, there is an element in this sort of game anyway, Tim, that when you are the underdog, attack might be the best option. If you get into the longer, more tactical rallies against stronger players, are you likely to win those rallies anyway? Just getting on the attack first, you never know, you might get the element of surprise.
Absolutely.
But they are forcing some mistakes here when they get into the slightly more tactical things, so...
Yeah, I mean, the games in pickleball, of course, they're over, or they can be over quite quickly. And if you do hit a few ripping shots go in, you can find that you do get upsets that way. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to see. And Bonnet and Tarn looking now to finish this game as quickly as they can.
Serving on the left.
Absolutely. Bonnet lobbing the ball over the shoulder of Tut. Richardson did a great job there getting round, but was unable to keep the ball down. Tarn just serving down the middle there. Tut unable to get across. Clean winner on the serve. And we have a game point now on the serve of Teresa Tarn. Well done, Stephen Richardson. He can hold his head high as well in the course of this game. He's had to work double hard, but has done a good job. Has played some really good shots over the course of this, including that one. Getting the ball low on Teresa Tarn, and she was forced into an error. So they do get another chance to serve. And again, Tut, when not having to move too much, shows a nice touch at the non-volley zone line. Forces another error from Christian Bonnet. It's not going to make a great deal of difference at this time, but every point they get will feel good, I'm sure.
It will feel good, and of course all results going into Duper at the end of the English Open. All of the results do go into the dynamic universal pickleball system. So you know, they'll be playing as well with that in mind.
Second serve.
And they've picked up a couple of extras here.
Second serve.
They've got a second serve, Jazz on serve.
3-10-2.
And they've got another point on the board. Bonnet's return going long.
4-10-2.
And you can notice Richardson's court position here. He's slightly inside the court because he knows he's going to have to get on the front foot quickly, and it's working for them at the moment as they've picked up a 5th point.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive. I wonder if the Bonnet and Tarn intensity has slightly dropped. I think they had this game in the bag. She's done fantastic there.
Oh, and that's unlucky for Tut and Richardson. Tut did so well to get across and keep that ball back, but then Richardson just getting pinned down at his ankles. But they can be very pleased with that. They've now reduced the deficit to just 5 points. Oh, well done, Jazz Tut. Good play, Richardson. And unfortunate Tut just lifting that one. And we have the game there, ladies and gentlemen. Bonnet and Tarn win 11-5, but Richardson and Teot did so well to keep that game going longer than many people thought it would. A very brave effort from Jazz, Teot, and Stephen Richardson put in a great shift as well. So Bonnet and Tarn win 11-5. Now we're going to be moving swiftly on here at the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. We're remaining with the mixed doubles senior open. And next on court, we're going to see Rachel Kirk and Atto Stevens take on Kat Jelly and Gregory Farman.
Waiting here.
Morning.
How you doing? Bring it in, man. Bring it in.
That's the guy. I think how I do it is so fine. I just most of my magnets and so that I'm late. Did you warm up?
No.
Okay. You want to take the scissors from the Alright, let's warm up the
Welcome back to the English Open, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. We are on Players Court. My name's Chris Beaumont. I am on the microphone for the next game. And I'm going to be on my own for this one, as Tim Spurway's clearly had enough of my company already after just 1 hour and 3 minutes of action this morning here at the Telford International Centre. The next game up in the mixed doubles senior open is Rachel Kirk and Atto Stevens against Kat Jelly and Greg Farman. So once the players move into position, I'll tell you who is who, so you know who you can be cheering from at home. So we saw Atto Stevens, of course, late last night here on Players Court in that epic bronze medal match. He and his partner Richard Love coming out the wrong side of the battle with Chris Freilink and Rupert Robinson. They just move into position now to warm up. Atto, top left of your screen at the moment. Rachel Kirk, top right. As Kat Jelly moves into bottom right. And Greg Farman moves into bottom left in the green t-shirt. Now, this promises once again to be an exciting contest here at the English Open, as Tim Spurway has just moved on momentarily. It's left to me to tell you what has been happening so far in this group, and I shall do that momentarily. Now, these players are in the same group as the match we just watched, which was between Teresa Tarn, Christian Bonnet, Jasbir Tutt and Stephen Richardson. I can tell you that Kat Jelly and Greg Farman lost their opening game 11-10 to Kyoko Sato, I apologise, and Nobel Jonasoir. And so far, Kirk and Stevens have recorded an 11-0 victory against Tutt and Richardson. So, Stevens and Kirk will be looking to pick up their second W of the morning, whilst Jelly and Farman looking to get their first win on the board. All four players currently warming up, and this action will be getting underway as soon as possible. We've seen some excellent mixed doubles action so far this morning here on Players Court, and we have every reason to believe that is still going to be the case as this one gets underway. Referee just going through the usual final checks. It looks like Kat Jelly's being asked which ball she would like to get underway with.
One game to 11, change ends at 6. Time in. 0-0.
And it is Kat Jelly to get us underway here on Players Court. Kirk with a good drive across court there, and Jelly just dropping that one into the net. So we have an early side out. Rachel Kirk dressed in all black. Bit of kineo tape on the Achilles on both legs there. Driving that one down to the toes of Kat Jelly, who's unable to lift the ball over into the non-volley zone. Kirk just dropping that one into the top of the net, which means we get to Atto Stevens serve for the first time this morning. And Farman moving across, going for the volley, just pushing it wide. Looking to establish a dominant position in the middle of the court there. Didn't quite execute. Stevens moving across. All the way across the forehand side there, driving and forcing the error from Farman. Stevens looks fresh, given his late exploits last night. speaking to him on the way in this morning. Literally drove home, slept, drove her back here again. I can relate to that. Farman just thinking that one wide. So, an early lead opening up here for Kirk and Stevens. 4-0 on Stevens' second serve. And we have a side out. Stevens just clipping the top of the net. So Kat Jelly and Greg Farman will get the opportunity now to get their first point on the board in this game. Farman with the drive. Farman clipping the net. And Rachel Kirk unable to do anything with that one. So it is the first point of this game for Jelly and Farman. Jelly again, looking to go cross-court, clipping the top of the net. It's going to be a second serve now. Farman at 1-4-2.
1-4-2.
Jelly just checking. Looking to go cross-court again, Jelly, but failing to go cross-court again. Ball just flying into the net. So side out, 4-1 advantage here for Kirk and Stevens. And Kirk looking to engage in a hands battle there with Jelly, but Jelly coming out on top of that one. Nice deep serve, Atto Stevens. Follows up with a drive. Good hands from Farman. And Stevens moving across to the forehand side. Pins Kat Jelly, who was unable to react.
5-1-2.
Stevens serve that time, clipping the top of the net and sailing off court. So it's a side out. First to 11 win by 1 in these group stages. You will see the two teams change ends once one team gets to 6. Jelly going cross court again, still looking to go cross court. Stevens is there though, knowing where the ball is going, and he punishes it down to the backhand side of Greg Farman.
Your serve, but on that line. 1-5-2. Out.
Serve goes long from Kat Jelly. If they're going to find a way back into this fixture, they need to make the most of every serving opportunity. Atto Stevens on serve then. Farman opts for a slice return, slightly short. Jelly off balance but copes. And just long, I think, there from Rachel Kirk.
Five on 2.
Stevens just driving into the net on that one, looking to go on the attack against Greg Farman. Farman, like his partner Jelly, hitting his first serve into the net there.
1-5-2.
Farman does well. Unfortunately found himself ending up in the non-volley zone. Momentum carrying forward there. It's a shame because he reacted well, was able to get the ATP in. Just questioning whether Farman thinking the ball had bounced in the non-volley zone. My memory serves me correctly. He took that on the volley. Momentum took him forward, which is probably why he was instinctively trying to stop himself going into the non-volley zone. So the referee just clearing up any confusion on that one. But a good call there from the referee, in my opinion. If that counts for anything at all here in Telford.
It's on Gregory.
What's the score?
You are 5, they are 1, it's their second server, and Gregory server.
Referee with good, clear communication here, which is what we like to see.
That's serving, it's your second server, and yes. So, yeah.
Cat Jelly
5-on-1.
getting us back.
5 up, 5-on-2. I just messed it up. Yes, you are 5. It's 1-5-2. Okay.
And we are just checking. The referee's been communicating very, very clearly, but we are now just checking that the information being passed over is correct. Players just going back onto court. So it's going to be Cat Jelly
1-5-2.
on the second serve. Gets this one in. Good cross-court play there from Rachel Kirk. Saw the space, whips the two-handed backhand across court and forces the side out. So Stevens on serve, the opportunity to get to the change of ends. Quick hands from Farman, Stevens moving. Kirk does well. And a great exchange ends with Jelly just pushing that one into the net. And there we saw the athleticism that Atto Stevens brings to court, getting all the way across, but credit also to Rachel Kirk for reading that play, taking up a very good court position in response and forcing the error from Cat Jelly. So we change ends at 6-1. And if Jelly and Farman are going to do anything to get back into this one, they've got to find a way of negating the power of Atto Stevens and try and take him out of this game a little bit more. Stevens and Kirk themselves don't need to change too much. They are picking on Cat Jelly at this stage, forcing the errors that they want to force, and they are in a very strong position at the change of ends. Stevens just making sure everyone is in position and about to get the action back underway here on Players Court. The referee gives us the score of 6-1-1, and here we go again. That is a great reach and volley from Atto Stevens. As I said, they've got to find a way of taking him out of the game. He's reacted superbly there. Open the paddle face, cross-court volley. Kisses the line, no chance for Jelly. And Farman had the opportunity there. It drives that volley low into the net. You just get the feeling the more this game stays quick, that suits the style of Kirk and Stevens. They don't mind a fast game. Can Jelly and Farman find a way to slow it down? But that return goes long. And as quickly as that, it's an 8-point lead for Kirk and Stevens. Just 2 points away from victory here on Players Court. And just Stevens again on the move, but this time just drives that volley down into the net, looking to find any opportunity to get across and dictate this game. And there he is again. Farman responds well, But then the error is forced. Stevens really not on the move in this one. And they are now at game points. Nice return from Farman. Lob goes up. Pace again from Stevens. And Jelly misses the opportunity. That point summing up the game so far. The speed and athleticism of Atto Stevens forcing the error from his opponents. They look good, Kirk and Stevens. They'll be delighted with an 11-1 victory over Jelly and Farman. And that gives them their second win of this morning. The morning of day 2 here at the English Open at the Telford International Centre. Brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. As you will know from now, this action will continue to move on quickly. And next on court, we will bring you Helen Kenner and Rob Williams up against Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt in the A group of the Mixed Doubles Senior Open. That game will be getting underway shortly. And of course, we'll be bringing you the action live. And welcome back once again to the Telford International Centre. It's the English Open 2025. It's day 2 and we are still thick in the action of the Mixed Doubles Senior Open.
1 minute, players, 1 minute.
And we've got a 1-minute call from the referee as we get into place for this matchup between Helen Kenner and Rob Williams, who are currently on the right of your screen. Rob Williams top right, Helen Kenner bottom right. And they are playing Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt. Stephen in the black baseball cap, t-shirt and shorts, and his partner Victoria Horn also in all black, top left of your screen. Rob Williams, coach of the England senior team. Helen Kenner in the England senior team for the upcoming European Championships, a pair who have played a lot of pickleball together. They will be looking to take advantage of that experience in this tie. So what is happening in Group A as we speak? So topping the group at the moment is Debbie Brown and Tumo Antikainen. Helen Kenner and Rob Williams have played 1-1. And this is only Horn and Hunt's second game of the day. They lost earlier 11-6 to Debbie Brown and Tumo Antikainen. So Victoria Horn is going to get us underway. She is on first serve. Helen Kenner will be receiving. Let's see what happens in this Group A fixture. And Stephen Hunt there, looking at his paddle, looking at his toes, not too sure what happened on that one. He'll want to move on quickly. Early side out, Helen Kenner on serve. Good play from Kenner, forcing a second error of the morning from Stephen Hunt. There, so an early point on the board for Kenner and Williams. And Williams just getting a little bit punchy on that volley. Backhand into the net. He now gets to serve for the first time here. Nice drop from Kenner, forcing Hunt into that choice between taking it on the volley or letting it bounce. He opted for the volley, and he volleyed it into the net. Good drop from Kenner, forcing Hunt onto the back foot. They then switch sides and put it over to Victoria Horn, and she makes the mistake. So a 3-point lead for Kenner and Williams here. Just being called long there by Hunt. So Horn gets the chance to get their first point on the board in this Group A fixture. Just long from Rob Williams that time.
1-3-1.
Good play from Williams. One longer dink behind Hunt, forcing the ball to be lifted and then able to put the ball away to the right-hand side of Victoria Horn. Kenner not quite moving as well as she would have liked there. Looking to step around and take the forehand volley, but just clipping the edge of the paddle, and the ball goes wide. And Horn also struggling with the drive there. Hitting the edge of the paddle, this one going into the net. So a side out opportunity for Kenner and Williams is to drive this game forward. Nice change of direction there from Rob Williams. Going wide to the forehand of Horn. Unable to shuffle across, forces the volley into the net. Slice return. Forces the error from Rob Williams. A nice slice return there from Stephen Hunt. Gets a bit of applause from Rob Williams. Horn again, just not getting the control on that forehand volley. Can't afford to give away 3 points in this one. Hunt doing well to react from a slight collision with the advertising hoardings there. But did well, got the mistake from Kenner, gets the side out. So, 2-5-1.
2-5-1.
Shortish return from Williams, cross court from Hunt. Up goes the lob. There's the drive from Hunt, down to the toes, and it is good work. We see that one on action replay. That ball dipped perfectly to the toes of Helen Kenner. Just a little bit of confusion here about who should be where. Second serve. Chipping away at the deficit. 2 points in it now.
Serving on the right.
Players just being reminded where they need to be on that serve. One of the perils of stacking. Just remembering where you have to be at every single point. Oh, Williams opting to go for the shot even though it was going out. It worked though. See, that ball was going out, but he's moved across, he's driven it down. And Hunt unable to deal with it.
You're out of position. Five, three, one.
Just a little flick off the top of the net there from Horn. Williams unable to readjust. Slight groan as he taps the ball into the net. So a second serve, Helen Kenner. Williams on the drive. Ball goes up. Ball goes long. Early call from Helen Kenner. That one goes out. And we change ends now. Kenner and Williams having a 3-point advantage, leading 6-3 at the change of ends in this Group A fixture. English Open Day 2. Hour and a half into play already today. I'm sure those of you that have been joining us on the live stream, glued to your TV sets, your tablets, your mobile phones, whatever device you are watching us on, will have barely noticed the first 90 minutes of action fly past this morning. It's been high quality in the mixed doubles senior open so far. And can Hunt and Horn find a way of getting back into this one? They've had some opportunities, they've played some good stuff. But that's a great drop from Helen Kenner to start that routine. The ball pops up. Williams able to drive the ball and force the error from Stephen Hunt. Nice combination. And Williams is not elevating that one enough. So we have that side out. Hunt and Horn need to make some moves. And a foot fault called by the referee on that occasion. Good defence on the ATP by Kenner, but Hunt is able to get across and whack it down the line. Great defensive work by Kenner. Looked like she'd done enough, but Hunt was on the move and able to force the mistake from Williams. And a good early call there from Hunt, telling his partner to leave it. Kenner just forcing that one long. So a couple of points back to back there for Horn and Hunt. They need this at this time. They are closing the gap. That is good hands from Rob Williams. Read the play early, got into a good position, punched it down the line. So side out, and now another chance for Williams and Kenner to get some more points on the board, get closer to that finishing line. Nice drop from Williams, ball pops up. Off the net from Kenner. Just wide from Victoria Horn. Good patient play from both teams until Horn tried to find the angle. Kenner just on the move there, unable to lift. Second serve though, 3-point advantage.
8-5-2.
Oh, and Helen Kenner unlucky there. Just lost balance a little bit, got through that shot a little bit hard. It was a good combination to set up the opportunity.
5-8-1.
To side out.
You're serving from the right.
The referee just reminding Stephen Hunt where he needs to be to serve. But it was a good serve. Just dropped it a little bit shorter with an acute angle. And it's a clean ace. Not something you see too often in pickleball, a clean ace on the serve. And it's a point that narrows the gap to just 2 now.
Take one.
Oh, and that is away for a point to finish. It was a great get by Victoria Horn. And then Kenner just lifted it, clipped the top of the net, and got the benefit of that one. Wonderful point there. Move on to second serve. Kenner just off balance again, forcing that ball wide. So we have a 1 point difference here. A little bit of momentum shifting in favour of Horn and Hunt. And another good drop there from Victoria Horn in the middle, forcing the mistake on the backhand side of Helen Kenner. So they've tied this game up at 8 apiece. A very good fight back from Stephen Hunt and Victoria Horn. Another good game here on Players Court this morning in Telford. Good angles from Rob Williams. Just waited on it. Opened the paddle face, changed the direction. Made it very difficult for Stephen Hunt to get across to that one. An important side out for Kennett and Williams there. Just breaks that run.
Hey, take one.
And they've got a chance now to get the next point on the board. Lovely drop from Williams. Very good touch from Stephen Hunt. He is pleased with that one. Good hands at the non-volley zone line.
Hey, take two.
But then he follows it up with not such good hands. Driving that volley down into the nets. Kenner and Williams move nearer their own finishing line, but still just 1 point in it on a second serve.
Point.
And there we go. Stephen Hunt again with a backhand volley into the net. Such a good touch a moment or two ago, but then 2 mistakes. Gives Williams and Kenner match points. But Williams is unable to take it on that third. Drops it into the net. So they've bought themselves a ticket. Horn and Hunt.
Hey, 10-1.
Will they win this lottery? Good recovery. Nice drop. Good change of angle, and it's Kenner who blinks first, dropping that one into the net. So 1 point difference. This is a classic on Players Court.
9-10-1.
Great play all round. Oh, and Hunt got a little bit excited on that drive. Wound up big for it and overhit it. Still a second serve though.
From the right-hand
Just going to
side.
need to be reminded to shuffle over to the other side for his serve. Last time he did this, he served an ace.
9-10-2. Football. Right foot. Side out.
Foot call, but no issue either way, as Williams was able to punch the volley wide for the winner. So an opportunity passed over there by Horn and Hunt, and it gives match point once again to Kennett and Williams.
Same side.
2 serves to get this job done.
10-9-1.
And they only need one of them. Williams just kissing the top of the net, as we can see there. Flicks the top of the net, and she was so close, but not close enough. It's an unfortunate way to win an incredibly good game of pickleball, but Williams and Kenner win 11-9 and will continue their progress in this group. Action as ever, thick and fast here. And we can see two of our next players moving swiftly onto court, as we are going to see Benita Baker and Mark Egleton take on Fee Edwards and Rob Salmon. That will be action coming up live in a few moments here at the Telford International Centre. I'm just going to scurry away and do a quick bit of research so we can tell you what the current state of play is in the group we're about to watch. But the action's going to be good. You don't get rid of me for too long, folks. Back again looking at the next game here on Players Court at the English Open. So we are moving into Group C, where Anna Linton and Richard Love currently top the group. Fee Edwards and Rob Salmon, who we're about to watch, have played 2, won 1, lost 1. And Benita Baker and Mark Egleton, their opponents for this one, have played once and they won that game 11-6. Against Kelly Dawson and David Youngs, who we saw on court earlier. So, let's introduce your players so you know who is where today. In the red t-shirt, you got Benita Baker, and she is partnering Mark Egleton, who's currently crouched down doing up his shoelaces. Something we were all taught as younger people. Make sure you've done your laces before you step on court. Baker's just having a little bit of a chat there with Rob Salmon, and Fee Edwards is stepping away in the blue t-shirt. So this is going to be a good battle. We saw Baker in action yesterday. We saw Fee Edwards in action yesterday. First time we have seen Mark Egleton and Rob Salmon on show court here in this year's English Open. Both teams looking to press home their advantage of 1 win on the board so far. Typically in these groups, when you've got 5 teams, you're going to need at least 3 wins to guarantee a top 2 place, and at that point you're probably hoping for points difference to go your way. So in an ideal world you want to win 4, and that's what Anna Linton and Richard Love look like they're on track to do so far. Fee Edwards and Rob Salmon looking to put their defeat to one side against Love and Linton, and remember the 11-7 win that they picked up against McAvoy and Who earlier on today. Now, a quick reminder of who's who. Baker has moved to bottom right of your screen. Her partner Egleton, top right. Rob Salmon, bottom left. Fee Edwards, top left in the blue t-shirt. And this game is going to be getting underway shortly. Referee just called a certain amount of seconds there. Didn't quite hear the number. We're going to assume it's less than a minute. Otherwise, he'd have probably said 1 minute, folks. And he's calling for the balls to be returned. This is the point where we will find out who is taking first serve in this Group C fixture in the Mixed Doubles Senior Open. Salmon is walking away, ball in hand. Left-handed player, therefore we will assume he will be taking the right-hand side of the court with Fee Edwards, likely to be serving first and getting us underway. Baker and Egleton, both right-handed players. Salmon will be taking first serve here, and we get the action underway. Good couple of drops there from Fee Edwards. Baker unable to get low enough to lift that one up and over, so an early point on the board for Edwards and Salmon. Salmon with the drive to the backhand volley of Baker. She just pushes that one wide. Couple of early points on the board for Salmon and Edwards. Good control of the transition zone there from Fee Edwards. Resetting nicely, forcing the third mistake from Benita Baker early in this fixture. And Salmon just driving that one long. So we have a side out. A chance now for Baker and Egleton to establish some kind of foothold in this game. Trailing 0-3 at this early stage. Good little hands battle there. Baker and Egleton coming out on top, just pinning Fee Edwards. First point on the board. Nice reset from Egleton, gets to the kitchen line and then able to force the error from Salmon. Good movement from front to back there from Mark Egleton. Got himself nicely established, nicely balanced, was able to play the attacking volley to force the error. And Baker herself managing that transition zone as well. Just getting the ball down to the ankles of Edwards. And a dink goes into the net. So they've levelled this game. Once again, we're seeing an early lead. Doesn't always count a lot. But a good shout of leave it from Salmon. Edwards responds, does as she was told. And the ball goes long. That second serve for Egleton. They've still got a chance to get into the lead here. Good play from Edwards, just dangles that carrot to Egleton. He moves across but unable to lift up and over. So we have a side out at 3 apiece. Drive from Edwards, kisses the top of the net. It hung around there and it rolled down into the non-volley zone. Impossible for Baker to deal with that one. They take a point lead now. And Baker responds exactly in kind. Makes reference to that. And as we can see, Baker just flicking the top of the net and a little finger waggled in the direction of Fee Edwards. Just a reminder that that is one each. Bit of depth there from Egleton. Asking whether that one was in. Referee saying he's going with the player's call on that one. So a 2-point advantage. Ball just popping onto court from an adjacent court there. Matches going on all around the Telford International Centre here. We have 40 courts in action as we speak. So many matches taking place at the same time. But of course we're bringing you all the live action here from Players Court. The ball pops up from Salmon. Baker unable to kill, but does force the error from the paddle of Fee Edwards. So, side out 3-5. A chance for Egleton and Baker to get back into this one again. Short return from Edwards forces Baker on the move. That one ends up in the net. Drive from Egleton, clips the top of the net cord. Good placement from Edwards, but Egleton's able to get there. Smashes down the middle, and the ball goes wide. Good movement from Mark Egleton. It was a good initial setup by Fee Edwards. Egleton responded well and was able to win the points. Players just making sure they're in the right position. Yeah, Egleton serving from 4-5. Therefore needs to be on the top right of your screen. Egleton just getting a little bit jammy on that drive. It goes wide. Couldn't really free the arms there at all. Important side out. Edwards and Salmon got the opportunity now to get to 6 points first, which will elicit the change of ends. But a good cross-court roll there from Baker forces the error from Salmon. So a second serve. Got a single point advantage. Good retrieval from Salmon from the back of the court. They didn't need to move from the back as Baker puts that one into the net. And they take a 2-point lead into the change of ends. This is a closely fought encounter on players' court here. Not a lot in it at all. It is one of those games where you want to keep the errors to an absolute minimum because every point is very high value in this game, given the closeness of the scores. Salmon and Edwards raced into a lead. Baker and Egleton fought back. And then Salmon and Edwards went again. And they currently have that 2-point advantage. Okay, players now in the correct positions. And we're about to get play back underway. Rob Salmon serving. 6-4 ahead. That ball's gone up. Egleton responds, but Edwards nearly reset it from the back of the court. And the ball passes over to Baker. It's a side out. Egleton look relieved. Good response by Salmon, but a good drive by Baker to the backhand of Edwards. Clips the bottom of the paddle. And they've now halved that deficit to a single point. Oh, and Baker looking for that speed up. Went a bit early. Good placement from Salmon and Edwards there. Benita Baker will have wished she was a little bit more patient. Egleton on the second serve. Still a single point between the two teams here in this mixed double senior open clash. Salmon pinning Egleton there in the middle of the court. Gets the side out. Middle of the court serve from Rob Salmon. Edwards on the drive. And again on the drive, but this one goes into the net. So second serve.
6-5-2.
Salmon moves across court very well there. Gets the left-handed one into the body of Mark Egleton, who dances like a ballerina and unable to deal with the heat Rob Salmon gave him on that one. Good punch from Baker, and the ball goes wide. So it's a side out. Mark Egleton on serve. This game is still so close, impossible to call at this stage. Well placed from Fee Edwards. Saw both Egleton and Baker on the move forwards. Pierced the middle of them. Sent the ball through that very small gap. Egleton just with a little bit too much lift on that one. Allowed Rob Salmon to get into position and force the error. So side out, non-scoring side out that time, which means Edwards and Salmon still have a 2-point advantage. Fee Edwards on serve.
7-5-1.
Benita Baker just unable to clip that one up and over. She looked like she was constructing the point the way she wanted there, but unable to execute. Egleton sending Edwards back. She's able to get back up to the line. And a good leave as well. Fee Edwards able to manage a transition zone there. Egleton did well to push her back initially, but she moved forward and forced another mistake from the paddle of Benita Baker. So 2 points quickly there, gives them a 4-point advantage, and they are now only 2 points away from victory here on Players' Court. And Salmon just sending that one long. Second serve though. Got another opportunity to get closer to the finish line.
9-5-2.
Slice serve. Drive from Edwards. Egleton resetting deep. Baker getting out of the way to Egleton on that one. There's the attack. Well played, Benita Baker. Well played, Mark Egleton. A good point. Well constructed. And they've got the side out. So they have the opportunity now to close the gap. It's currently 4 points. Important game for both teams here. Both really need to get that second victory of the morning. And they've closed that gap by another one. Edwards unable to get low enough to lift up and over. Attacking centrally to her body there. And Salmon forcing that return wide as well. A good bit of hustle here from Egleton and Baker. Looking to force their way back in. Oh, and it was there for Egleton. He set it up the way he wanted, but unable to execute his forehand drive volley, hitting the top of the net. Second serve though, Baker still with the opportunity to close this gap further. But the drop goes into the net. So, side out. Fee Edwards on serve once again, 2 points away from victory in this incredibly close game. Edwards going wide on that one, looking to work the backhand of Baker, but unable to keep the ball in court. Frustration there for Fee Edwards. No, she could have done more there. Great reactions from Baker. Forces Salmon wide. A little touch to the backhand of Baker again. Opens up the space for Edwards to drive the ball down the middle. So we can see there Edwards saw what she wanted to see. That gap. And liked watching the ball disappear down the middle of it. Game point for Edwards and Salmon. And Baker puts that one away. That all started from a good deep return from Egleton. Allowed them to establish themselves at that non-volley zone line. And Baker then going for maximum depth. And they've got their opportunity here. They've got to take it. And just a question from Edwards to the referee. It's 7-10, Egleton on serve.
7-10-1.
Good hands from Edwards at the kitchen line. Drops the ball in short on Egleton. He was unable to lift. So second serve. Opportunity once again for Baker to close this deficit a little bit more. Serves deep. Edwards steps back. Baker responds well, and that space she created allowed her to drive the ball at Salmon and force the error. Another point chipped away on the Salmon and Edwards lead. And the drive from Baker forces the volley wide from Edwards. They have reduced it to 1 point. We've seen some close games this morning here on Players Court, and this is yet another one. Still too tight to call. Oh, and would you believe it? Baker did so well from the middle of the court. She was able to get up to the line. Edwards leaning in. That volley just flicks the top of the net, and Baker was unable to get there early enough. Side out at a critical moment. Game point for Salmon and Edwards. And Baker does enough, forcing the ball down to the toes of Salmon. They live another day. It's a second serve with Fee Edwards. Still game point, still with the opportunity to get their second win of this morning here in day 2. Salmon saw the opportunity for glory, but he's whipped it wide. So close, but not close enough. Baker and Egleton have another opportunity to take this game even deeper. And Baker would have been advised to have leave that one. Egleton gave her a shout. She couldn't get out of the way. She was already there, but it drops into the net. So second serve. Baker snatches at the volley and clips it into the top of the net. So Rob Salmon gets a chance to close this game out once again.
Time by 1.
And Salmon's drive down the middle forces the error from Baker. It goes long. And we have a victory for Fee Edwards and Rob Salmon, their second of the morning. And that gives them a good foothold in this group. We will be back next. Game up is Lee Witwell from Gibraltar and Marcelo Jardine of the Spanish national team, currently residing in the US. They will play. I'm getting told that I might have made an error there. I will update the information shortly. They are up against Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt, who we saw on court earlier today.
Players for court 6, you have a 2-minute warm-up. Just for the warm-up. Oh, it's gone over, has it? Okay. I'll do that. I'm also going to do that. Sorry guys, excuse me.
So, I've got some updated information for you. It's important we get the facts right when we're in these privileged positions of commentary. Marcelo Jardine, originally hailing from Brazil, currently living in Bilbao, a beautiful place in the north of Spain, and competing in the APP in the US. So we've got those facts straight now, and we are going to move swiftly on to this next game, where we see two gold medalists from yesterday, Lee Witwell and Marcelo Jardine, both pairing up in their respective gender doubles yesterday to take the gold medal up against Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt, who I think it is fair to say will have never faced such a challenge on a pickable court, and will be thoroughly looking forward to this encounter. Now, I am going to tell you the current state of play in Group A. For those of you that have been joining us all morning, the footage has been exclusively from the Mixed Doubles Senior Open. And in Group A, what have we got? So right now, as we stand, Helen Kenner and Rob Williams top the table from Lee Witwell and Marcelo Jardine, purely on points difference. And at the other end of the table, we've got Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt, who have lost both their games so far, but performed so well in the last game that we saw them play against Kenner and Williams.
0-0-2.
And we're about to get underway. Witwell returning. Big drive from Stephen Hunt. And kissing the line there from Victoria Horn. Very nice indeed. First point on the... Oh, and Stephen Hunt there. A lovely trot across court. The whipped one across. And he gets that beautiful...
2-0-2.
Jardine on the move. Power there, too much for Victoria Horn to handle, and that ball sails wide. So we will see Lee Witwell serve for the first time in this game, and she is able to force the error off the paddle of Victoria Horn.
1-2-1.
Good serve from Witwell, jamming Stephen Hunt up to the side of the court there, unable to lift his return over the net. So quickly that 2-point lead has disappeared, and it is now 2-2-1. Witwell looking to drive to Hunt's backhand, but goes into the net.
2-2-2.
Slice serve from Jardine. Drive from Jardine. Witwell on the move.
Side out.
Just clips into the net, so a side out. Horn and Hunt acquitting themselves very well in these early stages. But again, Witwell forcing Hunt to run around onto his forehand, unable to drop over the net. Good serve though. Good drive. Witwell going for the acutest of angles, but it drops into the net. And they have a point lead. Hunt and Horn unable to take advantage of it. Gives the side out over to Witwell and Jardine by driving his serve into the net. Now, as we saw yesterday, Lee Witwell, it's when the hoodie comes off that we know she is warmed up and meaning business. Having a little laugh and joke there with her partner, Marcelo Jardine. Good touch from Witwell at the non-volley zone line. Forces Hunt wide. He's unable to lift up and over.
3-3-1.
And we have a tied game here on Players Court. Big drive from Witwell. Causes confusion between Hunt and Horn. Both went for the same ball. Paddles clash. Ball ends up in the net. Nice return, that one from Hunt. Witwell on the move. Jardine reading it like the children's book I was advised of earlier and just rolling it down the middle. For those of you who might be a little bit clueless as to that catchphrase, you can join me in that club. I will get further explanation as the day goes on.
6-3-1. 1 minute.
So Horn and Hunt have acquitted themselves well so far in this game, but it is Witwell and Jardine who lead 6-3 at the change of ends. After such a positive start for Hunt and Horn, they will be keen to stay in this game as long as possible. As we said at the start, they will have never faced such a challenge, but they are doing themselves proud so far. Witwell on the move, unable to get the volley, clips that one off the edge of the paddle and into the net. So second serve, Marcello Jardine. Big drive, kisses the top of the net, goes over the paddle tip of Stephen Hunt. Hand is up immediately, an apology from the Brazilian. And that lead is now 4 points. Nice speed up Stephen Hunt, down low to the shins of Lee Witwell. Forces the side out. Horn did very well pushing Jardine wide initially in that exchange. And there we see a nice return from Jardine. Hunt again running around, trying to get onto his forehand for that drive, but the same result as we've seen a few times, it hitting the net. And comfortably left there by Jardine. Horn just getting a little bit underneath that return, forcing it long. So non-scoring side out gives Jardine and Witwell the opportunity to drive their advantage home. But Jardine drives into the net on the third.
7-3-2.
Nice drop from Witwell. Good reactions, but you can see Hunt just getting pushed further and further back on court there, and Jardine using that space he created to the maximum, forcing the final error, giving them 8 points on the board. Great drop there from Hunt. Witwell goes for the Ernie. Unable to get there. Jardine covers the space brilliantly. Punches it down the middle. As you can see, that is great teamwork from Witwell and Jardine. Reading of each other's space.
9-3-2.
Job done on that occasion. Drive from Jardine, forcing the error from Hunt. Just a little bit eager on that one, and we have game point on the paddle of Lee Witwell. And Hunt unable to return. Credit to Victoria Horn and Stephen Hunt there. They put up a brave fight at the start of the game, but the class of Witwell and Jardine shone through at the end as they just moved through the gears and took another victory in Group A of the Mixed Doubles Senior Open. A thoroughly enjoyable game. Great to see Witwell and Jardine on court. We will be seeing more of them, I'm sure, as the morning progresses here at the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. I am warning you now, guys, we are likely to be back very, very quickly with yet another group stage fixture in the Mixed Doubles event. Welcome back to Telford International Centre. Folks, it is, of course, the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. We are moving on as quickly as ever, and we're bringing you another group game in this mixed double senior open. We saw David Youngs disappearing through the advertising hoardings earlier on when he was playing Richard Love and Linton with his partner Kelly Dawson. And it feels like only moments ago we were commentating on Rob Salmon and Fee Edwards. So they are back on court straight away in this Group C fixture. You're dying to know the current state of play in Group C, I am sure. So let me bring that to you straight away. Linton and Love continue to lead the way with 3 wins out of 3. Edwards and Salmon second place with 2 wins and 1 defeat. Dawson and Youngs looking to get their first victory on the board in this one, having played 2 and lost 2. So they'll be looking to knuckle down and get a big W on the board. Now, for those of you that may not have joined us earlier, Youngs and Dawson are in the white shirts, and Edwards is in blue, and Salmon is in black. So the referee has done the final checks, trying to see who's holding the ball. Youngs is saying they're not holding the ball, which is something my eyes were able to tell me myself, but thank you, Mr. Youngs. Any more information from the court is always gratefully received in these fixtures. David Youngs, one of the great characters, always makes commentating interesting when he is playing. Rob Salmon is getting us underway. Nice reset from Dawson. That one just goes long, however. Ball possibly going long on her, but she chose to play the shot, so an early freebie point on the board. Cross court from Fee Edwards, just clipping into the net. So, early side out. Chance for Dawson and Youngs to get this game underway for themselves. And their first point is on the board. Dawson with that wide serve. Edwards unable to shuffle across enough to send it back in the direction she wanted. Oh, was there an opportunity there for Dawson to be aggressive? She went to reset across court and found the net once again. Youngs hitting the net on his serve. Maybe the next one, David, over and in. Good drive from Edwards. Change of angle from Dawson. Salmon just moving around a bit too much there. If he'd held his initial position, he would have been in a good place to respond to that dink. But ended up running around it and making the error. Oh, stop it, David Youngs. That's a lovely touch. Just dropping the ball into the long volley zone there. And a moment of celebration from Kelly Dawson. Youngs just casually walking back to his mark. Dawson just unable to bend the knees enough on that one. Drives it into the net. Dawson using the net cord there. Edwards had kept her deep. Dawson responded. You just see kissing the top there. Edwards unable to adjust position quickly enough on that one. Salmon putting that one away with a touch of a plum. Just wide from Salmon on the stretch. Youngs forcing the error off the paddle. Second serve.
1, 2, 2.
Oh, and Dawson just stretching. Didn't quite shuffle the feet enough. Punches that volley into the net. So that brings the scores level here in this Group C clash. And Dawson just rolling that one wide. Couple of unforced errors again there from the paddler Kelly Dawson. Gives Edwards and Salmon a single point lead. And Salmon clips the net. Youngs nearly reacted to it, but just ended up tapping the ball into the shoulder of his partner.
4, 2, 2.
Dawson just on the stretch again, not establishing herself in a balanced position at the non-volley zone line, and just pushing that volley into the net. Good drive down the middle from Fee Edwards. There was just enough of a gap there. Full advantage taken.
6 to 2.
And very quickly we're at the change of ends here in this Group C fixture. Edwards and Salmon lead Dawson and Youngs 6 points to 2. And of course, Youngs and Dawson needing to get their first win of
15 seconds.
the day. Salmon and Edwards already with one win on the board. Second place in the group at the moment. Looking to put themselves into a good position for qualifying for the knockout stages. Salmon just dropping that serve into the net. Side out. Opportunity knocks here for Dawson and Youngs. Salmon just dropping that one into the net. Good pressure from Fee Edwards, pinning Dawson at the back of the court. Unable to make progress to the line and eventually forcing the error. There goes the lob by Dawson. Edwards nearly got it right. Did so well to get to the back of the court. And the attempt to get it up and over failed.
4-6-2.
And Dawson unable to get balanced again in that situation. Just a little bit eager to get to the line. Wasn't set before playing the shot. So it's a side out. Salmon on serve. 2-point advantage in this game. Edwards driving into the net. Second serve.
6-4-2.
Edwards on the move, trying to get up to the ball. As we can see on our action replay, she didn't even make it into shot, unfortunately. But able to clip the ball into net as she arrived momentarily too late. Good work from David Youngs there, just rolling the ball wide. And they get a side out.
5-6-1.
Ball goes up from Youngs. Bounces in court. Bit too much height from Dawson on these resets, but that's a good one. Salmon saw the opportunity, but drove it along. Good play from Dawson and Youngs. They have got this game level at 6 points apiece. This is a good fight back from Kelly Dawson and David Youngs.
6-6-1.
Salmon coming very central on that occasion, leaving space to his right-hand side. Dawson saw that space and exploited it fully. 7-6 ahead now. Edwards and Salmon just having a quick tactical chat. The momentum has shifted in this game. What are they going to do to counter it? That's a good cross court from Dawson. Youngs has done well. Edwards has played it. And then amazingly, Rob Salmon walking away as if he thoroughly meant that. Top of the paddle. So much backspin. And it drops into the non-volley zone. Edwards allowed that to happen by hitting the out ball. Is Salmon still claiming that he meant that one? I'm not so sure he can get away with that. Young still with a big smile on his face. He will have appreciated that moment. Cross court again from Dawson. Very good indeed from Kelly Dawson. Lovely cross court. Got the ball back, then was able to drop it in on Edwards and force another mistake. So 8-6, Youngs and Dawson. Ball pops up, Edwards attacks. Youngs asking the question once again. There's the sprint forwards. That is such good play from Dawson and Youngs. Look at the court coverage from the pair, forcing the error from Rob Salmon. Really good athleticism showed by David Youngs there. No need for a slow motion replay to see him moving on court this time around. This is good play from Youngs and Dawson. Just that little dink into the backhand side once again. And they have got themselves game point. Opportunity for their first win of the day here in Telford. Question being asked of the referee in the score. Youngs with the chance to close this game out. Well played for Edwards. That was a crucial moment. She's driven the ball down the middle. Youngs and Dawson unable to respond to that play. In crucial side out. Good drop from Salmon. Dawson unable to get underneath it. So this game goes on. Yep. Cross court again from Dawson. Then down to the toes of Rob Salmon. Kelly Dawson has raised her level in the second half of this game. And she is getting some critical moments done in this one. So a second serve for Fee Edwards. Good drive from Edwards, good drive from Salmon, but again Dawson goes cross court. What a touch of class from David Youngs. Look at this. He's barely moved. And he's just dropped that ball into the non-volley zone. Nobody is getting there. Good angle as well from Rob Salmon. Got very low, crouching tiger. Just opened it up the paddle and sent it wide. Good speed up onto the paddle of Dawson. Got the rat attack going and driving it in down low on David Youngs, who was unable to repel. He's reacted well there, Youngs. Oh, but that time unable to. Edwards also responded, adjusted, drove, and forced the error. So we now have a 2-point gap in this one. Good from Dawson, keeping it deep. Keeping them pushed back, unable to move through the transition zone. Up they come. And well played, Fee Edwards. Managed that progression from back to front very well indeed. Forced the error off the paddle of Dawson, and they now only trail by 1. Oh, and the shot that looked so good a moment ago from David Youngs fails him on that occasion. Just dropping into the net. And this game is tied. 10 apiece. First to 11, win by 1. Well played, David Youngs. Rob Salmon doing everything he could to keep that point alive, but unable to in the end. But they have a second opportunity here to close this game out. Youngs with a little touch. Edwards gets there. Speed up from Youngs. Oh, it's a brave lob. Oh, and Youngs has missed the put away, which gives victory to Salmon and Edwards. That was there to be taken for David Youngs, but it went wrong for him. A fantastic close game here on Players Court. It swung one way, it swung the other, but in the end, it was Fee Edwards and Rob Salmon who walk away with victory. 11-10 over Kelly Dawson and David Youngs. That puts Edwards and Salmon in a very good position in the group. Change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown, and she comes away with the point as well. Tarn coming back, having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying. Good response by Salmon, but a good drive by. Dawson using the net. Nice drop from Witwell. Good. Oh, yes, David Youngs. Oh, near. Turn that one from Hunt. Witwell on the move. Jardine reading it like the... Salmon saw the opportunity for glory. Big drive, kisses the top of the net. Go.
Kelly Dawson leaning forward.
That is a good run. There's the attack. Well played, Benita Baker, well played. Good drive from Edwards, good drive from Salmon, but again Dawson goes cross court. What a touch of...
Richardson and Tut, that'll make them feel a little bit more relieved.
First point of the day as well, I believe. And he... Oh, and that is away. Salmon moves across court very well. Edwards on the move. Drive from Edwards, kick game. Farman with the drive, Farman on the board. Great drop there from Hunt. Witwell goes to the Ernie, unable to... Now they'll be changing ends at 6 here in this first to 11 win by 1 game. Good defense on the ATP by Kenner, but Hunt is able to... Oh, Dawson just... Oh, stop it. Nice deep serve, Atto Stevens. Follows up with a drive. Good hands from Farman. And Stevens move. And Salmon. And they only need...
On a nice little run, this.
And a point lead now. And Baker responds exactly. That is such good play.
But just absolutely slapped away by Bonnet. Those returns are going to have to be tight, really tight.
Now, if you're going to find a way of... Well placed from Fee Edwards. Saw... Oh, and would you believe it, Baker? He's reacted well there, Youngs. Oh, but that time on... Nice lob from Antikainen. Well retrieved by Erahon. And just out from...
Slightly dropped. Thinking they had this game in the bag. She's done fantastic there.
Oh, and that... Oh, Williams opting to go. Little touch to the backhand of Baker again. Opens up the space for Edwards.
Shots go in. You can find you do get upsets that way. But
that is good hands from Rob Williams. Hunt. Up goes the lob. There's the drive from Hux. Probably right up until it gets very, very serious.
I think you're right, Chris. The longer this...
To spur away.
Absolutely. That is very true.
Liking that from Deb. Oh, big drive from Demore. Salmon just point advantage. Erahon get change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown, and she comes away with the point as well. Tarn coming back, having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying. Good response by Salmon, but a good drive by. Dawson using the net. Nice drop from Witwell. Good. Oh, yes, David Youngs. Oh, near. Turn that one from Hunt. Witwell on the move. Jardine reading it like the. Salmon saw the opportunity for glory. Big drive, kisses the top of the net. And we are back here from Telford. We are bringing another blockbuster clash from Group A of this mixed double senior open. Debbie Brown getting us underway. Antikainen with the third there. And already a touch of class from Witwell and Jardine. So, Witwell and Jardine unbeaten so far in this group. But I was very impressed with Debbie Brown earlier on in the first game of the day. Jardine just going for the ATP, which she's unable to defend on that one. And an early shout of tactics from Brown. They will be looking to keep the ball down the middle to Witwell and Jardine. That one just going long from Antikainen. Bit of movement from Jardine in the eye line of Brown there. Error forced. Ball into the net. Witwell on serve. Nice angle from Antikainen. Jardine went for the ATP. And we move on to second serve. Referee just making sure all the players are in the correct position. Oh, and clipping the top of the net there from Marcello Jardine. Immediately that hand comes up in the classic sorry not sorry way. He's got a big smile on his face. Looks like a thoroughly nice chap. I'm sure he really was sorry. He's also a ruthless competitor. And we're pleased to see that they are 5-0 ahead early on in this one. And we're going to make that 6-0. Top spin lob. We can watch this one back. Up and over it goes. Not even Atto Stevens is getting back to that one. And we are changing ends in the blink of an eye. Witwell and Jardine leading 6-0. Action coming thick and fast here on Players' Court. Brown and Antikainen will be looking to find a way of lengthening this game. Oh, and Jardine there. Oh, and nearly finished it off. Tweener to ATP combination. Didn't quite come off. That's a very thick post to try. Flick it round. But we move on to second serve. Big drive. Debbie Brown forces the error from Witwell. So, Brown and Antikainen get the opportunity now to get their first point on the board. Touch from Jardine. Antikainen moves well. Brown responds, forces the error from Jardine. And a moment of applause there as Brown and Antikainen get their first point of this game. Brown playing to the assembled crowd there. Almost forgets where she needs to serve next, however. Oh, and Brown has nearly taken one of the cameras out. I'm looking over to my technical team here. There is a look of horror on the face from our boss. Great work by Witwell to create that angle. Less of those angles, please, because we do need the tech to stay in place for the next 4 days. Great hands from Jardine, just punching down the middle. Advertising hoardings still in place. No real damage done. Antikainen just jamming the paddle of Witwell down. Unable to lift that one up and over. Jardine on serve. Witwell moves. Moves again. And again changes that angle. We saw that inside out a few times yesterday, not even looking at the ball as she punches it to the side of Antikainen. Attacks the paddle of Antikainen once again. Mistake forced. This game is moving on apace. It is 8-1 now. Good angle generated again from Jardine. Debbie Brown unable to respond. Dink goes into the nets. 9-1. And Jardine hits his serve long. So we have Antikainen on serve. Debbie Brown just moving on over to the correct side of court for this serve to be taken. Nice touch from Witwell. Up goes the lob, but Witwell judges it well. The ball goes out. Second serve, Debbie Brown. Oh, and Witwell with a rare error there. Unable to get the ball up and over. Applause again from the crowd as Brown and Antikainen get their second point on the board. 7 points behind. Witwell still very much with hoodie on, which suggests she's not too worried about the outcome of this game just yet. And you can see why as Jardine just very comfortably rolls the ball down the middle onto the paddle of Debbie Brown to get the side out. And they now lead 9-2. Goes for the Ernie, but it's not there. And unlike in the previous game where Jardine was able to still finish the routine, this time he punches it into the net. Bit of help from the net cord there from Antikainen, needing all the help they can get on court here. Jardine unable to adjust. And we have a side out. So a non-scoring side out there. Rare in this game today. Jardine confusing matters there. Witwell understandably assuming he was going to take control of that situation. By the time she realised he wasn't, it was too late. And Brown whips that cross court wide. I'm going to say Lee Witwell barely looked bothered with that shot. Look at that. Standing still. I might put my paddle on it, I might not. Of course she was always going to, and it just drops beautifully into the non-volley zone. Touch of class there. And they move to just 1 point away from victory. And there we have it. Job efficiently done there by Witwell and Jardine, coming out 11-3 winners against Brown and Antikainen. Moments of quality in that game. Antikainen and Brown congratulating each other for the brave and valiant effort put in. Witwell and Jardine move on at pace in Group A. We will be back very, very soon with more action from Players Court. Good point, has gone wide there by so that wristband, just helping us identify who needs to be where at the change of ends.
That's some good points.
Oh yeah, there's doubt settling in now for Pasquali and Johnson. You can see that for sure. Costa has, see. Farnhill does very well there, getting
one to be a close one.
Just a... Oh, super. They can get back into the game at this point. Roy Eastwood is still on fire. As soon as I say that, Tallinn... And going getting caught this morning, Tim, would have been 8:20 in the morning. We're now at 5:20 in the evening. It's been a long day, but... And Fasali moves.
And then Ruse.
Nice touch from Batten there. Gets the third drop in. Slice attack. From the back of the court here. Asking the question. Get the net cord. Well played. Yeah, good run. Oh, and it just drops in again. That's the second one from Mack today. Not the cleanest contact. Luke. Got to stop. Sometimes.
That's really good pickleball brain.
For Tallinn and Eastwood going to close this gold medal final out. Good play from Bali. Yeah. Lovely shot, Suzanne Rouse got. That ball's dropping, it's dropped in. Brown scampering back. Welcome back to Players Court here at the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. I am Chris Beaumont, and it is still my voice you are lucky enough, he says very much tongue-in-cheek, to be enjoying, equally tongue-in-cheek, this morning. We've got another mixed double senior open clash between Jazz Tuts and Richardson, who we saw playing earlier on today. And they are up against Yoko Sato and Noble Jonasoir. So this is the first time we have seen Sato and Jonasoir on court this morning. We did see Jasmine Tutt and Stephen Richardson battle as hard as they could. Earlier on, Jazz Tutt clearly suffering from a knee injury, but still fighting, still here, and looking to make as much of an impact on this one as possible. So we're going to bring you the state of play in terms of where these respective people are in their groups. So, in this Group B, Teresa Tarn, Christian Bonnet lead the way as expected. Rachel Kirk and Atto Stevens currently in second place. Jazz Tutt and Stephen Richardson have picked up a win this morning. They beat, and I'll bring that to you now, Kat Jelly and Greg Farman 11-5. So Jazz Tutt, despite carrying an injury, was able to get a win with her partner. And then in fourth place in this group, we have Sato and Jonaswa, who are currently warming up to the right of your screen. And they have one win today as well. Similar record to Tut and Richardson. They picked up their victory as well against Jelly and Farman, who currently are bottom of this Group B. So, as we saw earlier today, Stephen Richardson covering a lot of the court for Jazz Tut, but when Jazz is able to get into those rallies, lovely touch, lovely hands. Just don't ask her to move around too much today. Noble Jonaswa, had the pleasure of playing a few tournaments myself with Nobel. Lovely guy, very quick hands, sporting the red headbands. Got a good strong tennis background as Nobel, so he's strong from the back of the court, but got a lovely touch at the non-volley zone line as well. Not so familiar with his partner today, Kyoko Sato. So watching her warm up, trying to pick up a few hints on what she will be bringing to this pickleball party. Now we are closing in on 11 o'clock here today. 3 hours of action already brought to you live from this Players Court at the 2025 English Open. Our referee Tara Creasy now asking for balls to be returned. And we will be getting the action underway shortly in this Group B clash. A win imperative for both teams if they want to try and find a way of sneaking into the top two places. Though that said, that is going to be a big ask, given that Tarn and Bonnet both have... Well, Tarn and Bonnet have 4 out of 4, and Kirk and Stevens have 3 out of 4. Maybe they are just jostling for third place in the group here. But it's Sato who gets us underway. Tut with the return into the net, and immediately we can see her hobbling a little bit. But that's a known quantity now for her and her partner. I'm sure they will find a way of dealing with it as best as possible. So a quick side out. Sorry, I apologise. Sato straight into a 2-0 advantage there. Tut hobbling up to the line. Once again, we're seeing that's where they're aiming the ball, but Richardson moving across. Tut with a great reset, just wide. So we are going to see Stephen Richardson take as much of the court as he can in this game. Try to give as much support to Tut as he possibly can. But Tut, when she gets the opportunity to, she has got a good touch. And they get their first side out of this game. So Jazz Tut at 0-3 on her first serve. Richardson deserving that luck for the shift he's putting in today. Clipping off the top of the net, going to the back of the court. It's a point in the bank for them. They now trail 1-3. Nice play. Touch with the drive, forces the pop-up. Richardson on the move, able to drive down the middle. 2-3. Immediately closing that gap, Tut and Richardson. And you can understand why Richardson is looking to get these points won early in the exchange. A little bit too eager on that one, just forcing that one long. Oh, and Tut's so close to dropping that one into the non-volley zone. Unable to, so it's a side out. Jonaswa serving for the first time in this game. Sato not getting low enough on that one. Her dink goes into the net. We move on to the second serve. Richardson drove. He came forward well. Just didn't stop in time to get set for that volley. Drives it into the net.
4-2-2.
Nice return, Tarts. Richardson keeping it deep. And again, just clips the net. Disappointment there for Stephen Richardson. They got themselves into a good court position, but unable to fully take advantage of what they had generated. Yeah, Noble, Jonas lifting the ball up. Richardson pouncing. Doing well there.
2-5-1.
Tut again. It's so difficult for Tut not only to look to do the drop, but then to move up to the line. And it's just impairing her ability to get the drop in at the moment. Opts for a drive that time, but it goes wide. We mentioned it earlier, but you can only give credit to Jazz Tut. Clearly in a lot of discomfort, mobility severely impaired. But being the fighter that she is, refusing to walk away from this tournament. Though, to be fair, it might be more of a hobble away. The way that her knee is playing her up today. Richardson taking full control. Jonasoir just pushing that one long. Good work from Stephen Richardson. Taking the full court. Taking as many of the balls as he possibly can.
Second serve. 1 second.
First to 11, win by 1 here. Change ends at 6. And we will be changing ends as Richardson has driven that one into the net.
6-2-2. 1 minute.
So, that game got away quite quickly from Tut and Richardson. We can see the obvious discomfort for Tut as she hobbles to the back of the court. Richardson is doing an amazing job for his partner, trying to take so much of the court. Jonasoir and Sato just trying to remain consistent, trying to get Jazz to play as many balls as possible, keep the ball away from Richardson as much as possible. And it is a plan that is working to date as they have a 4-point advantage.
6-2-2. Point. 7-2-2.
Another point to the tally of Sato and Jonasoir. But that drive from Sato just clipping the top of the net. Side out. Jazz Tuts with the opportunity to try and narrow this deficit a little bit more.
2-7-1.
Clipping the line from Jonasoir. Sato, crab-like, getting the volley back. And then they just force that error from Tut once again. If you can't have that stability on your left knee when you're a right-handed player to push, it makes things so much more difficult.
Point.
But a good serve from Richardson forces the return error from Sato. They have 3 points on the board.
3-7-2.
Richardson deserved a bit of luck there. It was a very good serve. He went for the third, clipped the net, and the mistake was forced from Sato. Edging their way back into this one. 4 points on the board now.
Side out.
Just feeling the need to go extra hard there. Whips that one into the net.
7-4-1.
So Jonasoir on serve. And Richardson doing everything he can to protect Tut there, reaching right across. Unable to do it. They're the ones that can probably leave for Tut though, because she was established, she was standing still. That's when she can only have to use her hands, and that's what she will prefer. Oh, it's one of those ones. Richardson hitting his shot long. Sato off court, unable to get her paddle out of the way. Hits the paddle. It's
8-4-2.
a second serve now as Richardson gets that one. Linton Tut just long, reaching, lobbing, doing what she can, but unable to control.
9-4-2.
Richardson again causing problems for Johnassois, forcing the mistake.
Volley the ball. Point.
And we're thinking that the referee might have called Richardson for catching the ball as it went off court there. Something we're used to doing in our rec play because we just don't want the ball to go on another court. But you can't really do that in tournaments.
Side out.
So Jazz Tut on serve. Patient exchange here. Tut pops it. Great reactions from Tut. Johnassois goes again and again. And he wins the point. Just those moments when it gets into rat-a-tat. Tut can take full part of that exchange. But it's Johnassois who kills it with a fantastic finish. Johnassois looking to drop. Clips the net. Another point on the board for Tut and Richardson. Obviously, they're still chasing the game here, but they have the opportunity to narrow it a little bit further. Great cross-court from Tut. She deserves the point for even getting there that time. Unfortunately, just goes wide. Most of us would just accept that we're not getting to that point even when we're fit. But Tut still went for it. Game points. Tut readjusts well. And again. Nice touches. Forces the error from Sato. So they're going to need both serves to close this one out. Johnassois on serve. And unfortunate for Tut as she just lobs that one out. A good game here on Players Court. Sees Johnassois and Saito take the victory. A good game played in good spirits. But it is Saito and Johnassois who pick up the win. And that moves them into third place on the table. They'll be delighted with their work there, and we will be back shortly with more action from Players Court here at the English Open.
Sorry. I was wondering in that nice small game.
Mack having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, and Richardson trying. Salmon just. He's reacted well there, Youngs. Oh, but that time unable. A little touch to the backhand of Baker again. Opens up the space for Edwards. Also a ruthless competitor. And we're pleased to see that they are 5-0 ahead early on in this one. And we're going to make that 6-0 point advantage. Erahon. Good response by Salmon, but a good drive by
Richardson and Tut. That'll make them feel a little bit more relieved.
First point of the day as well, I believe. And he. Oh, yes, David Youngs. Oh, Nick. Dawson using the netwards. That is such good play. Edwards on the. Oh, big drive from Demore. Oh, Dawson just. Big drive, kisses the top of the net. Go. Hunts. Up goes the lob. There's the drive from Hunt. Well placed from Fee Edwards. Saw. Salmon saw the opportunity for glory. Oh, stop it. Oh, and that is away. That is good hands from Rob Williams.
Slightly dropped. Thinking they had this game in the bag. She's done fantastic there.
Oh, and that. Nice drop from Witwell. Good here. Tut pops it. Great reactions from Tut. Jonas Wild goes again and again. And he wins probably right up until he gets very, very serious.
I think you're right, Chris. The longer the
A point lead now. And Baker responds exactly. Nice angle. And they only need. Salmon moves across court very well. Good defense on the ATP by Kenner, but Hunt is able to. Now they'll be changing ends at 6 here in this first to 11 win by 1 game. Or Williams opting to go. Change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown, and she comes away with the point as well. Good drive from Edwards, good drive from Salmon, but again Dawson goes cross court. What a touch on. Nice lob from Antikainen, well retrieved by Erahon. And just out from.
but just absolutely slapped away by Bonnet. Those returns are going to have to be tight, really tight.
Now, if you're going to find a way of. Oh, and would you believe it, Baker?
Kelly Dawson leaning forward.
That is a good job to stay in place for the next 4 days. Great hands from Jardine, just punch.
On a nice little run, this. And Salmon, Jardine on serve. Witwell moves again, and 8 on the board.
Great drop there from Hans. Witwell goes for the Ernie. Unable to aim. Farman with the drive. Farman
shots go in. You can find you do get upsets that way, but
drive from Edwards. Kiss. Nice deep serve, Atto Stevens. Follows up with a drive. Good hands from Farman. Welcome back to Players Court here at Telford International Centre. It is, of course, the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. Chris Beaumont on microphone once again. And we are bringing you the first fixture of Group D in this mixed doubles 50-plus Senior Open. Slightly different format in the sense that we've seen Groups A, B and C in action so far this morning, but Groups D and E are now getting underway slightly later than their other groups. Now, this game is between Mark McManus, who is warming up in the black t-shirt and the headband. His partner, Hayley Thompson, also in the black t-shirt. And they are playing Ronaldo Rossi, silver medalist yesterday in the men's open final. And playing with his partner, Federica Mandula, in the white t-shirt. We are hoping for a very good opening to this Group D. And action will be getting underway shortly. So, as I said, Groups A, B and C have already played a lot of their fixtures this morning. In fact, some have already completed. Groups D, E and F are now getting underway. Whether that's an advantage or a disadvantage for any of the players, that is not for me to say. But it is good that we're going to be continuing mixed double Senior Open action here on Players Court. Players are just going through their final warm-ups. And what we can remember from yesterday, having seen Rossi play in a fantastic semi-final on court against Freilink and Richardson, is that he's a bit of an entertainer. There's lots of facial expressions when Rossi is moving around the court. Incredibly fast hands, clearly a good, strong tactical brain. And what we were mentioning on McManus yesterday as well was an incredibly low, flat, choppy, sliced backhand that comes in as straight as an arrow over the nets and jams down into his opponent's ankles. Will he get the opportunity to showcase that much in this fixture? We will find out, because it looks like we're about to get underway. Federica Mandula has the ball in hand. Ronaldo Rossi just going over to check a couple of things with the referee. And it is going to be Mandula serving first to Hayley Thompson. Let's see how the action unfolds here on Players Court. Rossi just doing up his shoelaces, which encourages Mandula to check that hers are in good shape as well. McManus is checking his watch. Keen to get the action underway. Thompson just bouncing up and down on the baseline, ready to receive serve. And we're away. Mandula serving first. Good reset initially from Rossi, but McManus with the inside-out forehand smash. Very nicely placed, and we have an early side out. Hayley Thompson with her first serve of this game. Good play from Rossi, taking a dominant central position there, forcing the error from the paddle of Mark McManus. He gets his first serve of his action today, late in the morning here at the Telford International Centre. Oh, we can see already that Rossi is taking up to 75% of the court there. Thompson looking to go cross court, but finding the paddle of Rossi in the way. And again, dominant on court is Ronaldo Rossi. Comes across, gets on that drive, forces the error from McManus, as we saw there in the replay. Mandula shuffling out of the way. She resets that one well. And a mistake there from Rossi. So I think we are seeing the style of Rossi and Mandula as a pair. Rossi is going to be very dominant on court, taking as much of the ball as possible. Coming really central once more. And that, of course, puts so much pressure on the angles of Thompson. She had to go wider, but she went so wide. It opened up the ATP for Mandula, and she accepts that invitation.
2-0-2.
Thompson forcing it back. Rossi again. Drives to the backhand volley of McManus, and he was trying to get Rossi honest going back to the left, but unable to keep the ball in court. A very fast start to this opening fixture in Group D of this Mixed Doubles Senior Open. Rossi on serve. Just long there from Hayley Thompson. A slow, folksy return, just a bit too far. There's that choppy backhand for McManus. Rossi going central, but was able to move to his left and punches the volley down. Mistake on the paddle once again.
5-0-2.
Good call from Rossi, nice and early. His drive into the paddle of Thompson forced the ball to go long. We're changing ends already here in this opening fixture. Rossi and Mandula have raced away to a 6-0 lead. Thompson and McManus need to find a way of just getting some kind of grip in this game so that they can then start to trouble the scoreboard. But it's difficult. Rossi is the dominant force on this player's court at this moment in time. He is taking up to 80% of the court, but Mandula is happy to step out of the way and let her partner be the man. Big drive, Rossi. Big drive, Rossi. Thompson looking to give some of it back, but just whacks it into the net. This is a good exchange here. Good drive from Rossi, and again, Thompson again. Changes the direction. Rossi on the drive, and again, he's everywhere. What a reset, McManus. Ball goes up. Mandula, oh my word, this is amazing. What a point. Oh, and then he changes the angle. That is the point of this morning. There is too much to cover in one replay, but we do see the finishing touch from Ronaldo Rossi. The best exchange of the morning so far on players' court goes in favour of Mandula and Rossi, who then whips another shot across court, clipping the line. This is dominant from Ronaldo Rossi. Not seen any player take control of a game as much as he has so far this morning. And the mistakes are being forced. Thompson punching that volley wide. And before you know it, we have game points. 10 of them for Rossi and Mandula. And they only need one bite of that cherry. That game came very quickly and went as quickly as it arrived for Thompson and McManus. Rossi and Mandula winning 11 points to 0. An unfortunate pickle for Thompson and McManus, but wow, Ronaldo Rossi, he was a man on a literal mission in that one. He dominated and he was successful. Fantastic action there on players' court. Now we will be back shortly with Nikki Coots and Chris Wilson taking on Nicole Hernan and Javier Hernan in the next match of the Mixed Doubles Senior Open.
Timid, no, make him taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, falling love you, baby, not. We come from under, here we them underdogs. And we 1-of-1, so we one for all.
Come on, finish that.
Outright.
And I like
Interesting indeed.
McCoon unlucky. It's leading to some good pickleball here on Players Court. And Brown. Gold medal, but that serve also wide.
And both teams here.
Lovely shot, Suzanne Rouse got. Good hands battle there, Batten. Good reset there from Bally. Two of them. Make that three. Oh, and a nice good deep serve, that one from Nick Manis. Costa.
Players from opposing teams wearing the Cambridge Pickleball Club top, so
Oh, I like that.
certainly looks like a lovely technical shot that he plays. Hits it with
Yeah, and
with me. The having a few thoughts on this semi-final, Chris. It's turning into a cracker.
good attack again. Less easy to do when you're out there on court in front of the cameras.
Absolutely, yeah. When the nerves are going through, it's
Tara Jones, that is. Eastwood. Good play for Mbalance of that wristband, just helping us identify who needs to be where at the change of ends. That's him good on. This is a fantastic exchange. Oh, and it ends. Good
chance of taking this match.
Good play, forcing another error. They can get back into the game at this point. Roy Eastwood is still on fire. As soon as I say that, Tallinn. And and Beck finishes the game as he thinks to get themselves back into this game and to have some confidence to push on. And again, Mack. Well, well played, nice combination. It's been effective so far. Oh, played on. That ball looks wide, but they played it.
Fourth point. And a nice little lead. And we'll see what they can do. This would be an epic comeback for the ages. And that's 1 point back. And a good drive.
Yeah. Good bit of play. Oh, the lob's gone up. Oh, Bignall's ready. Oh. Good rally that. Benefit of the net. That ball's dropping. It's dropped in. Brown scampering back.
Nerves. No.
Amazing hands. What a good. See. Farnhill does very well there, getting.
Oh, and that's
Yeah, good hands from all involved, but it's.
So we'll be looking forward to seeing, hopefully, in later rounds and a great finish there.
Points away from victory in this group stage match. Oh, and Foster with a nice angle from Rossi. Touch. Obviously, everyone looks a little bit different when they're playing the game. That was for our Tallinn and Eastwood going to close this gold medal final out. Only 3 points behind, still early days in this group stage game. Good work.
Welcome back, everyone. Tim Spurway here to take you through the next encounter of this mixed doubles 50+ senior open, and we are on to Group F now, and this will be the first game for these two pairs, and we have Nicole and Javier Hernan on the top of your screens, playing Nikki Coots and Chris Wilson. A lovely finish there from Javier Hernan, showing his fancy footwork in the first point of this match. And another point on the board for the Hernans, all the way from Colorado in the USA. Leave their first English Open. Chris Wilson and Nikki Coots. Chris Wilson from the Wells Pickleball Club. Nikki Coots from Dorset. Oh, and some nice dinking fast hands action, and that will settle Nikki Coots and Chris Wilson down a little bit. And Javier Hernan definitely showing his ability in the early stages of this match. Chris Wilson set it up nicely with the drive onto Javier's forehand, but couldn't punish the follow-up. Just wide from Nicky Coots. And they're playing very sharp pickleball, are the Hernans, taking a 4-point lead early stages. Oh! And that is a fantastic reaction from Chris Wilson to block that ball back into play from Hernan's power overhead, but in the end, it's come to naught and a 6-0 lead, and Chris Wilson and Nicky Coots have a big mountain to climb now. They've been a bit overwhelmed in this first game, and it's not easy conditions here. You're facing a pair, Javier Hernan, who seems to want to completely dominate the court, and it's a lovely movement across. Anything high, he's punishing. Chris Wilson did well yesterday, played in the men's 50-plus senior open, excuse me, with Darren Cornish and reached the quarterfinals in that stage. So, a very strong player. This is Nicky Coots' first English Open. And hopefully they can get a couple of points on the board soon. But Javier Hernan there again, coming across and dominating. And it's going to be hard to keep the ball away from him when he's got movement like that. But that is one way to keep him honest. A really good move, and Chris Wilson making exactly the right play there, steering that ball into the open space that was vacated when Hernan was moving forward to the centre. Fortunate miss there. Another point on the board, and this game's going very quickly for Coots and Wilson. And that is a good finish, and a poor lob from Javier Hernan. And a good hustling point there. It looked for a second like Hernan with an overhead was going to take control of that point, but they knuckled down well, and that brings up their first point of the match. And Chris Wilson loading up on the forehand. Slight misfire. And another misfire, and slight miscommunication, and you can tell on Chris Wilson's face there. Chris Wilson winning the gold at the English Open last year, but it was a gold in the 3.0 50-plus division in the doubles. So it shows how far he's come in the last year to now be entering the Open category. And apparently beating my co-commentator today, Chris Beaumont. Oh, and Javier Hernan shows his class there. This guy definitely knows how to play pickleball. An ATP. Brilliant, really brilliant move from him, and he looked calm and composed when he played it as well, waiting for that ball to drop and finding the angle favourably. Yeah, just on the stretch there, finding it again, the open space, Javier Hernan, and that brings up a game point in fairly quick fashion. And Hernan again, and that last point there. I hope Nicky Coots is okay. Just tagged there by the Hernan forehand. Just coming across and taking that shot from his partner. And Nicole Hernan and Javier Hernan, a really competent display from them. There will, of course, be better things to come, I'm sure, from Nicky Coots and Chris Wilson. Not really having the time to get going in that game before it was over. Both incredibly strong players themselves. They'll be looking at their next games. And it is the first game, remember. There is time and chances to come back. But really, really good performance from Hernan and Hernan. They'll be thinking they can make a move in this group. We'll be back very shortly with some more action from this division. Tracy Walker and Ian Marshall will be playing Sarah Howell and Andy Hill, so stay with us for that.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make 'em taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Falling up, you baby not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we one of one. Yeah, we one for all.
Come on, finish that.
That is a good finish and a poor loss.
To Spurway.
Absolutely. That is very true.
Liking that from Deb Hunt. Up goes the lob. There's the drive from Hunt. Salmon moves across court very well. And they only need... Oh, stop it. That point advantage. Erahon. And that, of course, puts so much pressure on the angles of Thompson. Or Williams opting to go. And Salmon. I'm going to... Oh, Dawson just... Oh, and clipping the top of the net there from Marcello Jardine. Dawson using the net. Edwards on the... Mandula. Oh my word, this is amazing. What a point. Oh, and there... Jardine on serve. Witwell moves again, and a nice deep serve, Atto Stevens. Follows up with a drive, good hands from Farman. And Stevens moves. Drive from Edwards, kick. Salmon saw the opportunity for glory.
On a nice little run this. Richardson and Tut. That'll make them feel a little bit more relieved.
First point of the day as well, I believe. And that is good hands from Rob Williams. Good reset in it.
Kelly Dawson leaning forward.
That is a good draw. Also a ruthless competitor. And we're pleased to see that they are 5-0 ahead early on in this one. And we're going to make that 6-0. Good defense on the ATP by Kenner, but Hunt is able to here. Tut pops it. Great reactions from Tut. Jonas Wall goes again and again. And he wins. Change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown. And she comes away with the point as well. On the board. Great drop there from Hunt. Witwell goes for the Ernie. Unable to... Oh, and that is away. Well placed from Fee Edwards. Saw a point lead now. And Baker responds exactly.
But just absolutely slapped away by Bonnet. Those returns are going to have to be tight, really tight.
Now, if you're going to find a way of Woods, that is such good play.
Oh, and Javier Hernan.
Nice love from Antikainen. Well retrieved by Erahon. And just out from...
Slightly dropped. I think they had this game in the bag. She's done fantastic there.
Oh, and that to stay in place for the next 4 days. Great hands from Jardine. Just punch. He's reacted well there, Youngs. Oh, but that time on goes in favour of Mandula and Rossi, who then whips another shot. Little touch to the backhand of Baker again. Opens up the space for Edwards' game. Farman with the drive. Farman clicks probably right up until he gets very, very serious.
I think you're right, Chris. The longer the... Oh!
Good response by Salmon, but a good drive by... Nice angle. The paddle of Rossi in the way. And again, dominant on... Now they'll be changing ends at 6 here in this first to 11.
And welcome back again. Another match in our mixed doubles 50+ senior open. And another look, or a first look rather, at these two pairs. Their first game of the day. Tracy Walker and Ian Marshall. And they will be playing Sarah Howell and Andy Hill. Ref just giving the instructions to them at the beginning of this game. So this is a Group D encounter. And other teams within this group, Federica Mandula, who we saw yesterday, and Ronaldo Rossi in their opening game They pickled Haley Thompson and Mark McManus. And probably the group and maybe the category favourites. I don't know. We've got some strong teams in this division. We've got Joe Brooker and Hans March. If you were watching yesterday, these will be familiar names. And obviously we've got Tracy Walker and Ian Marshall. And they are just at the end of your screen now. The fellow in the green shirt is Ian Marshall with his partner. And Sarah Howell and Andy Hill on the near side of your screens.
15 seconds.
And they are about to get us underway.
If they have one ball, where is the other ball?
Sarah Howell with the serve.
One game to 11. Change and at 6. Time in. 0-2.
And quick hands from Ian Marshall. I had the honour of playing Ian Marshall actually at the English Open last year in the semi-finals of the men's 35 plus with his partner in the men's, Sam Pearce. And he beat us. I think he beat us 15-10. Something along those lines. And you've seen the shot, and that is the shot. He's a former table tennis player, and you will see this whipped forehand that he has. It's such a weapon, and he will utilize it at any given opportunity. And you just saw about 4 in a row. He just missed that overhead long, but that is his style of play. Absolute attack and aggression moving forward into that shot. So it's whether Hill and Howell will be able to manage Ian Marshall. Ian Marshall also selected for the PPL Masters this year, so comes with a certain pedigree. So forehand wide, so still finding his range, and second opportunity to serve.
1-0-2.
Yeah, and that's the forehand. He's not missing that one. Really lovely setup play there from Tracy Walker. Going down the line and catching Andy Hill off guard. Yes, brilliant rally we've got developing, and a shame in the end. Both teams doing incredibly well. Some brilliant resets there from both Ian Marshall and Andy Hill. Good hustling play. And they're winning the exchanges, those longer exchanges at the moment are Ian Marshall and Tracy Walker. Let's see what Sarah Howell and Andy Hill can do here. And what an angle from Tracy Walker, managing to react as well to a tricky net cord. They're not giving away any easy points at all to Sarah Howell and Andy Hill. And it feels like they're knocking on the door, Howell and Hill. So there's nobody home at the moment. And it's the whip of that forehand again, just causing all sorts of problems for Sarah Howell on the forehand side, dipping well below that net. And I think her partner Andy Hill there just saying, bend your knees a little bit more to get down to it. That one wasn't slipping away from him there. A nice finish from Andy Hill. But points hard to come by at the moment. And just being pinned back, unable to get forward. It's a real challenge to get on the board for Howell and Hill.
0-5-2.
And there we go, off the mark with a nice move, a good shot down at the feet. Tracy Walker, and that brings up their first point of the game, and a little jump of excitement after that one. And that's one of the first forehands that Ian Marshall has messed up today, and so's the frustration on his face. And that one just goes long. So another opportunity at 1-5. We'll see, managed to get 1 point at the last serving opportunity, so see if they can get a foothold in this match. But another missed third there. Give themselves a chance to get into these points on their serve. And a missed forehand from Ian Marshall brings up a second point. And this game is definitely not outside the grasp of Howell and Hill. They've showed signs of establishing themselves in this game, and they are now thoroughly established. putting some pressure now on Walker and Marshall. After a strong start from them. Pinned back. Now, see what happens here. Sarah Howell quick to call it out, but Andy Hill no response, and it has gone the way of Sarah Howell and Andy Hill. So a 4th point now, and now just a 1-point game. And a steered volley from Tracy Walker goes wide, and from 5-0 down they have battled their way back, and it has been a battle. Just 1 or 2 missed thirds off that drive from Andy Hill that he will want to try and cut out. It's been an impressive comeback from them. That brings up the change of ends, so re-establishing their lead, Walker and Marshall. And Marshall just getting out a yell of relief, I think, more than anything, getting back in the lead after holding that lead, and just getting some advice here on the sidelines, and you might be able to see this. Ian Marshall and Tracy Walker getting a little bit of advice from Nathan Hill, a very seasoned player, of course, himself, PPL Masters player, a regular England international at various events, and I believe him and Ian Marshall paired up yesterday in the men's doubles open seniors 50 plus, and got through, I believe, to the quarterfinal stage, just getting pipped out 15-13.
Time in. 6-5-1.
And Ian Marshall coming across, flying and flailing and winning the point ultimately. Lovely move from him. He's full of energy on the court.
Second serve.
You know that was coming from a mile off. Ian Marshall winding up. But even if you know it's coming, there's no guarantee that that's going to help you. Whipped with such power and spin. And ready for that follow-up that he powers away. And he's coming again, but just a bit too far this time. Making the move across and just chastising himself slightly for making that move. Just that miss drop. Has the serve back, and they have re-established a 2-point lead, and now with serve in hand and a missed return means that they are within touching distance now of taking their first game of this category. And that is a lovely mix-up there from Ian Marshall, totally changing. I think we were all expecting a whip forehand, but instead came a lob. And there we go. And after a promising comeback from Howell and Hill, just slightly running out of gas towards the end, and Walker and Marshall putting the hammer down. Marshall getting that forehand going again, and Walker with a lovely placement of her shots. An impressive display from them. And that was a fun one to watch, mixture of styles and abilities, and very impressive play from both teams. And we are moving swiftly on to our next match. Players already out on court. And again, some familiar faces. And we have Claire Burggoyne and Nathan Hill. And they'll be playing the partnership of Sally Grace and Rupert Robinson. So Rupert Robinson and Sally Grace in the green with Herlands written on the backs of their shirts. Welcome back, everyone. And just a reminder, players on court and ready to go. We have Sally Grace and Rupert Robinson. The top of your screens. Sally Grace about to get us going. Claire Burggoyne and Nathan Hill at the bottom. And this is a PPL blockbuster, this one. All 4 players playing in the PPL Masters division. And will no doubt be very, very familiar with each other's game. Nathan Hill and Claire Burggoyne in the same PPL team. A good practice for them this tournament. Let's face it, it's not practice. This is the main event, the English Open. Yeah, and a should play there from Burggoyne and Nathan Hill. Burggoyne finding that angle, stretching the play. Nathan Hill coming across to cover and fire that ball away down the centre. A classic pickleball move and one that worked well. And almost a frustrated forehand there from Robinson. Yeah, really lovely play. Good reactions, court coverage, movement. Robinson puts that one away nicely. If you're watching our stream yesterday, you will, of course, have seen Rupert Robinson be successful in winning the bronze medal with his partner Chris Freilink against Richard Love and Ato Stevens in what was an absolutely classic 3-game encounter, which went almost completely the distance. I think 12-10 in the final game, I believe, and a hard-fought victory for them. So Rupert Robinson coming in with a medal to this game. Nathan Hill, as I mentioned earlier, just getting pipped out in the quarterfinals with Ian Marshall, who we watched in our previous game. Claire Burggoyne. We saw a lot of her as well. And she just got pipped out for 4th place in the Women's Open 50 plus.
Banded server from the left. 1-2-2.
So nip and tuck here, early stages of this match. And again, we've seen that move once before. The shot out wide from Burggoyne, and then the finish from Nathan Hill. Working well again there.
2-2-2.
And he's nailed it, Rupert Robinson, coming across, avoiding that kitchen, leaping like a gazelle and firing the backhand cross court, finding the line. Lovely shot from him.
2-2-1. Left foot. Wait.
And a foot fault there, I believe, from Claire Burggoyne. Gives Grace and Robinson a narrow lead.
And this server. Yes. 3-2-1. Second serve.
That ball has gone in. A lovely whipped forehand down the line from Rupert Robinson, and he is finding some form early stages of this match. Increasing their lead to 2 points now.
4-2-2. Point. Five, 2-2.
Oh, Burggoyne, her shot of the game so far. Lovely forehand angle found just past Rupert Robinson. Nothing he could do about that. And good disguise on that shot from Burggoyne. So an opportunity for them to reduce a 3-point deficit. Just a miscue. Unusual miscue for Sally Grace. Nathan Hill just punishing that high ball. And a 3-point deficit reduced to 1 with some competent play. A good pace on that shot from Sally Grace.
4-5-2.
And it is an ATP from Rupert Robinson. Whether it was going in or not is up for debate, but Nathan Hill obviously thought it was. Just clipping the end of his paddle there and showing the frustration on his face after that shot.
You're out of position.
And that wins Grayson Robinson the serve back.
4-1. Service called. Second serve.
And a foot fault called on serve. A good spot from Tara Creasy,
5-4-2.
our referee for this game. One of the top referees in the UK, in high demand currently.
Side out. You're out of place.
Now this game is warming up very nicely indeed. We're looking potentially forward to a blockbuster finish
Point.
as things level up here at 5 each.
5-5-1.
And the mistake comes from Sally Grace. And the point of the game so far. Fantastic play from both teams, but Rupert Robinson and Sally Grace just coming second best in that rally. Nathan Hill, Claire Burggoyne take a 6-5 lead into this change of ends, and they will be very, very happy with that. Both teams there showing just the high level that they can play. and some fantastic resetting. What looked like that point was gone
15 seconds.
for Nathan Hill, and Claire Burggoyne managed to get back on top and win it.
Correct. Time in. 6:51.
And that
Point.
is classic pickleball there. That is why you drill. That is why you train. Claire Burggoyne, third shot, moving forward, second drop, puts herself in position, and the third shot puts it away. Textbook play from Claire Burggoyne there. And Claire Burggoyne has stepped up her level here, and now they find themselves 3 points up with ball in hand. Yeah, just enough on that ball from Sally Grace to put the pressure on the Burggoyne backhand. But a second opportunity to increase their lead further here. Yeah, good pace. Rupert Robinson restoring order with that forehand. And then ordering his partner
5-8-1.
to the stacking position.
Second serve. 5-8-2. Side out.
And a non-scoring side out. Grayson Robinson won't help matters. Burggoyne and Hill with a real opportunity here. And taken on the forehand by Claire Burggoyne. She does apologise. I think it was an ever so slight mishit off her paddle, but she won't mind at all. 4-point lead. And that is a forehand into the net from Rupert Robinson at a critical time in the match. And now game point, 2 opportunities to come for Hill and Burggoyne. And Rupert Robinson pulling that one out. His ball just slipping past the line. So it comes down to the second opportunity.
10-5-2.
And a classic finish, and what a really strong point to finish things. Proper pickleball, lovely touch and feel from both teams, and then Burggoyne waiting for that opportunity, firing that forehand that worked so well for her throughout the game. Past the partnership of Grace and Robinson, and a really enthralling encounter, that one. Close for the majority, and then leaped away by Burggoyne and Hill, finding 6 points in a row at the end, and they'll be very happy with that. That was a pleasure to watch, and We'll be bringing more action soon enough on this court. Back-to-back matches here at this, the second day of the English Open. Sponsored, of course, by Elite Island Resorts. We'll be back with more action. And we'll be watching Federica Mandula and Ronaldo Rossi. And they'll be playing Joe Brooker and Hans March. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly indeed.
Timid, no, make him taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, falling up, you maybe not. We come from under, can we them underdogs? And we want to win, so we want for all.
Come on, finish that.
Chance of taking this match.
Good play touch. Obviously everyone looks a little bit different when they're playing the game. That was the thing, to get themselves back into this game and to have some confidence to push on. And again, Mack, Mars, good drive, good resets. Well played there, Mars and Rose from the back of the court here. Asking the question, get the net cord. Well played. Oh, good reading of the game there from Farnhill. Came central, saw the ball where she won. Points on the board. They're going to turn this one around. Good drive down the middle. Gives a few different things for the opponents to be thinking about, especially when his partner Squizzato is doing that part of the game. Oh, there we go. We've got it on camera, Andy.
So we'll be looking forward to seeing, hopefully, in later rounds, and a great finish there.
Good get there from Sabatay. Oh, and Hode looking to close the gap a little bit more. Good. The ball's dropping. It's dropped in. Brown scampering back. Oh, and you don't want to speed it up into that area.
Match.
Now, well, good get there from Sabatay. Less easy to do when you're out there on court in front of the cameras.
Absolutely. Yeah, when the nerves are going through, it's so hard.
Oh, super. Oh, and it just drops in again. That's the second one from Mack today. Not the cleanest contact. Loop from you. And again, it's away from victory in this group stage match. Oh, and Foster with a del. Trailer's done well. That's a good reset again, but Farnhill.
Hertfordshire Wizards pickable top.
Nice.
Outright.
And I like, they can just remember how that first one went, get a toe hold in this one, start to build, and that is good play there. Good reset there from Bally, 2 of them, make that 3. Oh, and a nice...
Sure, that return goes deep again as it does there. But there it is, Chris, the first point.
Lovely shot, Suzanne Rouse got... Yeah, good play. Welcome back to the 2025 English Open here from the Telford International Centre. It's Chris Beaumont back on the microphone, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. We are moving on at a great pace here at the Telford International Centre. Mixed doubles 50 plus senior open. We will see Roberto Rossi and Federico Mandula take on Joe Brooker and Hans March. You'll be familiar, those of you that have been with us so far this morning, of Rossi and Mandula. Rossi in the dark blue t-shirt, Mandula in the white top. March in the black t-shirt and headband, and his partner Joe Brooker in the purple. Now, let's tell you how they've been getting on in their groups so far this morning. So they are playing in Group D of this Senior Open. And currently that table is led by Sarah Howell and Andy Hill. Joe Brooker and Hans March have played 2, won 1, lost 1. And Federica Mandula and Ronaldo Rossi have played just the one game. We saw it on court earlier, and that was a convincing win for the Italians. So, all to play for in this one. A win for Mandula and Rossi puts them in a very good position in the group. That would mean they are still the remaining unbeaten team at that stage, depending on how Tracy Walker and Ian Marshall get on in their next one. And a win for Brooker and March also puts them in a very good position to get out of this group and into the round of 16, which will be happening later on today. So, the referee is just taking the players through the last bits and pieces as always. Well, I would imagine what we can expect to see in this is Rossi taking lots of courts, Mandula giving him the space to play his game, and I'm looking forward to seeing the strategy of March and Brooker to see how they're going to counter that, as there's a very clear game plan in place for Rossi and Mandula. Gonna have to say that Ronaldo Rossi's performance earlier on was the most dominant by any player that we've seen on Players Court so far over the 1.5 days of action here in Telford. Can he maintain that form coming into this game? Now, what else do we know about Brooker and March? Their defeats came 11-3 to the hands of Howell and Hill, who top the group currently. And their victory was 11-5 over Thompson and Nick Mannis, who have lost both their games in this event so far today. So the form guide, if anything is to go by, this should be a close encounter. And we're looking forward to the action getting underway shortly. Warm-up's just being concluded. The referee will give us a time call. He's just looking at his watch. But no shout of what time they've got left just yet. Brooker just working on her shots from the back of the court. March up at the non-volley zone line. Just working on the final bits as the referee calls them in to decide which ball will be the match ball. Mandula walking to the back of the court. She will be getting action underway here on Players Court. And Rossi just walking to the back of the court himself to place his customary blue towel in position. A little bit of superstition there for the showman. And Mandula gets the action underway. Good reactions from the middle of the court there from Rossi, forcing the error from Brooker. So the first point on the table for Federica Mandula on her serve. Nice soft return there from Brooker. Mandula looking to go cross court, unable to get enough lifts. So we have that side out. And the first serve of this game for Hands March. Nice angle from Mandula. March does well to get there. Brooker with a wonderful ATP. The ball was incredibly low. She kept it low and she kept it in. A wonderful shot from Jo Brooker. Hopefully that is going to set the tone for this one. And it will help any early nerves for Brooker on the players' court here. And Mandula getting involved there, powering her volley down the middle of the court. Impressive put away there from Federica Mandula. Interestingly, Mandula and Rossi at the moment have not chosen to switch position. We were seeing a lot of Rossi on the left-hand side of the court coming central, but on those last two rallies, Mandula has played left. And it's worked out well for them because they've got the side out and they've got the ball back in their hands for serve. March coming central that time and punching the ball down to the toes of Rossi. And this is more what we were seeing earlier. Rossi coming all the way over, but unable to control his next shot. So we have another side out. Oh, that's good from Jo Brooker. There was a shout of leave it from Rossi. Mandula played the shot, but Brooker was well set and able to whip her forehand volley across court into the corner to get their second point on the board. And again, Mandula staying left, and that has worked out very well for them indeed. A very nicely cushioned volley across the body of Hands March, who was just starting to move central again. The space was left, and Mandula capitalised on it. Just long from Rossi on that sliced return. Two-point advantage has opened up now. Lovely drop from Brooker to the backhand of Mandula. She was unable to get low enough to lift up and over back into the non-volley zone. Goes into the net. A 4-1 lead for Brooker and March. Rossi putting that one away. Low down to the right-hand side of Jo Brooker, unable to do anything with that one. So we have a side out. Mandula just moving over to the right-hand side of Rossi, who's now gone left. And that one just floats high and wide from Mandula. Rossi and Mandula not having it exactly their own way. Different to the first game we saw them play here on Players Court earlier this morning. Lob up, Brooker deals with it. Oh, but just goes through that one. And the ball sails long out of the court. That is a good return from Hands March. Kissing the line. Deep return. Getting Mandula onto the back foot, and she's unable to guide that third anywhere near her intended target. So it's a side out. March with the opportunity to put a little bit more distance between the two teams. They lead 4-2 at the moment.
4-2-1.
March going for the big drive, hitting the top of the net. Brooker popping up, Mandula taking the opportunity to hit down to the toes, and that ball then goes out. So a non-scoring side out. Good opportunity for Mandula and Rossi to get themselves closer to their opponent's score. Oh, good hands from Rossi. Forces March into a bit of a jab, and that jab goes into the net. So they are now just 1 point behind here on Players Court. That's a good drop from Mandula. She progresses through the transition, drives it into March, and takes it to a level score.
4-4-1.
And that time the drive from Mandula, not quite high enough, just kissing the top of the net. Second serve for Rossi. And Brooker just unable to steer that double-handed backhand into court. That return goes wide, so an easy point there for Rossi. And overpowering that drive. March dealt very well with the dipping third initially. Kept low, got a bit of depth on his shot, and then Rossi pushing that one too long. Good angle from Mandula. March looking to work the ball round the side. Rossi just watching it land outside of the court.
4-5-2.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Brooker. Mandula was a little bit jammed to the left of the court. Rossi left a gap in the middle. And Brooker putting it down the middle into the gap. We might have a slight confusion on score. I think Rossi thinks it's time to change ends. He would be wrong. He's not convinced he's wrong, however, as he comes to put his blue towel back at the back of the court. And they are just checking on where we need to be now. Brooker and Mandula just sharing a little laugh. No, we're moving around again. Sort of scene we see at many a pickleball court up and down the country on a daily basis. What's the score? Where shall I be standing? Whose serve is it? And Brooker there just clipping her third into the net. So it is a side out. The score is 5-5-1. Rossi is on serve.
5-5-1.
That's a good get from Mandula. Rossi's across. Ball goes up. Brooker goes for placement. Good hands, Rossi. Mandula as well. Oh, that should have been left. And Brooker gets out of that one. A good exchange. And Brooker goes cross court. Mandula unable to deal with that one. And it's 5-5-2. Yeah, too much width on that dink from Joe Brooker. Mandula was ready and waiting. She went for the ATP. March unable to defend it. And now we do change ends. And the score is 6-5 to Rossi and Mandula. Another high quality game taking place here on Players Court. A good atmosphere from all the players as well. Little paddle taps all round as they just change ends. Mandula taking on board some fluid. She will be serving, I believe, when we get the action back underway.
15 seconds.
Yeah. A lot left in this game. One of those ones that's very difficult to predict which way it could end up. Momentum hasn't really been prevalent for either team at this stage. Points have been exchanging hands fairly frequently. Whichever team can go on a little run now probably gives them the very good chance of walking away with a victory in this game. Brooker looking to go cross court again, but just pushes that one wide. Rossi is leaving a little bit of space though when he comes central. Maybe Brooker could think about going down the side of him as he comes into that middle position. Oh, she looked to drop that one in. And a couple of errors forced off the paddle of Joe Brooker now. And suddenly we have a bit of distance. 8-5 is the score. Well, that's a good get from Brooker. Well done, Joe Brooker. Stood toe-to-toe with Ronaldo Rossi there and came out on top of that battle. Once again, we were seeing Rossi go all the way over to the forehand side of Mandula. But he was able to get back. But Brooker then capitalised and won that hands battle. Brooker just unable to get that one over the net. Still very much going with that cross-court strategy, despite the amount of space being left by Ronaldo Rossi on his backhand side. March whipping that one long down the line. So a non-scoring side out there. Ball back with Mandula. And that return from Joe Brooker goes long. So they are now 2 points away from victory in this group stage match. Booming drive from Rossi. And Brooker just lifting it up into Rossi's arc. And he's able to power the ball back. And moves them to 1 point away from victory. Game point here in this Senior Open Mixed Doubles group stage game. And Rossi stepping in for the drive, hitting the net, but they still have a second serve in the bank. Another opportunity to close this game out. Close it out they do. Hands March putting his return into the net. It took them a little bit of time to get going in that one, but Rossi and Mandula stick true to their plan and they come away with the 11-5 victory. March and Brooker played some good stuff but weren't able to do it consistently enough for long enough. But it's a win for Rossi and Mandula. That gives them 2 from 2 now in this group. Puts them into a very healthy position, unbeaten, looking to get themselves into the round of 16. Very enjoyable game indeed. And that gives me the opportunity then to let you know who's going to be next on court here on Players Court. We are going to see Bayamar May Teot and Colin Cuthbert take on Claire Burggoyne and Nathan Hill. That game will be coming up shortly here at the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda on Players Court.
shot. Yep.
Oh, and that's a...
Hertfordshire Wizards pickable top.
Nice. Lovely shot, Suzanne Rouse. They can just remember how that first one went. Get a toe hold in this one. Start to build. And that is good play there.
A really high quality match.
Yeah, very much so. Oh, and that is well played. Points on the board if they're going to turn this one around. Good drive down the middle.
Interesting indeed.
McCoon unlucky. Drive home this advantage that they've built up.
An earned point. They can do it.
Good get there from Sabatay.
Players from opposing teams wearing the Cambridge Pickleball Club top, so...
Oh, I like that a lot. Well played. Find a way to get some points on the boards. And that's not how...
2-1.
Just out there from... Good attack again. Nice angle, Julie Mack there. It's away from victory in this group stage match. Oh, and Foster with an
That's really good pickleball brain.
Sometimes. Good. See. Farnhill does very well there, getting
Chance of taking this match.
good play from Muir. And again. And there we go, there's one of them, Tim. Nice put away there.
A 3-point lead down to 1.
Oh, Tyler nearly got. Around the post. Good. They can get back into the game at this point. Roy Eastwood is still on fire. As soon as I say that, Tallinn.
Oh,
Got to stop. What a good... Oh, that's a very delicate... Yeah, good... And think to get themselves back into this game and to have some confidence to push on. And again, Mack. Good bit of play. Good deep serve, that one from Nick Mannis. Costa. This is a fantastic exchange. Oh, and it ends. And going getting
The court right now.
Oh, good placement there from Cordell. Good reading of the game there from Farnhill. Came central, saw the ball where she wanted. Picked up a 3-point advantage early on in this women's doubles match. Oh!
Struggling to get the points. We'll see if they get any more success this time around.
Well played, nice combination. Oh, and Evans. Good play, lob again. Got them scampering around. That's a great recovery from Trailer and from Brown, but Farnhill. And that's a nice bit of play. Well played. Nice on the second serve. Oh, and good.
Into the net, and he was clearly outside the kitchen area, so nothing to worry about.
Oh, and a luck. Yeah, good hands from all involved, but it's Farnhill and Bicknell closing that gap very quickly indeed. But Trailer. Good rally that. It's gone up again. Oh, what an unfortunate way. Great reset from Law, but good adjustment from Tarn. Yeah, that's good. At 8-8. Great. Direct his smash. Ball sails long. That's a good pick.
Platinum Ruse.
Nice touch from Batten there at
Outright.
and I like on gold medal, but that serve also wide.
And both teams here, and we'll see what they can do. This would be an epic comeback for the ages, and
yeah. Well, early on, now just starting to fall away a little bit. He'll need to get that back as quickly as possible. I don't know. Oh, and Bicknell.
great reactions as well once coming to the net.
Good shot from Mill. Good attack from Rout, forcing another error. Nice shot from Bally again. Great. Benefit of the net court 6-1. Placement from Muir that time, nice and calm.
With me, having a few thoughts on this semi-final, Chris. It's turning into a cracker.
Lovely shot. Good get there from Sabatay. Oh, and Hode looking. there we go. We've got it on camera, Andy. Touch. Obviously, everyone looks a little bit different when they're playing the game. That was only 3 points behind. Still early days in this group stage game. Good work. Less easy to do when you're out there on court in front of the cameras.
Absolutely. Yeah, when the nerves are going through, it's so hard.
And for Sali, moves of that wristband just helping us identify who needs to be where at the change of ends. That's him good on. But a
Match.
now, so Eastwood on serve. Short court this morning, Tim, would have been 8:20 in the morning. We're now at 5:20 in the evening. It's been a long day, and it just drops in again. That's the second one from Mack today. Not the cleanest contact. Luke.
Match, so we'll be looking forward to seeing, hopefully, in later rounds and a great finish there. And you see there.
Oh, and there we... Oh, and you don't want to speed it up into that area. Good play. Yeah, good play again from Mack.
Chris, so that goes to the second server, Phillips. Oh, and a fantastic finish there.
It's been effective so far. Oh, they're playing on. That ball looks wide, but they played it. Oh, and Beck finishes the game as he... Well, Tallinn and Eastwood going to close this gold medal final out. Has 1 point in it. Whichever team goes first in this one, you have to feel will give them a fantastic chance. Good reset there from Bally. Two of them. Make that three. Oh, and a nice... Oh, the lob's gone up. Oh, and Bignall's read it. Oh. Yeah, good play. Deep return there from Burggoyne, clipping the line. Nice angle. And there it is. Oh, she's gone in the air again. And read it on the response. Well put. Good hands battle there, Batten.
Absolutely.
Welcome back to the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. We are live from the Telford International Centre. Chris Beaumont on commentary, about to bring you the mixed doubles 50+ senior open clash between Bayamar, May Tegot and Colin Colbert, who will be taking on Claire Burggoyne and Nathan Hill. Now, there's been a little bit of a change in this group. You might have seen Sally Grace and Rupert Robertson in action earlier, but they have now withdrawn from the tournament. So we're waiting for the league tables to be updated to reflect that. So I can't really bring you into the loop on the state of play in this Group F, but we are looking forward to getting this game finally underway. So you'll have seen Nathan Hill and Claire Burggoyne earlier, but they are just wandering to the bottom of your screen right now. And up the top is Colin Colbert. In fact, I do apologise. Colin has now moved to the bottom left of your screen. And his partner, May Tegot, is on the top left. Players just going through a little bit of a warm-up now. There's been a slight delay before this game. is getting underway. Everything's been running to time like a perfect train network so far here in Telford, but we now are encountering a slight delay, so maybe we'll get things back on track as quickly as we possibly can. Now Nathan Hill called up to the England Senior European Championship squad. Very strong player, full range of shots. And his partner Claire Burggoyne, who we saw plenty of in the women's doubles yesterday as well. Colbert and May Tegot, 2 new players to me. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how they perform on this stage. The referee has called 1 minute. We will be getting this action underway in that time. So the players just going a few last warm-up shots. Hill just working on rolling those volleys deep. Colbert looking on driving the ball to his partner May Tegot. She's just working on keeping that ball back up and over. And the referee has called them in now. We will soon see who will be serving first in this Group F fixture. Plenty of other action still to come in this Mixed Doubles Senior Open on Players Court. We'll see Jeanette Vandel and Fabio Costa next. Barbara Capper and Darren Cornish soon to come. And Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali in future games. But Colin Colbert is about to get us underway here in this one. So let's see how the early stages of this match unfold. A good first serve there for Colbert. I think that might be the first ace we have seen with the first serve of the game yet in this English Open. Nice cross court there from Burggoyne. May Tegot unable to get enough underneath that to lift it back over into the non-volley zone. Hill with the angle drop. Nice change of shape again. Speeds up. Colbert looking to get on the attack there, but pushing that one into the net. So it's 1 point apiece. Good deep serve there from Claire Burggoyne. Colbert's return forced long. Never easy to get a great return when the serve is so far to the baseline. That's a nice rolling backhand there from Colin Colbert. Forced the error from Nathan Hill, who is now on serve. Colbert and May Tegot looking to keep Hill at the back of the court, and that one just forced a little bit long. And quickly a 2-point advantage has opened up for Burggoyne and Hill. Drive from Hill goes into the net. Side out. May Tegot will be on serve.
1-3-1.
And her third just clips the top of the net as well. Colbert will get another opportunity to add to their single points. Good lead there from Burggoyne. Colbert again looking to come central, but Hill and Burggoyne were able to put the ball across to May Tegot, and she pushed that one over the baseline. Nathan Hill on the drive. Flipping the shoulder at Maytagger. Quick to apologise, quick to check his opponent is okay. I don't think that did too much damage to Maytagger. She brushed that one off pretty quickly. But the ball did hit her, so that is another point to Nathan Hill. Hill speeding up. To no effect that time. Ball pops up for Maytagger to drive the volley down to the knees of Claire Burggoyne. That'll be their second serve. 4-1 advantage early on in this Group F fixture. Drive from Hill, probably going long. Maytagger ducked low there, but which made her think the ball might not have been sailing out, but it certainly was going to be. And her volley ended up in the net. Ball goes up, Hill spins around, just drops it back over. Oh, and Colbert dangled the bait there to Burggoyne. She bit and puts the volley into the net. Good attack from Hill. Down to the toes. Colin Colbert, I apologise. That's where we want to be hitting the ball. Where we can hit down, we aim for the feet. Very difficult to jam the ball back up from that position. Foot fault called on Nathan Hill. So a second point for Colbert and Maytagger. Burggoyne pulling that volley wide. Just needs that little bit more control. 3 points on the board now for Colbert and Maytagger. They are clawing their way back into this fixture, little by little. Pulled out by Colbert and Maytagger. Point is given by the referee. Nice touch from Maytagger at the non-volley zone line. Forces the mistake from Burggoyne. And they've got themselves level. It's now 5 apiece in this match.
5-5-2.
Second serve still with Colbert. Burggoyne changes her mind and gets away with it. Ball just kissing the net but dropping wide of the court. So side out, the ball is back on the paddle of Nathan Hill. It is his serve. First to 6 when change ends. And first to 11 win by 1 gives us the final result here. Good drive by Hill. Forces the error. Volley going into the net and we are changing end. 6-5 lead to Burggoyne and Hill in this Group F fixture. Both players just retreating. Getting a little bit of fluid on board. Quite warm here in the Telford International Centre. Important for the players to stay hydrated. And it's going to be Nathan Hill who will get us back underway. 6-5 up. in this group fixture. Just a reminder that groups A, B and C completed earlier today in this mixed double senior open, and it is groups D, E and F who are now playing their fixtures to see which teams make their way through to the round of 16. Cross court from Burggoyne, doesn't come off, goes into the net. Second serve, Burggoyne will be taking it.
6-5-2.
Hill speeding up to Maytagger, who deals with the first one, deals with the second one, deals with the third one, the fourth one, and the fifth one, possibly the sixth one, but couldn't do the seventh one. Good play from both players there, but Hill kept his composure and then went for the kill shots, and that gives them a 2-point advantage now in this fixture. Good serve from Burggoyne, fantastic return. Oh, and Maytagger not balanced at the line, drives that volley into the net. A little bit of daylight opening up now for Burggoyne and Hill. They lead by 3 on their second serve. Big slice from Maytagger. Oh, and Colbert will want that one back. He changed his mind, he let the ball bounce, and then put his shot into the net. So 4-point advantage. Burggoyne and Hill need 2 more points to win this fixture. First to 11. Good hands. Nice fast hands. They both go for the same ball. And Colbert isn't going to get across to that one. And Burggoyne and Hill now find themselves with game points. Just one serve to get it closed out with. Just long from Burggoyne. She gave it the early call. She knew what she wanted to do, but was unable to execute on that occasion, just sending it long. So Maytagger and Colbert have a chance to find a way back into this. Big drive from Colbert down the middle. Gets him another point. Closes that gap to 4. Ball goes up. Great recovery from Colbert. It goes up again. And another great recovery. And they've come out with the point. Good work from Colbert on the defence there. Forced the error purely by keeping that ball in play, asking another question. Burggoyne punching wide. So 7-10-1. Can they close the gap further? Little kiss off the net there. Speeding up on Hill. And this time he's able to direct his backhand volley down to the shins of Colin Colbert.
7-10-2.
Second serve. This is the net again from May. Patience from Hill. Speed up. Patience. There's the lob. Oh, he held his pose in the air, but unable to direct the volley down early enough. And it sails into the advertising hoardings. So, Burggoyne and Hill will now have 2 opportunities to close this game out. 10-7 up on their first serve.
10-7-1.
Good deep serve from Burggoyne, sets it up for Hill. Well played though, Colbert. Just pushes it in to Burggoyne, who's unable to volley it back over the nets. they've got out of that one. They're going to get another chance to close the gap here. Burggoyne and Hill unable to take the opportunity to get this match done. Oh, Colbert, that is the time to bring out that kind of shot. He whips it down the line. And they've reduced the gap to 2 points now. Could there be elements of doubt starting to slip into the mind of Claire Burggoyne and Nathan Hill? Colbert's done well to get across, but unable to lift it back up over the net. So we're on to second serve. Good shot there by Burggoyne, creating the width. Big drive, it's up in the air, he's waited for it again. But this time he doesn't miss, placing it down to the toes of Claire Burggoyne. The deficit is now 1. Colbert still on serve. Hill goes deep. Well played. Oh, and they've got the score level. Good composed play there by Teot. Hill forced into the error. And we have a 1 point shootout now on the serve of Colin Colbert. That's a great return from Burggoyne. The ball goes in the air. Colbert's retrieved it again. And it's kissed the line. An incredible lob to finish the game. That is one of the best comebacks we have seen here on Players Court. Well out of that game, but they did not give up. And they kept grinding point by point to the point where they were able to take that one 11-10. Nathan Hill walking away with the look of a man who knows he's left a victory on the table there. Claire Burggoyne just signing off the scorecard. That was incredible drama here on Players Court. A very nice game to bring me back into the action after a very short lunch break. Hopefully we get more of those in the coming matches. Well done again to Teot and Colin Colbert, winning 11-10 against Claire Burggoyne and Nathan Hill in the Group F of the Senior Open. And we're going to be bringing you Jeanette Vanell and Fabio Costa against Marcia Odbert and Italian national team player Federico Pasquali in the next match. We had great entertainment with Fabio Costa yesterday in the men's doubles. We saw a lot of Jeanette Vanell in the women's doubles. Marcia Odbert also starred, but it'll be the first time I've seen Federico Pasquali since the European Championships of last year. So very much looking forward to the next fixture in the mixed double Senior Open here at the English Open 2025. And of course, it isn't only the mixed double Senior Open that is taking place here at Telford today. As the camera pans around this incredible venue at the Telford International Centre, you can see action on so many other courts. We pan round and you can see flags denoting all the different countries that are represented here this week in Telford. And you can see the amount of people that are fully engrossed in the matches that are taking place as we speak. We are fortunate enough to bring you action here on this live stream court, but the quality of play throughout the venue, as I've walked around watching some of the other games so far today, has been very, very high indeed. And we're looking forward to now bringing you the next one, which will be coming up shortly.
so yeah, they are playing in Farman. Okay. I will wait for them. Should I tomorrow when they can
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up your face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying. Nice lot from Antikainen. Well retrieved by Erahon. And just out from. He's reacted well there, Youngs. Oh, but that time unable. Nice angle. Good reset in it. Drive from Edwards. Kid.
That is a good finish and a poor loss. Oh, and Javier Hernan.
Salmon saw the opportunity for glory. Edwards. That is such good play. Little touch to the backhand of Baker again. Opens up the space for Edwards. Nice drop from Witwell. Good on the board. Great drop there from Hans. Witwell goes to the Ernie. Unable to... Edwards on the... Oh, Williams opting to go. Good response by Salmon, but a good... Welcome back to the English Open, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the Telford International Centre, brought to you by Elite Island Resort, Antigua and Barbuda, and we are moving on to the next mixed doubles Senior Open fixture. This one is between Jeanette Vanell and Fabio Costa, who are playing Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali. Looking forward to this game. I was very impressed by Fabio Costa yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Pasquali on court, having been thoroughly impressed by him in the European Championships last year. So, to give you the state of play in this division, I know that Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali have won 2 from 2. They beat previous group leaders, Kirsty Gray and Chris Freiling, a moment or two ago on number 1 court, winning that game 11-10, so incredibly close. And Jeanette Vanell and Fabio Costa are looking to get their first victory of this bracket, so they will be looking to capitalise on this game. This game will hopefully be getting underway shortly on Players Court. The players are just warming up. So bottom right of your screen is Marcia Odbert, and to the top right of your screen, also in burgundy, is Pasquali. Bending over at the moment, just doing his shoelaces up, is Fabio Costa, and waiting to get warmed up is Jeanette Vanell. We appear to be having some kind of interview going on top left, which might just delay the start of this one. But the players are pretty much ready for action. The referee is asking them to get going, which means we're going to need that person off the court for sure. The referee is just walking over. And surely by people now, there is only 1 or 2 people allowed to have a microphone on this court. It will either be me or Tim Spurway. And the referee clearing people away so we can get this group game underway. Marcia Odbert is going to serve first. 0-0-2. Oh, and Pasquali hitting the net on his first volley. And apparently Odbert and Pasquali were comfortably ahead in their previous game against Gray and Freiling, but Gray and Freiling fought their way back in. So the advice to Costa and Vanell would be, do not give up on this game at any single point, because you could be let back in. Costa looking to think to Odbert, but hitting the net. 0-0-2, Costa on serve. Good reactions from Odbert. Costa moving central, and again, forcing the error from Odbert, who got caught mid-court there. Other side for Costa to serve. He's 1-0-2. Vanell with a bit too much height on that one, allowing Odbert to step in, punch it to the backhand of Costa, and that ball jams down into the net. Costa with a slice return. Looks to keep them back. As progressing through the transition zone nicely though. Pasquali thinking. Great reflexes from Pasquali. Odbert on the attack. Hits the 2E into the net. Some great hand speed there though from Pasquali. Big smile on his face. Nice little exchange. Fabio Costa needing to do his shoelaces up for the second time already in this game. Bit early to be delaying tactics. I'm sure it was more of a case of those laces were genuinely undone. and Vanell has put it wide. An amazing battle. All 4 players fully involved. Great touches, great positioning. The chance opened up for Vanell, and she's pulled it wide. Shaking her head still. Just checking on the score. Pasquali on serve. Costa opting for the slice return again. Vanell pinning Odbert at the back of the court. And she's unable to lift the ball into the mind your back, Mr. Costa. It looks like that was about to topple over the advertising hoardings there. We've seen it go one way with David Young today. We've not seen it come this way. Costa wisely just going to check that all is well, all is good. It's nice and light. No real damage would be done. Costa looking to drive on the two-handed backhand there. That goes into the net. Well placed from Fabio Costa. Pasquali knows he gave that one a bit too much height. Costa capitalised, controlled the shot, and it went nice and deep, but in. And that gets another point on the board for Vanell and Costa. Pasquali atoning for his previous error. Nice depth on that flick. Goes through Vanell. And we have a side out. Pasquali on serve. Very evenly matched so far in this game. That's a nice combination from Pasquali. Drives to the feet of Vanell. It pops up, drives to the feet of Costa. It goes into the net. Costa going slice return again. There's the switch of position from Odbert and Costa. Drives at Pasquali, who reacts! Incredible reflexes from Federico Pasquali. And he's able to divert that ball back for a winner. Excellent work by the Italian. So it's 3, which means Pasquali will be serving from the right of the court. Referee just checking. Costa having a chat with Vanell, passing on some tactical advice. Giving the hand signal of what move they're going to do from the stack. And they're holding their position. Pasquali getting use of the net. Vanell's done so well to keep this going, and she's got good width. Odbert on the speed up. Vanell stays strong and plays the ball down to the toes of Pasquali. Shakes his head in disappointment. And Odbert there just dropping the ball into the net. And they are just checking the situation score-wise once again. Odbert, Pasquali. Odbert giving the hand signal to Pasquali what they're going to do in this stacking situation. You can expect to see Pasquali shift left, I would imagine. Yep, there's the switch. Costa goes to the space. Pasquali reads it perfectly, punches that volley down to the sides. A great bit of work there from Odbert and Pasquali. Costa on serve, second serve. Good reactions from Pasquali. Costa on the attack, just goes fractionally long. So it's a side out. Federico Pasquali back on serve. Still very close this game, even closer again as Pasquali has clipped the net with that serve. Odbert will be serving second time around here. Shorter slice return that time from Costa. Great, looks for the Ernie, gets back into position. Vanell going behind, going across. Ball pops up and Costa is able to roll through and finish that rally. Good play from Costa and Vanell.
2-3-1.
Bit of depth, ball pops up. Odbert on the attack. They both attack. And this time Odbert on her own is able to finish that one. Sometimes one paddle is better than two. That's a fine put away from Marcia Odbert.
2-3-2.
Points hard to come by at this moment in time for both teams. Vanell pops that one up again. Odbert needs no second invitation to push that ball across Janet Vanell for the clean winner. So another non-scoring side out. Pasquali about to get us back underway again. And there we have a point. Ball just staying a little bit low on Vanell. She pushes her return into the net.
4-2-1.
Federico Pasquali now has a 2-point lead on his serve. Plenty of slice in that one. Costa moving and again. Oh, Pasquali so close to a wonderful shot. Very, very close indeed. Vanell had to ignore the call of out from her partner Costa. Sliced the ball deep. Pasquali saw a gap, thought he was going to curl it around. Didn't quite execute, but a fine effort from the Italian.
4-2-2.
Odbert on the second serve. Gets the benefit of the net cord. It lifts up. And Costa's unable to change position quickly enough. And it is a 5th point on the board for Odbert and Pasquali. We will change ends when one of the teams gets to 6. And this is still first to 11, win by 1 at this stage of proceedings. Big drive from Pasquali. Goes long. Vanell on serve. Oh, misjudgment there from Vanell. Ball drops in from Odbert. Just enough drop at the end there for it to end up on the baseline. Costa with a very nicely placed shot there. Odbert caught in the middle of the court. The ball going down to her ankles. Unable to do much with that at all. 3-5. Costa on serve. Bit of extra lift there, allowed Vanell to get in there, and she's just guided that ball down the backhand side. Very nicely placed shots. And they have now reduced the arrears to a single point again. We are getting so many tightly contested fixtures here on Players Court today in the English Open. This is yet another one.
4-5-2.
And Odbert going cross court, forcing the error from Vanell. Side out. Opportunity for Pasquali and Odbert to get to 6 first. And we will get that change of ends. Big drive. Followed up by Odbert. Costa's battling. But he loses that battle. Getting quite animated with his partner on that occasion. 6-4, we will be changing ends. It looks like Pasquali and Odbert have remembered that fact. Costa and Vanell about to do so. And as I mentioned a few moments ago, we are being treated to an exceptional standard of pickleball here in this mixed doubles open tournament. Very few clear and obvious winners in these matches. This is another one that is so tightly contested. And that's why this group is a tight group. Now, as we said in their previous game, Odbert and Pasquali found themselves 9-2 up before letting Gray and Freiling back into the reckoning, before then just turning it around once again and being able to close that game out. So, no reason for Vanell and Costa to think that they are out of this yet by any stretch of the imagination. They can just keep their quality, keep their composure, make the right decisions. This game could still go either way. Costa just popping off court again quickly. Just seems to have forgotten something. Changing glasses maybe? Giving the glasses a wipe down. The amount of sweat that is probably being sweated is the only word I can come up with there. What does sweat do? I presume it sweats. Might be getting into the glasses there, so making sure he's now fog free and ready to get on with this game. So Pasquali on serve, 6-4 advantage. Big drive from Pasquali. And just like at the start of the game, his follow-up volley goes into the net. But they have a second serve, so more opportunity to strengthen their position. Which they do, very much being helped by the net cord up and over the paddle of Costa. And that now gives them a 3-point lead.
7-4-2.
Good slice return again from Costa. He's favoured that a lot so far today. Angles from Vanell. Goes a little bit more central this time, but Costa doesn't put the ball down and in. He puts the ball long. Apologising to his partner. Makes his way up to the non-volley zone line now. It's a 4-point advantage for Odbert Pasquali. That does actually feel like quite a big moment in this game, especially when Pasquali gets on the attack and forces another error from the paddle of Vanell. Costa just muttering a few words to himself in Italian there, looking to motivate. He knows that they've got to start turning this one around. Odbert comes central. Was it the right choice though? Possibly not, because Costa repelled the ball to the space she had vacated and Odbert wasn't able to get back there in time. So a side out and a chance now for Vanell and Costa to repair some of the score damage.
4-9-1.
Costa went looking for the Ernie. It wasn't quite there. Now the ball's in the air. And it's there again. And Pasquali isn't going to miss out on that one. Second serve. Still 5 points behind here. Vanell and Costa. Opting to go cross-court to Odbert. Again, little flick off the net. She's gone. Oh, what a recovery from Costa. Oh, and Costa again. Just with the softest of paddles. Lets the ball do the work, and he just nudges it down the line of Odbert. And that's an important point for Vanell and Costa. They could do with another couple, though, in this service routine. And that is not the shot he wanted to do. Drives the ball into the net and hands the advantage straight back over to Pasquali. And Odbert. Pasquali on serve. 2 points away from victory here in this group stage match. Oh, and we've seen that a couple of times. The ball flicking up off the net over the paddle of Costa. He has a rueful smile on his face, but he knows that has given his opponents game points here. Pasquali will be serving at 10-5. Can they close this one out? They can indeed. Pasquali just rolls it down the line. A good game we've just seen here on Players Court. Pasquali and Odbert win that one 11-5. And they continue their march towards the round of 16 here in the Mixed Doubles Senior Open. We will be back shortly with more action here on number 6 court, where we will see Vanessa Waite and Stephen Lucas take on Barbara Kappa and Darren Cornish. And there is no rest for the wicked here at the English Open. We are moving straight on to the next game in the same group of the Mixed Doubles Senior Open. Bottom right of your screen is Barbara Kappa. She's warming up with her partner Darren Cornish in the black top with the red, yellow and green stripes across the right shoulder. Bottom left of your screen is Stephen Lucas. He's warming up with his partner Vanessa Waite, who is top left of your screen as you look at it. Now I'm going to try and bring you the latest in this group if it has been updated. And unfortunately, all I know is what I knew before. But I can tell you that Kappa and Cornish, if this information is accurate, have won 1 and lost 2 of their matches so far. And Vanessa Waite and Stephen Lucas have won 1, lost 1. So all to play for in this group. We know that Odbert and Pasquali have now won 3 from 3, so I'm presuming they currently top the group, as Graham Freilink lost to Odbert and Pasquali a little earlier on. This could make it challenging for either of these two teams to do enough to slip themselves into the knockout round, but all they can do is win the next game that's in front of them and see what happens. So we await this fixture. Darren Cornish and Barbara Kappa, 2 players that I know very well. having contested matches with Cornish several times over the last year. Barbara Kappa, as I mentioned yesterday, a regular mixed partner for myself as well. I think this could be a very good partnership, given a bit of time to bloom. And this is their first major event together since joining forces. Waite and Lucas, two players I'm not as familiar with. So as ever, looking forward to seeing what they do on court in this game. Referee's looking over. Looks like she's about to make a shout. And she has indeed. She's asked for the balls to be returned, which will normally tell us whoever walks away with one of those two balls next will be getting this game underway. Cornish is being invited to choose which ball of the two they would like to play with. So I'm going to wager that Cornish and Kappa will be starting us off. Kappa is serving. Cornish just giving her a few last minute instructions. And he appears to be shuffling to the left. Cornish clearly in a better position than I am when I play with Kappa. I never get to play left when I'm on Barbara Kappa's team. I'm going to make a note of this for our upcoming league fixtures taking place shortly after the English Open. If Darren gets to do it, I'm sure I can too. Opening side out there, the ball goes over to Vanessa Waite. She will now be on serve. Deep return, Kappa. Good shot from Vanessa Waite. Cornish left a little bit of space there on the backhand side, but Waite capitalised on it immediately, just pushing that ball down the line. Showing you don't have to whack the ball and pick a ball. Placement over power. Very nicely guided. Kappa on the attack. Mistake from Waite. Second serve.
1-0-2.
Quick reactions from Kappa. Slight miss hit though. Cornish reacts well. And again. And wins the speed of hand there. One thing I do like about Darren Cornish is he does have quick hands at that non-volley zone line. And he showed that to great effect in that exchange. Good reset, Kappa. Cornish on the drive. Kappa again. Cornish getting the benefit of the net cord on that one. Ball flicks up and into Vanessa Waite. Lucas showing some athleticism there to hop the barrier to go and retrieve the ball from the adjacent court. And it's going to be Kappa on serve. Not enough width on that one for Kappa to attempt the ATP really. Very thick posts here on this particular net. You need that extra little bit of width before looking to go around the post. Lucas giving a freebie there. That one going long. Kappa looking to rip that forehand. Not making the cleanest of contact. Ball sails into the net. And it's a side out. Stephen Lucas on serve. And Kappa's return just goes wide of the court. So both teams having given away a free point to their opponents by not getting their return in play. Cornish a little bit deeper that time, but that is a nice shot from Stephen Lucas. Again, the smallest of gaps to place the ball through. Good penetration there from Lucas. Straight down the middle. Straight as an arrow, but not overhitting it. Didn't have to go too hard. Just use placement. Follows it up with a good serve, which caused Barbara Kappa some trouble there. Waite and Lucas have opened up a 2-point advantage. Deep from Cornish. There's that little volley that we've seen many times before from Barbara Kappa. Deft as deft can be, just dropping it into the non-volley zone. Lovely little touch. Moves them over to second serve. Lucas is getting a little bit caught in the middle of the court there. Ball passes over. Kappa on serve. 2-4. Looking to continue to chip away at that very small deficit. Cornish getting the net cord again. Ball just goes into the non-volley zone. Waite had no chance of reacting quick enough to do anything with that one. So a third point on the board for Kappa and Cornish. Good hands from Waite. Down low to the right of Kappa. She's unable to do enough to get the ball back up and over. Short return from Waite. And I think Cornish has called that one in. No, that ball's long. Kappa comes central, forces the error from Waite. So a nice little run of points here for Cornish and Kappa. They picked up the last 3 in a row, have a single point advantage. They will change ends at 6 in this first to 11 win by 1 encounter. A little bit of the nets in play. Oh, and Lucas has done it again. Just saw that gap very calmly. Pushes the ball down the middle. Splits the difference between Kappa and Cornish. Side out, Waite on serve. Ball goes up, but goes long. Cornish getting to the back of the court. Didn't need to do anything with it, as the ball just landed long of the baseline. Two-hander from Kappa, moves across, doesn't control that volley and punches long. So the scores are tied again at 5 apiece. Stephen Lucas on serve. Short return from Cornish. Good hands though from Cornish, got across to the middle well, attacked the middle. And the ball deflects wide off the paddle of Vanessa Waite. So we have another side out. The slight confusion on the score there. I don't believe that is 6-5 to Waite and Lucas, because Cornish just came off better on that side of exchanges. But we have to go with what the referee says. Means we're going to have to get our very best listening ears in play to find out what the score is. But if it is 6, they'll be changing ends. I believe the score is 5-5. But it wouldn't be the first time in this English Open that I've been completely wrong. But we're still none the wiser. Any second now we should find out what the state of play is in this Senior Open Mixed Doubles clash. And we are still waiting for that final bit of confirmation. Either way, we know it's a close one. Just to repeat, we believe the score to be 5-5 here in the commentary booth. Kappa is moving to the back of the court, ball in hands. Wait for the call, and it's Cornish serving, so it should be 5-5. Yes, 5-5-1, we are correct. That was the side out generated. That's a nice touch from Lucas. Cornish progresses. Oh, and the mistake forced there by Kappa. Lucas looking to chop underneath that dink. Doesn't get it up and over the net. And now we can change ends at 6-5. to Darren Cornish and Barbara Kappa. Another close game here on the Players' Court. Only 1 point difference. How many times have we said that so far today on day 2 of the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. Another solid day of action here on Players' Court. Some exceptional pickleball is being played. And when this game gets back underway, Darren Cornish will be serving at 6-5-1. And we are back underway. Drive from Cornish. Didn't quite follow up with that little drop that he was hoping for. Ball just goes into the net. 6-5-2, Kappa. Opts for a slice serve. Drive from Cornish again, just clipping the top of the net. So the ball passes over, what we call a side out in pickleball. Once one serving routine is finished and it's the other team's turn to serve, it's called a side out. Kappa on the smash. Goes long from Waite. So a second serve. Vanessa Waite. 5-6-2. Little bit of curve on that one. Kappa looking to get Waite moving. She did so well to get there. But touched the net according to the referee. I have to say I did see a little bit of a ripple in the netting on that one. Waite did exceptionally well to get up to the ball. Kappa just with that deft little touch that we see so often from her when the ball is there on the volley. Cornish on the drive. Kappa resetting. Bit too much height, but she's done well. Still a bit too much height. Good resets, but she couldn't do it again. You've got to get one of those resets to land in the non-volley zone to give yourself the best chance of re-establishing yourself in the point. And eventually, Lucas and Waite were able to punish. Nice shot, Barbara Kappa, though. Lucas pinned at the back of the court, the ball going down to his ankles. Not a lot he could do with that one from that position. And Kappa and Cornish have opened up a 2-point lead now. Just long from Stephen Lucas. Little bit hurried. Just pushed that one a bit too hard. 3 points. Here's the gap. Cornish comes over. Oh my word, he's got there. Kappa goes for the lob. Cornish gets back. And we nearly see the advertising hoardings go for the second time today. Not quite at the David Young's level of going through the boarding. Cornish scampering back to try and retrieve. And we are all good and ready to proceed. So that is a side out. It is now 5-8. Stephen Lucas on serve. Good hand speed, Darren Cornish. Ball popped up into that arc and he has slammed that down the middle. Good bit of play, good combination work. And my advice would be don't lob the ball up to Barbara Kappa like that. She does not need much excuse to be aggressive on the ball, and she smashes that one to the back of the court. Cornish on the move, but smashes that one into the net. I'm liking his intention there, though. Closing that middle space, and I often think whoever dominates the middle dominates the match. Cornish is getting a little bit over-eager there on that drive too, and the ball sails far out of the court. So a non-scoring side out there gives Lucas and Waite the opportunity to get back into this one. They are 3 points behind. They need to make a bit of an impact here. Good touch from Waite and Kappa. Kappa gets the chance to smash the ball once again, and she does it efficiently down to the ankles of Vanessa Waite. Played by Waite. Dangles the carrot to Kappa. She pops that volley into the net. Good deep serve. Good drive from Lucas. Kappa tries to push him back. Cornish tries to push them back as well. Everyone's now up at the kitchen line. Cornish off balance. Puts that ball into the net. 1 point difference now. Good little fight back taking place here from Waite and Lucas. Can they draw this game level? Oh, and it's about time they got a little bit of luck on the net cord. Flicks up and over the paddle of Barbara Kappa, and we have a tied game at 8-8. So many of these matches today have been nip and tuck in terms of point scoring, and that is a good bit of work from Stephen Lucas. Drives it down to the feet of Kappa, and they now lead 9 points to 8. Reminder, first to 11 win by 1. Oh, Kappa off balance, didn't move the feet. Just replaying that shot there, playing the shot she would have liked to have played rather than the shot she did. Game point, Waite Lucas. Well played, Barbara Kappa. Maintains her position on court. The ball pops up and she is able to smash it down. So they have got a chance to get back into this. 1 game point saved. They're now on serve. Cornish with the whip. Cornish ice cream whip. There must be something I can do with those combination of words, but my brain is not working fast enough to put them into the right order. Kappa on serve, 1 point difference now. Oh, and where we saw a good one from Cornish a moment ago, we've not seen such a good one on that one. That drive going into the nets. But they still have a second serve. Can they tie this game up at 10s? They can indeed. Good hand speed again from Darren Cornish. Gets the score to 10-10. First to 11 win by 1. It is on the serve of Darren Cornish. Can they do it this time? Little bit of net. Oh, and Cornish leans in. Punches it into the net, and they have handed the opportunity to Vanessa Waite and Stephen Lucas. Waite will be serving at 10-10. They have 2 chances to close this game out. And they're going to need the second of those 2 chances. Waite going for the line, missing it by some distance. Stephen Lucas now taking a moment to compose himself. Goes for the safe serve. Cornish returns. Oh, and they've left it. And that ball goes down the middle. Good penetration again there from Lucas. Saw a gap down the middle, and as we've seen several times in that game, stayed low, stayed calm, and just gave it a push. Another cracking game played out on Players Court. Finishes 11-10 to Vanessa Waite and Stephen Lucas. Kappa and Cornish had their chances in that one. They'll be disappointed the game got away from them, but get away from it it did. And they will have to move on now in this mixed doubles 50+ senior open. What have we got coming up for you next on Players Court? Looking at my list, it's a very quick turnaround for Vanessa Waite and Stephen Lucas. They are going to be straight back on court up against Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali. We will be bringing you that game shortly on Players Court. Back soon.
we should have had that point, you see. That point would have made all the difference. I'm still 100% certain I didn't I know, I knew it was 5. I was about that far off.
Oh, you were just coming in. People said
Didn't touch it.
Dawson was 6 5 seconds.
Okay, no worries.
Welcome back to Players Court here at the English Open 2025. The game we are about to bring you live and exclusively is Vanessa Waite and Stephen Lucas against Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali. We just saw Waite and Lucas win a very tight encounter 11-10 against Cornish and Kappa, and now they immediately get to go again against the unbeaten Odbert and Pasquali. So a different challenge lies ahead for Vanessa Waite and Lucas. They will be getting us underway. Vanessa Waite serving from the top left of your screen. Her partner Stephen Lucas in the blue t-shirt. Pasquali in the burgundy tee. And Marcia Odbert just hitting her return long there. So Vanessa Waite gets a point on the board immediately. They'll be looking to establish themselves into this game as quickly as possible. But Odbert gets a little bit of help from the net cord. And gets the early side out. Pasquali moving all the way across court there to take that third. Popped up by Vanessa Waite. You can't give that much room to Federico Pasquali. He needs no second invitation to pop that one away. So, that 1 point advantage. Oh, that 2 point advantage quickly taken. 1-1-1. Long serve. Moves it over to 1-1-2. Good deep serve from Pasquali. Equally deep return from Lucas. Created the position for him to find a nice angle Odbert unable to get to the ball in time to control her shots. And we have another side out. Early days in this group game. Odbert and Pasquali looking to continue their winning run. Pasquali unwinding the stack and then putting his volley through the legs of Vanessa Waite. Second serve. Lucas moves central. Pasquali goes to the space left by Lucas. Very easy. Little roll. There you go, mate. Nice little roll down the line. Easy work there for Pasquali. Good deep serve again. This time Lucas unable to match the serve. Pulls it wide to the right of Odbert. Nice and deep again from Pasquali. Good reset from Waite. And Odbert finds the most frustrating of ways to win that point. Smacking it into the net cord and it just drops down. Vanessa Waite isn't going to be able to do a whole deal with that one. Pasquali on the drive, clips the top of the net. This time falls back to his own side. Marcia Odbert on serve. Gonna have to wait for the players to let us know what happened with that one. Ball moved quicker than my eyes. I think they've called it good. Of course, if we're not 100% certain it is out, it is 100% in. Yeah, nice placement of that one from Stephen Lucas. Just put it down low to the left-hand side of Pasquali, who was unable to scoop back up and over. Lucas comes central to drive. Waite gets a bit of height, but they've got away with that one. Pasquali unable to keep that rally going. Holds his hand up in apology to his partner. They still have a 2-point advantage, even though the serve is with Stephen Lucas. That ball goes up. Tell you what, that's dropping in. Pasquali's done so well. Does well again. Oh, well done, Odbert. Pasquali. The Italians did so well to get to the back of the court, keep that ball alive. Then they progressed back up to the line, and they were able to finish it off in style. Great work from the unbeaten pair. Constant pressure from Odbert gets the desired results. So side out, Odbert on serve. Oh, and Pasquali steps central, drives to the left hip of Stephen Lucas. He's unable to deal with that one. And Odbert, Pasquali now lead 5-2. They will change ends when one of these teams gets to 6. And that will be now, as Lucas has overreached on that one and pushed the ball wide. So we're going to have a 1-minute break as the teams change ends. Entertaining affair once again on players' court. But Odbert and Pasquali looking in control of this one. It's going to take a bit of a turnaround for Waite and Lucas, but they were able to do that in the previous game. They were down at the turnaround last time and they went on to win the game 11-10. So they do not have to worry. There is every opportunity for them to do something here. Odbert on serve as we get this action back underway. Vanessa Waite moving to the right-hand side of the court because they have two, and she was their first server. And Lucas just moving up towards the non-volley zone line. Pasquali goes on the drive, but the second drive on the volley goes into the net. Lucas is giving himself a little bit of space at the non-volley zone line there. The ball comes fast from Pasquali, just wanting a little bit of extra time to see it. That pace of that one, difficult for Vanessa Waite. Potentially going long, but certainly you can understand why she stuck the paddle up there. Because that ball does dip so late from Pasquali because of the amount of top spin he is generating. Tell you what, Lucas, oh, that was closer than it looked. Ball curving up over the shoulder of Pasquali. He never really felt that one was going in, and he was right as the ball just dropped along. 8-2 now. Now, I thought myself, personally, I don't get an opinion, of course, I'm merely a commentator. That looked to me like it landed on the non-volley zone line, but the referee has called point. So point it is. And Pasquali on serve at 9-2. Only needs a couple of extra points now to get this job done. And Waite has just pulled that one wide. Little bit of a confusion there between Pasquali and Odbert as they unwound their stack. But they got away with that one, and they now have 8 game points. Oh, maybe they do not. Maybe that ball was called in. Well, there we go. So, it turns out to be a side out, and the points difference is now only 7. But the ball is in the hand of Vanessa Waite. What can she do with this one? They force a mistake from Odbert. Their third point now on the board. Progress being made little by little. But that one comfortably wide from Vanessa Waite as she takes a bite out of her paddle. Frustrated with herself, being unable to control that shot. It's a second serve for Stephen Lucas. But it's still an opportunity for them to get back into this one. Especially if Pasquali makes rare mistakes like that. 4 points on the board. Lucas steps in and does good. 5 points, 3 in a row now for Lucas and Waite. We have seen them do this already today. Coming back from a seemingly insurmountable position. And we know that Odbert and Pasquali have let big leads go before coming back and winning. I think they have called that one. Little bit of confusion. But no, being given good. So side out. Lucas was calling it out, but Waite had the better view. She called it in. And therefore Pasquali is on serve. 9-5-1. Good drive from Pasquali to the body of Waite. Forces their error into the net. And they now have 5 game points here in this group fixture. Pasquali, rare error on service. Into the net it goes. Lets that one go, and there we have it. It is a victory again for Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali. They continue unbeaten in this year's mixed doubles 50 plus senior open. That will book them their place in the knockout stages. So no doubt we will see them later on here on Players Court. What do we have next for you? Well, I can tell you coming up on Players Court is a fixture between Jane Portnell and Neil Chinery. They will be taking on Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. That game will be coming up very soon on Players Court here in the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. And we are straight back into the action here in Telford. We are going to see Neil Chinery and Jane Portnell take on Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. However, we have 3 players on court, so this might be an opportunity to hear from our sponsors. And we are straight back to the action here at the English Open, Telford International Centre. It was lovely to see the beautiful pictures that you get from Antigua and Barbuda. Brought to you by Elite Island Resort, our main title sponsor for this year's competition. And we are going to see a game between Jane Portnell and Neil Chinery and Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard, as Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali exit the arena, having played so well in their previous fixture. Julie Mack just pacing around the court at the moment. As we said a moment or two ago, we have 3 players on court. One of them is missing. They will be here shortly, I am sure. And this game will be in the mixed doubles 4.5 60 plus division. The first time we've seen action from this competition today, which of course alerts me to the fact that rather than just filling airtime here, I could be telling you what has been going on so far in this event. So, incredible software that we have available in our hands here at the English Open. I'm going to scroll through to Thursday. I'm going to find the mixed doubles 4.5 60 division. And I am going to find out what has been going on. So I can tell you that this competition got underway at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard find themselves in Group B. And at the moment, Portnell and Chinery played 1-1-1. Mack and Falcard played 1-1-1. Doncaster and Fasali played 1-1-1. Sonda and Bragagni, I apologise, played one, lost one. Batten and Wood played one, lost one. Farnhill and Pimperton played one, lost one. So this is going to be a clash of the two of the three teams that won both their games. One of these two pairs will lose their unbeaten record in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Who knows which one it will be? But if you are wanting to know, then stick around, find out how this game plays out. The referee is just going through the final checks with the players. Now, obviously, we know Julie Mack very well here. We saw Ryan Falcard in action yesterday. Seen a fair bit of Neil Chinery myself in the recent past. But Jane Portnall is a new player on me. Falcard and Mack wearing matching kits. There's an element of Guinness. Other stouts are available. Portnall and Chinery to the right of your screens, getting ready for this clash. As I say, both teams have won their opening games in this competition. Mixed double 60 plus 4.5 category. The standard will be high. Referee just walking up and down to the side of the court. Just making last minute phone call. Probably getting some very valuable information, which will help him officiate this game to the highest of standards. Julie Mack making her partner run all over the court in the warm-up. Clearly keen to help him use up as much energy as possible before we get started. But the referee is ready, so he has called the players in. The balls are being handed to him. Somebody's going to choose which one the match ball is. It looks like Jane Portnall's getting the luxury of that choice. And therefore, I presume she is going to get the action underway. Portnall and Chinery are walking to the top of your court. You see Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard at the bottom of your screen. First to 11, win by one in the group stages, always here at the English Open. Jane Portnall with the first serve of this encounter. Good touch across court from Falcard. He's unable to follow up, and it just clips the top of the net. And it will be Portnall on serve. Gets in. Mack just going across court. Up goes the lob. Mack attacks it. Good hands from Chinery. And Portnall just clipping the top of the net with that one. So early side out. Julie Mack on serve. Portnall leaving that one. Ball just drops out. Second serve. Falcard will be taking this one.
0-1-2.
And it all comes flashing back to me now. That slightly different style of Ryan Falcard, opting where possible to use the backhand as opposed to the forehand, regardless of where the ball is. It's so effective for him, and it takes all different types of styles to be successful at this game. Mack going for that angle. There's the 1-2 that we like to see from them. Good play. Julie Mack opening the court up. Falcard staying central, getting the opportunity to punch down the middle. I wonder how many times we are going to see that little combination in this game. That's a nice lob from Neil Chinery. And Mack unable to retreat quickly enough to retrieve that one. Decided against it quite early. Probably a good choice. A long game to play here. Portnall looking to go cross court on her third, just drops it into the net.
0-2-1.
Chinery coming central, pushing the ball down the middle. And it moves it over to the second serve again on Falcard's serve. Chinery just clipping the net that time. So it's the first point in this game for Ryan Falcard and Julie Mack.
1-2-2.
Bit of spin from Falcard on the serve. Julie Mack going for that drop to the angle that she likes so much. Just clipping the top of the net that time. Side out. Portnall and Chinery will be serving at 2-1. Chinery on the drive. Trying to keep them pushed back, but that all players are up at the kitchen line now. Mack with the dink, trying to push Portnall back. She does so effectively, and that drop goes into the net. Good work there by Mack, just pushing Portnall back a little bit, changing the angle of the dinking pattern. Nice drop. Nice drop from Portnall. Mack looking to push, just pushes long.
3-1-2.
And Portnall just caught in the middle of the court there. Unable to keep control of the volley. And the ball just pops into the net.
1-2-1.
Short sliced return from Neil Chinery. Forces the error from Ryan Falcard. Just a quick conversation about what the score is, I believe. Chinery wasn't convinced as he went in to play that shot, but the point played out. So I'm not entirely sure what the score was when the referee called that one out. Chinery looking to come central. Portnall goes to the middle. Mack responds with quick hands. Drives the ball down to the toes of Jane Portnall. It's 2-3-1 on the serve of Ryan Falcard. And that return from Portnall goes wide. So a couple of points picked up in quick succession there by Ryan Falcard and Julie Mack. Takes them level in this game. Oh, and Portnall just get caught moving back from the non-volley zone line there. Meant she was off balance on the dink. Losing control, the ball goes into the net.
41.
Good reset from Falcard. Another good one. Opens the space up. And Julie Mack is able to exploit the space that was created. Nice combination play again from Mack and Falcard.
5-2-1.
Portnall pushing them back. Chinery keeping them there. Slow progress being made by Falcard, trying to get up to the non-volley zone. He has done. And again, they forced an error from Jane Portnall on that forehand deep. She just needs to hold her body position a little bit better there. Not get too lifty, not get too jerky. Just drop that ball back over the net with the softest of hands. So Mack and Falcard have 6 as we change ends in this mixed double 60 plus 4.5 category. As you can see on screen there, Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard Just wandering around at the back of the court, you can see some of the action on other courts happening in this wonderful venue here at the Telford International Centre. So much good stuff happening. Games happening every single minute of this day across the 40 different courts we have here in Telford. But we're back on the one that counts to us right now. It's People's Court. And we're about to get back underway with Ryan Falcard on serve. 6-3 advantage. Can they push this game further down the track? Not with a volley like that, Ryan Falcard. But you have the benefit of a second serve. Julie Mack will be taking over. But her drop just drops into the net that time. So it's a side out. Portland and Chinery, 3 points behind. That's nice from Mack, keeping Portland back. But she's able to make her progression through the transition zone, but pops it up. And Julie Mack is there for the kill. It's always good to move up through that transition zone, but you don't want to do it when you put the ball in the air, because it's just going to get driven back down to your ankles, as we saw there from Julie Mack. And Portland puts that serve wide. So a non-scoring side out gives the advantage back to Mack and Falcard. And good work again from Falcard and Mack. Very controlled progress up to the non-volley zone line. They have a plan in place. It has hit the ball to Jane Portnall and it is working for them at this moment in time. Nice drop, Chinery. Well played, Falcard. Ball's in the air again. Mack puts it away again. Got to keep the ball lower where possible in those situations. You can't give Julie Mack an inch, and just like that, they have a 5-point advantage. Now only 3 points from taking this game and remaining unbeaten in this competition. Falcard just a little bit jerky on that one. Got the second serve. Short return. Oh, and Mack loves that inside-out shot, but that time overcooked it. Just pushed the ball wide. So, side out. A chance for Chinery and Portnall to get back into this game. Remember, they also won their first game in this group, so won't be wanting to give up their unbeaten streak too lightly. If you can call one game in the group so far an unbeaten streak. And again, Portnall just struggling with that backhand dink. So often in pickleball, if you see a plan is working, keep doing it until it's not. Mack and Falcard have had no reason to change their approach in this game so far. Good work though from Portnall on this occasion. Nice little lift as well there. That one's high. That one's put down the middle. And Chinery's unable to reset that ball. Just flies to the side of the arena. And it's 9-3 now to Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. Chinery comes central, but he is unable to control his volley. It goes into the net, and that gives Mack and Falcard 7 game points here in this group stage fixture. And there we have it, folks. It is game 2, Mack and Falcard. A very consistent thinking battle at the end there. Led to Chinery lifting the ball, Mack hitting the ball down. And then Portnall lifting the ball up into the chin of Chinery. And that was the final piece of action in that game from the mixed double 60 plus 4.5 division. We will be back shortly with what I believe to be the mixed doubles 3.5 50 plus quarter final. Bringing you plenty of variety now this afternoon on Players Court from the English Open 2025. Here at the Telford International Centre. You cannot accuse us of not bringing you the very best matches here on Players Court. We are bringing you now a mixed doubles 3.5 quarter-final fixture between Suzanne Digby and Johnny Revel against Sarah Redding and Steve Kilworth. So, as you see the players on screen, in the pink shirt bottom left, you've got Suzanne Digby. Her partner, Johnny Revel, is straight ahead of her in blue. In the slightly lighter shade of blue from Worcestershire are Sarah Redding, bottom right, and Steve Kilworth, top right. Digby and Revel coming from Peterborough for this tournament. As I say, this is the mixed doubles 3.5 50 plus quarter final. So both teams have done well to progress out of their groups and are looking to book a place in the last four. And thanks to the amazing technology at hand, I'm hopefully going to be able to quickly bring you what happened so far in this tournament. Just quickly scroll through to the mixed doubles 3.5 category. Happening on Thursday. And I can tell you that Revel and Digby finished top of their group, Group C. Won all their games. Coming in very good form. And we're just going to quickly fly through the other groups. There were a crazy amount of groups in this tournament, all the way down to M. Please have the next two in Group D, I'm telling you. Nope, not in Group D. All we need to know is that both teams qualify from their respective groups, and we are looking forward to this quarter-final action. Now, we have had many occasions already over the last couple of days where a team has won all of their group games but found themselves crashing out of the first knockout stage. Digby and Revel will be hoping that does not happen to them. And I'm looking forward to bringing you this mixed doubles quarter-final at the 3.5 level. One of the beautiful things about this tournament in the English Open here at Telford is that not only we got players from all over the world, we offer tournament play to every single skill category. And that means we get to highlight games at all levels, because everything here is important. And we are about to get underway. I look up and I see that Susan Digby has the ball in hand and gets the serve underway. Will it be Peterborough or Worcester that come out on top in this one? Ball goes up for the lob, but Sarah Redding unable to control her smash, and that ball goes into the net. So an early point for Digby and Revel. Redding did very well indeed to react to that net cord. Managed to lift it back up and over the net, and it was Revel who made the mistake. Good deep return. Forces the error from Steve Kilworth. Just showing us the benefit of getting your return deep there. Makes that third shot all the more difficult. Gives you time to advance to the non-volley zone as well. Taking that space away. Pressure on the third often generates results. Johnny Revel now on serve. Side out. He's gone for the backhand serve. Big drive. Reset from Redding. Too much air from Redding. But this is great defensive work from the team from Worcester. Can they now get themselves back up to the line? They can. Oh, and it was there for Steve Kilworth. And Steve Kilworth could not kill. Oh, and just flicks off the paddle there of Digby. Up into the chest of Revel, no damage done. And it's a side out and the chance for Redding and Kilworth to get their first point on the board. Nice shot from Steve Kilworth. Rolling it across court, finding the appropriate angle. And they are now on the board in this quarter final. Good placement, Sarah Redding. Draw the scores level. this quarterfinal, first to 15, win by 2. So very early stages in this encounter. Kilworth's drop just going into the net. Kilworth coming across, trying to take control of the middle. Didn't get to the ball, which meant his partner, Redding, was unable to see enough of it as well. No side out. Good work from all 4 players. Some good resets, some good attacks. And in the end, it is Digby who is forced into the error. That ball just going down the side. Second serve. Drive going into the top of the nets. And Kilworth just going long there. Good angle created initially by Redding. Ball went back central. The opportunity there was for Kilworth to push down the middle. Push down the middle he did. But push down the middle long he also did. Redding just dropping her reset into the net. So a non-scoring side out there. Points fairly hard to come by at this moment in time. And that was an opportunity to get one for Johnny Revel, but just off balance, punches his volley into the net. That's nice from Johnny Revel. Good little drop into the non-volley zone. Kilworth unable to respond. And we have a point, so it's 3 apiece. And the slightly short return there meant Revel had to run up to the line, but he was unable to stay in control of the shot when he got there. A nice exchange there, a well-constructed point. And the ball ended up popping up into the arc of Steve Kilworth, and this time he makes no mistake, slamming it down to the ankles of Suzanne Digby. But Digby quick to respond, forcing the error from Redding. And the serve is being passed around pretty quickly here on players' court. Nice shot. Digby finds the corner of the court. Another side out. Well played again, Digby. Just pushed that ball a little bit wider. Asked Redding to open up the paddle, which she did, and the ball dropped wide. So they have drawn the game level, have Digby and Revel. It's now 4 apiece. And Revel drives that one wide. They've done well to get the scores level. They've got a second serve. Digby with it now. Good hands battle at the non-volley zone line. Ends with Kilworth driving down. Digby unable to get the ball back up and over. Good work all round. This is an entertaining quarterfinal. Very nip and tuck at the moment. A long way to go, given it's first to 15. And Kilworth on a bit of a run there. Sends the ball high over the baseline. Good hands again from Steve Kilworth. He's growing into this game. Able to force that volley down again to the toes of his opponents. And they have a 5-4 advantage. Kilworth on the move. He saw it again. He moved early, he lined it up, he drove it down the middle. That is a very nice shot from the man from Worcester. But Revel matching it shot for shot. Able to flick his backhand down to the toes of Sarah Redding. Attack from Redding, forces error from Revel. This game is still going up and down. Drive from Revel clips the net. Game still not really settled into a rhythm of point scoring, but there have been some very good exchanges in this quarterfinal. Oh, Sarah Redding did so well, but her partner, Steve Kilworth, was trapped in that horrible middle zone, and they were able to exploit the space and drive the ball down to his toes. And Redding driving that one into the net on the third shot. So another side out. They left it, and that look from Sarah Redding tells you that was the wrong choice because the ball was just dropped in onto the baseline. 5-6-1 here in this quarterfinal. Another good hands battle at the non-volley zone line sees Revel and Digby just end up putting that one into the net. Revel just leaning into that one, pushes it long. Side out. Still nothing between these two teams in this quarterfinal. Redding just stepping into that drive, but puts it into the net once again. Well played, Sarah Redding. Managed to get that one around the post. Forced the error on the volley. A slender 2-point advantage. It's going to drop in, I would say. It has. And Kilworth on the move yet again. He likes going across the middle there. But again, he's punched that one long. Side out. Just long as well from Sarah Redding. So, 1 point difference yet again in this 3.5 quarterfinal. Oh, and it's a bit of Worcester sauce from Sarah Redding. Just clipping the net cord. The ball falls into the non-volley zone. And she gets away with that one. Digby just driving into the net there. Slaps the paddle into her thigh in frustration. Revel just telling her to calm down. And it proved to be good advice because the next opportunity, she's driven the ball to the back of the court and Redding can only lift it into the net. Steve Kilworth on serve, 7-6-2. Good wingspan from Kilworth. He extends his arm and he powers that ball down the middle of the court. And Redding and Kilworth have a 2-point advantage, 8-6 as they change ends. First to 15, win by 2 in this quarter-final. So we are back in this 3.5 mixed doubles quarter-final. Redding and Kilworth in the blue at the bottom of your screen have a 2-point advantage over Digby and Revel at the top. Good angle from Sarah Redding. Good job done there. Patient, waiting for the right opportunity to go for the kill shot. And that was done with good authority. Oh, and Digby did so well to try and get that back up and over, but just clips the top of the net. Redding and Kilworth getting a bit of distance between the two now. And Digby sends that one long. It just feels like the momentum has shifted in a very significant way now. Kilworth and Redding in control of this quarterfinal as another error is forced off the paddle of Digby. 12-6-2. They are 3 points away from victory. But a bit of help from the net there. Gets the side out. And a chance now for Digby and Revel to chip away at the deficit. Can they get themselves back into this quarter-final? They do not want to give this one away easily. And they've got a bit of a 3-point there. That's the first mistake we've seen from Kilworth for a while. He's been very consistent on his volley in recent points. But it's Revel who drives that one into the net. Second serve 5-point gap. A place in the semi-finals up for grabs. Lob on the line. Waiting for the call. Bit of confusion here. One player called it out, one player wasn't sure. Being given out by the referee. Well, 12-7-1 here in this quarterfinal. Oh, and Kilworth gets the benefit of the net cord that time. Just commentating that he brought his own net with him, one that works at his advantage. Well left, Sarah Redding. Digby pushes that volley long. And they are now 1 point away from a place in this year's semi-final. Well played, Digby. Well played indeed. Under pressure there. Couldn't afford a mistake. Otherwise their run would be over. And she punched the ball down the middle with no mistake. Second serve, however, still an opportunity to get this game closed out. But good fight from Johnny Revel. Pings the ball down to the toes of Steve Kilworth. Side out. They have the opportunity to get back into this now. But they're going to need a really strong run of points, given the total their opponents have. But they've chipped away one. A few more to go. 8-14-1. Stranger things have happened in pickleball. But a poor choice of shot there from Digby, lobbing the ball up. Kilworth able to smash down to the backhand of Revel. And they will move on to their second serve. Bit of net cord. Maybe the team from Peterborough brought their own nets and changed it without anybody seeing. Just clips the top of the paddle. Well played, Sarah Redding. That is a good place to put that volley. Just down to the right-hand side. Impossible to get back up and over. So it's a side out. They have two opportunities now to close this quarterfinal out. 14-9 on serve. Kilworth comes central again. A routine we've seen so many times in that game, and it pays dividends once more. Reading and Kilworth from Worcester will make their way through to the semi-finals of the mixed doubles 50 plus 3.5 category. A very enjoyable game. And we are about to move on to our next match, which we will announce as soon as we have the details.
Not on just yet.
We're not on yet. We've been shut to the match first.
Oh well. Reading so
Here we go again at Telford, folks. It's the English Open. You know that by now, I am sure. I'm still Chris Beaumont, and we got some mixed doubles 50 plus 4.0 action for you. Now, at the bottom of your screens, you have the partnership of Kevin J and Verena Rowan. And at the top of your screen, you will see Mark Mars and Catherine Meline. And that ball lifted from Meline and put away convincingly by Kevin J. J and Rowan sporting tops from the Norfolk Grizzlies. A pair that have travelled down from, as the name would suggest, Norfolk. Also the home of the likes of Richard Love, Anna Linton, David Youngs, and many other up-and-coming pickleballers. Now this is a group stage game, so we're back to first to 11, I should say, win by 1. And I do believe we've got a special treat in store for you. You've had me on my own for far too long this afternoon, and we've been getting at least 4 texts from people going, what's happened to Tim Spurway? I can answer that question for you now, folks. He is back. He is ready to pick up the microphone, and we are going to hear the dulcet tones of Spurway responding to his fans that he did not pay to request his return. Tim.
Sure, I like that implication there, Chris. But if it's true, I will definitely take 4 people messaging. Although you didn't say if they were happy that I was gone or not.
Mate, you paid them. You should have told them what to say. Anyway, we've got some action going on here, Tim. It's a 50 plus 4.0 division. Rowan and Jay, as we said, from the Norfolk Grizzlies, up against Mars and Meline at the top of the court. We're just having a quick check on the score. Referees just wandered onto court and off again. Things are now tidied up. Very early days in this one, Tim, but we know the first to 11, they can come and go very, very quickly.
They can indeed, and there is some confusion with the ref here. I think both teams slightly confused, and it's not waiting around for the ref to say the score. Of course, we need to do.
And that ball smashed home by Kevin J. Meline just lifting it a little bit too high there, and no chance Jay was really going to miss out on that feast. And a mistake there. Confusion between Mars and Meline, leading to a fairly free point for Rowan and Jay. And another one as that return goes straight into the net. Quite liking the look of the Norfolk Grizzlies logo here, Tim. Looking pretty fierce. Getting some fear into their opponents.
Yeah, they've clearly put a lot of effort into getting that logo right. And no doubt an equal amount of effort will have gone into their game as well. And they're showing that on court at the minute, racing to a 5-point lead early stages. We did see Kevin J yesterday on the court, and to be a fierce competitor.
Well, we're turning around at 6-0 already, Tim. So what information you're about to bring us, you might want to be quick, because this game is moving on apace. Looks like Mars and Meline are being intimidated by the Grizzlies, and why wouldn't you be? That logo is utterly ferocious. Mind you, it is on the back of the shirt, so you could argue that Mars and Meline may not have really had a good eyesight of this fearsome logo. Do you know why they're called the Norfolk Grizzlies, Tim?
that isn't the information I was going to provide, unfortunately.
I can tell you that is because Norwich is actually the home of the grizzly bear in England.
Well, that is some great knowledge there.
And
Brought to you
utterly
by
made up,
Disclaimer.
of course. And whilst that was happening, fake facts being passed to Tim Spurway, which he took hook, line and sinker. Rowan and Jay have extended their lead to 7-0. Will there be enough time in this game for Spurway to come up with a good enough riposte?
You know what?
As the score is now 8.
On commentary for this kind of nonsense.
I'm just excited to see you, Tim. I've been talking into the echo chamber for too long. It's just nice to have some human company.
But Rowan and Jay, turning our attention back to the court here. Rowan and Jay are absolutely flying. They're moving like flying grizzlies.
I mean, that's ridiculous, Tim. Grizzlies don't fly.
These two certainly are.
Oh, and Mars trying to move through the transition zone at pace. Unable to control that shot. The score is 9-0. Are we going to see life on Mars before the end of this game? Tim.
Doesn't appear that we are at the moment. That is game point. And this game almost done, and it was on Kevin Jay's paddle there. Just steered that one into the net.
Side out. Mars and Meline need to win the next 11 points in this fixture, having conceded the first 10, but they have one on the board, and they are giving it a celebration that is more than worthy. They have avoided the pickle on players' courts.
Absolutely, and they clearly are delighted with that. And it's a shame the follow-up, the third into the net. The second opportunity, and a lovely short return there gets the business done. And they have seen a good couple of points there.
Are these Grizzlies going to be tamed, Tim?
It's a bit of a long shot from 10-2 down, but as you said earlier, Chris, stranger things have happened.
And Meline seeing the funny side of the predicament they are in. 8 game points on the serve, and that is all over. Mars drives the ball long. It is an 11-2 victory to Rowan and Jay, who will be delighted with their performance on Players' Court here at the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. And this gives us a quick opportunity to line up the 50-plus Senior Open round of 16 fixture that we will see next. It is Fiona Edwards and Rob Salmon who will be taking on Tracy Walker and Ian Marshall coming up soon on this show court. And welcome back to Players Court here at the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda. We are moving on to the Senior Open round of 16, where we've got Fee Edwards and Rob Salmon taking on Ian Marshall and Tracy Walker. We've seen Edwards and Salmon a couple of times on court today. They are currently warming up. To the left of your screen and to the right of your screen, you've got Tracy Walker and Ian Marshall. Joined again by Tim Spurway. That last game came and went very quickly, Tim, but we're looking forward to this knockout game. This tournament started at 8 o'clock in the morning. All the group stages are now complete, and we are into the excitement of the knockout stages.
Yeah, this will be a good one, Chris. Seen Ian Marshall and Tracy Walker as well on the show court, the Players Court earlier today. And we saw Ian Marshall's forehand, that whipped forehand, absolutely hammers, loads up with topspin. We saw that on full display in one of the matches earlier. Looks like a dangerous weapon, and I think whenever you go into a match against Ian Marshall, it's about, can you neutralize that weapon and give him as few opportunities to hit it as possible.
No, definitely been on the wrong side of that shot myself. Several games against Ian Marshall in tournaments over the last year or so. Very good player. PPL Masters player now. Tracy Walker we saw yesterday as well, playing in the gender doubles with Barbara Kappa. And this will be a very tasty matchup indeed. We saw Salmon and Edwards gelling very nicely in their group games earlier. And again, I'm going to say this one is a very close one to call, Tim.
Absolutely. Absolutely it is. Any predictions yourself, Chris, or is that putting you on the spot there?
I've not seen enough of Marshall and Walker as a pair today to really have a clear idea of how well they're playing. But I have been impressed with Salmon and Edwards. But if I was to say it was Salmon and Edwards, that would purely be on the bias of having watched them a couple more times today. Ian Marshall is dangerous. We know this. And we also know Tracy Walker is a very good player as well. So it will be interesting to see how this one plays out. There is a quarter-final spot up for grabs at the end of this game. First to 15, win by 2. Tracy Walker is going to be getting us underway. We are looking forward to this knockout match here on Players Court. And Salmon just slicing across there. Walker unable to lift her first dink up and over, so an early side out. Rob Salmon now on serve. Edwards looking to step into that one and drive it. Just hitting the top of the net, so serve passing around quite quickly early on here. Walker just getting the benefit of the net cord. And we have a side out once again. There's that forehand you were talking about, Tim. We saw Marshall whip a couple in the preceding shots. So that one, the pop-up was generated and he whipped it down the line.
Yeah, and it's not just the single forehand. He loads up normally 2 or 3 on the bounce, so you have to deal with multiple shots coming at you. He's made the move there, and he's done. I mean, it was some fantastic defensive work from Edwards and Salmon to retrieve the ball, but again, it's that consistent, continued pressure from the forehand reaping its rewards there.
Well reached. Salmon doing everything. I think momentarily he forgot there was 2 people on court there. Edwards was in a decent position to deal with that, but Salmon was running across. Edwards not particularly happy with that from her partner.
No, not happy at all, taking almost all of the court up there.
And her backhand goes into the net. So they just need to refocus, reset, get calm again here. A strong start from Walker and Marshall, racing away, putting 4 points on the board.
And that, perhaps, is what you have to do, because Marshall, when he hits that forehand, he drives forward, and it's all-out attack. And if you can surprise him like Theo Edwards did there, you can catch him slightly off guard.
Yeah, most certainly. He got himself into a funny position there. Didn't really think he was going to try and play the volley. Could have let that one go. Stuck the paddle up. And we now have Salmon on serve. Oh, and Marshall gets away with that one. Hitting the net cord, ball bounces wide, and it goes into the side of the court. Second serve. And we can see there, Tim, that Edwards is really working hard to keep it away from Marshall, who's shuffling central, looking to play as much ball to Walker as possible, but Walker is keeping her back and making it difficult.
Yeah, and it's a good strategy, of course. And that's relentless, isn't it, Chris? It's you know, he gets a ball like that, and you just know you're in huge, huge trouble.
Yeah, it's absolute rat-a-tat from Marshall, always moving forward, always putting his opponent under pressure, and at the moment they've got no answer for it. And a rare mistake there from Tracy Walker. Second serve, Marshall will take it. And that is a promising sign for Edwards and Salmon. First time they've really engineered that pop-up, Tim.
Yeah, and managed to handle that first forehand from Ian Marshall very nicely indeed. He hit it well, but dealt with the pace and kept it low. Obviously important.
And that's where they can get some joy, isn't it? By going cross-court to Walker, that's allowing Salmon with the left-handed approach to be able to come central. And that's going to be a good strategy for them to continue trying, pushing Walker wide so she has to think middle. Salmon can step in, but they've not changed positions that time. You would have thought they'd be using the stack a little bit more to take advantage of having two forehands in the middle.
But 3 quick points there. And this match is now well and truly on. First to 15, of course. The knockout stages, 2 ahead. So plenty to play for.
And they did their best to keep Marshall out of that, freezing him out of that rally, but he only needed one shot that time.
Yeah, really quick reactions and not letting up as well. Getting their opponents moving around.
So Ian Marshall on serve at 5-3-1. Walker dealt with the initial one well, but Edwards went again, forcing an error from Marshall on his backhand volley.
And that's going to be a slightly weaker side.
Camera's going. Good lob there from Walker. Salmon ran around it, tried to hook it back, but was unable to do so. Marshall on the forehand attack yet again. You give him half a yard to be able to do that. He absolutely takes full advantage. Salmon goes long.
Apologies, correction of changing ends at 6 here, so this is not a first to 15 as we previously stated. It is a first to 11.
Marshall and Walker deep in discussion. Not a great deal they need to change, but there has been some signs of recovery there for Edwards and Salmon. But the game plan seems simple. If Walker and Marshall can play the way they were playing originally, they will go on and win this game. It's down to Salmon and Edwards to find a way of countering that attack from Marshall.
And he's looking, and you know you have to hit, and the Edwards experienced it there. You've got to hit a really good shot because he's always moving onto his forehand side and trying to cover that space.
I said it earlier, Tim. I still feel that Edwards and Salmon will benefit from stacking so they can keep both forehands in the middle. Changes the angle for Marshall, means that his favourite shot has to go through the strongest part of the court for the pair, but they are remaining on their individual sides.
And we're getting a timeout here, and I do wonder what differences we'll see and what they'll be talking about in this timeout. Maybe we might see the introduction of a stack, possibly, Chris?
I would be very surprised at this stage. If you've not done it at this point in the tournament, then I think it's unlikely he's suddenly going to switch to it now. One thing they could be trying to do, though, is obviously we're seeing Marshall shifting central, looking to get onto his forehand. Well, that is going to leave space behind him. So why aren't we looking to use a bit more of that space? It's so easy to say it from the commentary box. Of course it is.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right, Chris. They will have opportunities because he will be looking to move forward and pounce on any opportunities whatsoever. So maybe trying to keep him honest, popping the ball into the open space might not be a bad shout at all.
And Marshall coming all the way over that time, but pushing that one long, telling himself off. He's giving the ball back to Edwards and Salmon, who need to start a run now, really. Good defensive work from Marshall, but it was still there to be put away. Put away it was.
And a great ATP as well during that point. And I do wonder if that could be used as a bit of a momentum shift. But that's a really good spot there from Walker, just putting the ball into the open space as Salmon goes absolutely charging across the court. Nice steered attack.
Well played by Walker, keeping Edwards on her backhand. Solid play once again from Tracy Walker. We've got the all-out attack of Ian Marshall, backed up superbly by his partner Walker. And that has dipped like anything. That looked like it was sailing so far out and then just dipped
And
right at the last.
That's the difficult thing, isn't it? Because it's hard to leave that shot when you know Ian Marshall just loads up with topspin, because it will be dipping. I don't think I've seen a shot that has so much topspin on it. And a brilliant point, though, from Salmon. A really good finish there. Beating power with power.
Still game point, though. Oh, and Walker just hitting the edge of the paddle. That ball looked like it was going to be joining us here in the commentary booth. Side out, though. Edwards and Salmon have to do something now. Marshall and Walker have already had 2 chances to close this game out. Well played, Tracy Walker. Set that up a treat. Punished Edwards and Salmon. Very good play once again. Just keeping Edwards pinned at the back of the court there, Tim.
Yeah, just couldn't move forward. Had absolutely no opportunity of getting forward there, the Edwards.
Oh, and called just wide by Salmon. Very, very close indeed there from Marshall. Just a lovely bit of whip again, that late dip. But this time just dipping a little bit too late. Second chance to close it out again.
Oh, and that's great anticipation, and that is 11. So this must be a first to 15 game.
Okay, we can only apologise for the confusion here from the commentary box. If it's a first to 15 game, they shouldn't have been changing ends at 6 points. But we're going to be treated to a little bit more of this action. It looked like Marshall would finish the match with the perfect routine that signified how he played this game. Marshall leaves that ball to go wide. Bit of confusion there from Marshall and Walker. This game is refusing to finish. Marshall whipping that one wide. So it'll be a side out.
We believe the score is 4-14, in which case Edwards and Salmon
That's
have
what the
just
referee's saying,
saved
Tim.
a game point, and a long way back for them, though.
Good pressure, though, from Edwards. Good pressure. Keeps themselves just about alive in this one. Well, I say just about alive, Tim. I think I'm being a bit generous with that there. 10 points behind on a second serve. But make that 9 points behind. Maybe the commentator's curse is going to work to their advantage.
We'll see. I think they just have to play this 1 point at a time.
Well played, Tracy Walker. She stood tall at the net there, able to repel the speed up. Good job done.
Yeah, very good. And Marshall being frozen out at the previous point, but Tracy Walker showing that it doesn't matter. She's got the ability and the skills to take whatever Fee Edwards, Rob Salmon throw at her. So we're on game point here.
Yeah, 14-6-1. Chance to get this job done. Nice drop, Walker. And a mistake from Edwards to end that game. We weren't sure when it was going to end, Tim, but we can categorically say that Walker and Marshall will take their place in the Open quarter-final. A very good performance there. Not just for me and Marshall, who we spoke about a lot, but Tracy Walker really going through the gears herself there in the second part of that match.
Yeah, absolutely. And they took a commanding lead really from the off. And it's always so hard when you're chasing a game like that. You find yourself overplaying shots, desperately trying to get back in.
Well played, Tracy.
And in the end, it just proved a little bit too late for Edwards and Salmon. So they'll be making their exits at the round of 16, whereas Walker and Marshall will be marching on. Walker and Marshall have a tie with Marcia Odbert and Federico Pasquali to look forward to. Very fierce competitors themselves. We've seen a lot of Marcia Odbert, of course, the last couple of days. And we are now turning our attention to the mixed doubles 4.5 60 plus division. We have Liz Batten and Dave Woods. They'll be playing Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. And I believe we are going to pretty much go straight into this match. All four players on court. The referee giving the instructions now. Welcome back, everyone. We are underway again. And category has switched now. The mixed doubles 4.5, 60 plus division. And we have Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard at the top of your screens, playing Liz Bath and Dave Wood at the bottom. And Julie Mack, of course, a very recognisable face in pickleball. One of the leading stars of the England team, playing in the European Championships, of course, later this year, and competed in many England international competitions. And this is a Group B match. 2 groups in this division. Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard bringing 2 wins into this game, so wanting to continue their strong form. Liz Batten and David Wood, however, 2 losses. A strong start from Mack and Falcard. 3-1 lead early on. Yeah, good cross-court dink there from Falcard, just putting a little bit of pressure on Batten. A good leave from Batten there. That one was quite tight, quite close, but correct call from her.
1-for-1. Second serve.
Lovely play from Liz Batten, showing some real skill at the net there. Just beating Julie Mack to the punch. Mack unable to get that forehand over. Yeah, really good pickleball there. Hitting that lob at the right time for Falcard, and just completely catching Liz Batten off guard. And then following up with the finish as well. Yeah, and Julie Mack absolutely loves that forehand, and just flicking her wrist, changing the direction of the ball. She hits such a wide shot, and we saw it yesterday when she was playing, and it just creates opportunities because of the angle there to hit back at. It's a really successful shot for her. topping this group. Naomi Doncaster and Kevin Vasali, who also have 2 wins to their name. So that might be a blockbuster clash in Group B. And fortunately, we will be bringing you action from that game at 5:20. So action returning to this game now. And they're playing very solid pickleball here, Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. Just that limiting the mistakes. Good drops, as we're seeing here. Really good finish there from Wood. Just changing the direction of that ball on the backhand side, flipping it up. Julie Mack's forehand, and she wasn't expecting that one. So intelligent play from him. Oh, Liz Batten. And Julie Mack manages to get the ball back from an almost impossible position, but Liz Batten does not let up. Just puts it in a very hard to reach spot indeed. And they are starting to go through the gears, Batten and Wood. Reducing a 5-point deficit to 3 now. Oh, and this game is heating up, folks. Batten and Wood not lying down. And a brilliant shot down the line from Wood there. Wood celebrating. And the referee confirming that it was in, so a 1-point deficit now. Oh, and Liz Batten, that ball popped up. The backhand side, and just slightly off balance when she hit it. But the second opportunity here. Julie Mack, usually so consistent at the net and giving herself time, taking a step back to whip that forehand, but popping it into the net. And Batten is battening down the hatches here. Really strong play. She's found another level in this game. And having said that, just putting that third into the net for the second chance. And Wood and Batten, this game is really turning into something quite special. But no getting that ball back. Falcard putting that ball on the backhand side of Wood. No chance for him. Oh yeah, and a very intelligent shot there from Wood. Again, we've seen that a couple of times. Julie Mack just being surprised. That shot coming up pick up on her forehand side. And just unable to react quickly enough, so sensible play from him. Batten can almost sense the frustration from the commentary booth here. They've done a lot of hard work coming back. Yep, they're making mistakes right now. And good reactions from Julie, Mack. Falcard just putting one of the easier shots into the net, so the serve goes back to Batten and Wood. And Batten hits a nice deep serve. Another point on the board for them, 7-8. And that ball just creeping long there. A big call from Julie Mack at a critical time in this match. Turns out to be correct. She wins the serve back at 8-7. Oh, and Batten. She wasn't frustrated before. She is now. A time to hit a wild forehand. And another wayward forehand there. Gives Mack and Falcard the opportunity to serve this one out. Yeah, Batten standing up tall and popping that forehand away. So last chance saloon for Batten and Wood. Two strong points there from Mack and Falcard. Win them the serve straight back, and so they'll get another opportunity to put this one to bed. Yes, and that quick hands there from Julie Mack puts pay to the chances of Batten and Wood in that game. They made a really strong comeback at one point, and it looked like it was swinging in their direction. But ultimately, it was Mack and Falcard who managed to come through that tricky encounter in the end. And that's their third victory in this group. And as I say, they're looking very strong indeed. And actually, they'll be staying on this court for our next game as well. So we'll be seeing a lot of Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. They'll be playing Karen Farnhill and Gordon Pimperton in short order. So we'll be back to bring you action from that match very shortly.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this. But you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
So, now, Karen. Okay, you blank 1 game to 11, win by 1, change ends at 6, no time out. Karen, 1 or 2? 1 or 2, that's a 1. All right, so, you and Ryan, you get first choice. Third, okay, and choice again. And, okay, you need warm-up time. Okay.
They don't need warming up, they need cooling down. We'll just have a minute.
Okay, 2 minutes on the clock. Here we go.
And here we go again. Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. They're getting slightly sick of this players' court. I think 2 times in a row. And they are up against Karen Farnhill and Gordon Pimperton on the near side here. And Karen Farnhill and Gordon Pimperton found it slightly tough going in this group so far. 3 losses into this encounter. Get out of his feet there, Pimperton. Ball just landing directly on his shoes almost. There's 6 teams in this group, so 5 games each team will be playing. Of course, regular format, first to 11, 1 point ahead. So with just 2 groups here, if you do qualify, you're going straight through to the semi-finals. And first point on the board for Farnhill and Pimperton. Oh, and it was a little bit fortunate at the end, but they worked an incredibly good point there. Karen Farnhill and Gordon Pimperton turning defense to attack very ably indeed. Get by Farnhill, and what we have here. Oh, and Pimperton just couldn't get it over the net there. An absolutely classic point. Point of the category so far, I would say. Does go to Mack and Falcard. And that point could be critical. They were fighting their way back into this game, Farnhill and Pimperton. And now Mack and Falcard getting back to a 2-point lead and steering a nice backhand shot there. Falcard right between the partnership of Farnhill and Pimperton, and that does very quickly take them to 6 and the change of ends. So looking to continue this unbeaten run, Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. And just took his time there. Pimperton lined up the shot, found the gap. Yeah, that's just good pressure there. The smashes from Ryan Falcard going deep and hard onto the other side of the court. Pimperton got one back, but not the second. Julie Mack usually loves that inside-out forehand dink, one of her real strengths, and trying a little speed up with that one, but just misfiring slightly. Barnhill tagging Julie Mack. A little bit of power in that drive. Just slipping wide from Farmhill. The ball went up. Pimperton reacted, but couldn't get the ball back. And a 4-point lead established here from Mack and Falcard. Oh, and the defensive work on display there from Mack and Falcard, probably getting balls back that they had no right to get back at all, but the pressure ultimately coming to bear. And then just followed up though with a missed volley. And this game is slightly slipping away from Farnhill and Pimperton. Some nice dinking there, low dinks to the backhand side of Falcard. And so they will have another opportunity to get some more points on the board. And Pimperton serve now. And you might just have noticed that slightly unusual routine as that ball just sails wide from Julie Mack. And we'll see it again. Pimperton just shifting his feet back 3 times before serving. And it is Pimperton who is meant to be serving right now, as we just saw him serve the previous point. And so that ball will go to Pimperton. And just watch his feet now before he serves. He has a routine of moving it back 2 times and then serving. So, side out, goes back to Mack and Falcard. That ball goes over. And Falcard covering a lot of court there. And that one just drawing a bit of applause from this watching crowd as we see our first game point of this match and Falcard to serve. Oh, and great defence. Last-ditch defence there from Farnhill. Mack just couldn't follow up. There was a second chance. And a lovely deep sliding return from the paddle of Pimperton. And we'll see that inimitable motion again. Watch those feet, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and Pimpleton flying around the court there. And just couldn't retrieve that ball. And almost playing a game of singles. Oh, very nice play indeed. Pimpleton putting that ball away down the middle of the court. Into the open space. And that brings up their 6th point. So 6-10-2 here. Oh, and that's a shame because the point was worked quite nicely. Pimpleton can certainly move. He's covering a lot of ground in this game, being forced to go back for those lobs very regularly indeed. Yeah, lovely smash, and Pimpleton taking charge on a good first smash from Farnhill set it all up. And they've got some power behind them. And the second game point. Oh, and Pimpleton just one move too far for him. He was flying around, going for lots of balls and just spearing that one off slightly long. They put in a very strong performance there though, Farnhill and Pimpleton. Strongest performance in this category so far, so they can take a lot of pride from that match against a really strong partnership of Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard, and it's 4 wins for them in the group, so they will certainly be looking like they're going to be qualifying. And we will now be taking a short break before bringing you more action from the Players' Court at the English Open 2025.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Hold in. Hold in, please.
And welcome back to the English Open, where we've got a mixed doubles 4.0 50+ game between Lucia Ugg and Julian Tompkinson. And the Grizzlies, Rowan and Jay at the bottom of your screen. Lucia Ugg to your right, Julian Tompkinson to your left, just peeling away as Ugg is serving left-handed. Jay and Rowan at the top of your screen representing the Norfolk Grizzlies. And I promise you, as I'm on my own for this commentary, you won't get any of that stupid Grizzly chat that we had earlier on. We are back to the very serious business of pickleball. And on that note, Ugg has got a point on her serve already. Lovely touch there. Nice angle developed. Oh, Kevin J went for the same tight angle again, but this time Tompkinson read it and was able to push the ball down the middle. Good work from Tompkinson. 2-point advantage early on in this one. And just waiting for the referee to give the score there. Tompkinson serving with a 3-point advantage. Side out. So Verena Rowan will get a chance to get their first point on the board in this game. Nice drive. Tompkins keeps it deep. Jay just stepping across there, unable to lift the ball up and over. Serve deep from Jay. Good drive from Jay. Ugg just caught unwinding the stack. Paddle position not quite right that time. And it clips the top of the paddle and sails out. So a point on the board for Kevin J. And suddenly that 3-point gap has gone back down to 2. Kevin J on serve. Ugg progressing up to the non-volley zone. Jay just a little bit eager on that volley, punching it down into the net. Ugg just misjudging the bounce on that ball. Second serve, still have a single point advantage. And a touch from Jay there, just going wide. Positive start here from both teams. Developing into a good game early on here in this 4.0 50+ category mixed doubles. Hugg Tompkinson not unwinding the stacked bat time. Ball being driven down to the toes. And it is 3-3 early on in this game. Tompkinson's height helping him there. Reaching high. Able to flick the ball back down into the non-volley zone. Jay and Rowan unable to deal with that bit of work from Julian Tompkinson. Progressing up to the line, but there was a gap there. Seen by Verena Rowan, and she pierces it down the middle. Nice play from the pair from the Norfolk Grizzlies. Hugg taking control that time. Just suggesting that maybe next time Tompkinson will get the chance to take the lead on that attack. Good serve from Kevin J. Rowan follows up with a drive, but Jay tips that one out of the court into our adjacent court alongside, of course, action happening all over the place here at the Telford International Centre. Nice drop from the back of the court. Nice change of direction as well there from Lucia Hugg, just going from inside to out, opening the paddle face, element of surprise there, forcing the error. And Tompkinson taking it as expected, waiting for the ball to bounce this time, and forces the error from Kevin J. Nice bit of play, good bit of patience from Tompkinson. Would have been all too easy just to step in and go for the big smash early on that one. Opted to go more controlled, and it paid dividends. But then follows it up with the serve that just misses the centre line. Goes wide, moves on to second serve. Looking to be delicate there was Verena Rowan, but that just kisses the net and drops down the wrong side of the net from her point of view. Good play, good combination work from Hugg and Tompkinson. A high five celebration. Good domination of the court, allowing Tompkinson to get into position to drive the ball to the back of the court. Impressive work from this pair. They lead 6-3 as we change ends. Jay and Rowan not really being able yet to impose their style of play on proceedings. Impressed with the left-hand, right-hand combination of Hugg and Tompkinson. Now, a few early moments of confusion. They've settled those ones out. And now we are seeing them hit their straps. So Hugg on serve, going to get us back underway. 6-3 ahead. Verena Rowan just reaching in there, overstretching a little bit, unable to guide her volley back up and over the net. Hugg and Tompkinson develop a 7-3 lead. Rowan off balance that time. Was that ball going long? We will never know because she put a paddle up to it. But the ball deflected down into the net. This game is getting away from the pair of Grizzlies. Tompkinson showing good reach, good footwork, jumps the kitchen, punches the ball down the middle. And another error forced. Good drive by Tompkinson, flies off the paddle of Kevin J. And we have game point for Ugg and Tompkinson. Rowan equal to that one though, punching her backhand volley down the outside of Lucia Ugg. Side out. Opportunity now for Rowan and Jay to try and make some late inroads. Tompkinson with good paddle work, deflecting the ball wide on the angle. Tompkinson correcting himself there, knows he should have gone with the double-handed backhand if it's in his toolkit. Instead went single-handed, the angle of the paddle wasn't quite right and the ball went wide. And that is a touch of delicacy from Verena. Rowan aided by the top of the net as the ball just trickled down into the non-volley zone. Another point on the board. They've halved it to a 5-point gap. And another mistake. 4 points the difference now. Little by little, they're edging their way back into this game. Have they left it too late, though? Jay saw the ball there to drive. Didn't execute. And he's handed the opportunity to Lucia Ugg to get this game done and dusted. Jay's done well. Ugg's gone safe. Tompkinson's gone long. He saw the opportunity to get the game done and dusted, but he didn't take it. Punches the ball long, but he does get a chance to atone for that error as he is now serving on game point. I think Tompkinson thought he'd called that. The point is going on. And it's a good drive down the middle from Kevin J. A moment of hesitation from Tompkinson. The point went on without him. He never did quite get back into the right position on court. And Jay makes sure there as well. So they got away from it there. And they've reduced that gap to just 3. Norfolk Grizzlies on the move. And that move is continuing. 2 points the difference. Can they get themselves a fantastic turnaround here? The point is now 1. No timeouts available to Kevin Tompkinson. That would suggest where his mind is at as we get near the finishing line here. But he's done well. He's pushed his return deep. Forced a mistake. But Kevin J does get another opportunity to serve and get this game to 10 apiece. He doesn't take it though. Just a bit too much. Ugg and Tompkinson get another chance now to win this group game. That is good work from Verena Rowan. Leaning across, nice angle on her shot, and the ball goes long. So that is 3 opportunities to win this game not taken by Ugg and Tompkinson. Can they do it on the 4th? Nice angle from Kevin J. He has kept them in it once again. Another game here on the players' court that doesn't want to end. 9-10 on the first serve. Off the net. Oh, he could have left that one. He chose to hit it, and he's hit it long. Amazing how often the ball coming off the net cord just makes you lose your bearings a little bit. And communication error there. Should have left that one to Verena Rowan. She was well placed on the forehand, and the ball passes back over. Yet another chance for Ugg to close this game out. Not taken this time. Ball was lifted. Jay was able to get into a good position, controlled the shot, got it down to the toes of Lucia Ugg. Short return this time, and another mistake from Tompkinson. It's almost like they don't want this game to end. Giving Jay and Rowan another chance to get back into it. Leave that one, and they have done. It's 10 apiece. A fantastic comeback from Rowan and Jay. Can they get this one over the line now? Will the Grizzlies bare their teeth?
Yes, it's win by 1.
Nice resets. Good attack. Nice change of direction, and it's a winning shot from Verena Rowan. Well played indeed. They came back from nowhere there, and they have snuck an 11-10 win. And they will be absolutely thrilled with the attitude they showed there. Under pressure, you cannot say Ugg and Tompkinson didn't have the opportunity to close it out. 5 or 6 times they had game points and just ceded it back over to Rowan and Jay, who held their nerve, took it point by point, and won the game 11-10. Good work from Rowan and Jay. Another game that has gone the distance here on Players Court today at the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda.
With my feet in the sand, Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I wasn't visible. Cooler than the breeze, fresher than the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, falling up you baby not. We come from under. Can we them underdogs? Can we 1-1? Till we 1 for all.
Welcome back to Players Court. Relentless action here at the English Open 2025. We are now looking forward to the mixed doubles 4.5 60+ division clash between Naomi Doncaster, Kevin Fasali, Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. We have seen some exceptional action in the last few matches, and we are hoping that continues with this foursome on the court now. Just to remind you who is who, for the uninitiated, you might be joining us for the very first time today, having heard what a marvellous sport pickleball is, and you'd be right to listen to that advice. Julie Mack is bottom right in the green shirt, wearing one of the brands of alcohol that you can get if you were happening to go shopping. And in the matching top right is her partner Ryan Falcard. Bottom left is Naomi Doncaster, and she is partnering in the white t-shirt Kevin Fasali. So we are looking forward to this game getting underway shortly. The referee will give us the customary time call in the not too distant future, and the action will be underway. So, Falcard and Mack just going through a little bit of kitchen warm-up, saving the energy as they want to put all of it into this game that is coming up. Fasali, well, you're going to do well to get Kevin Fasali not to put everything into even the warm-up. The guy is a dynamo of energy. A warm-up is the most serious activity he will partake in until the game gets underway. And we are going to see a crackerjack of action in this one with Kevin Fasali on court. Naomi Doncaster, his partner, will be the first time I've seen them paired up. Looking to see how they play as a combination. So it'll be Naomi Doncaster who is serving first in this game. Let the action commence. Julie Mack with the return. Fasali reacted well to one net cord. Couldn't get to the second one. Has ended up on the floor early on. As we said, full commitment from Kevin Fasali whenever he plays this game. Good deep return. Mack looking to go cross court like we've seen so many times over the last couple of days. That one just going wide. Good judgment from Doncaster letting that one go off court. Nice serve, Ryan Falcard. Mack trying to drop her way through the transition zone. Didn't quite get that one right. Good drive, Fasali. And Mack going cross court again, but this time just too much. The ball ends up wide. So the first point of the game is on the board. It has gone to Doncaster and Fasali. They are on serve. That ball has gone very high indeed. Falcard reacted. Fasali goes wide. Second serve on the paddle of Kevin Fasali. Mack pinning Doncaster at the back of the court, but Fasali's able to do the necessary at the non-volley zone line. Good movement across from side to side there. And it's 2 points on the board for Fasali and Doncaster. Falcard just leaning back on that one, unable to control. Pops wide. 3 points on the board for Fasali Doncaster. Big drive from Doncaster. Pasquali follows up. Smashes it into the net on the volley from the back of the court. Good work, Naomi Doncaster, catching Falcard in the middle of the court there. Putting the ball down to his ankles, unable to reset. A little bit of help off the net. Big drive, Mack hits it. And it's Falcard who ends up popping that one into the net as well. So it was a non-scoring side out. The ball's back with Kevin Pasquali. Mack's return goes wide. Pasquali jumping across there, trying to reset off the smash of Mack. Ball ends up going into the net again. Drive from Mack forces the error from Pasquali. Well, it's a good drive from Falcard, well dealt with. Mack again just gets pinned, looking to go cross court. This time Mack goes cross court again, forces the error from Naomi Doncaster. So a point on the board for Falcard and Mack. Chance to get themselves back into this group game. Mack's hit the net, looking to open up and go cross court once again. Doncaster on serve, 4-1 advantage. Pasquali moves central. And Mack comes out on top of that one, jamming the ball down at Doncaster. Moves on to second serve for Pasquali. Good work, Falcard, getting the ball down low on Pasquali, who's unable to reset over the net. Falcard lifts that one into the top of the net as well. Scrappy game so far, no real consistency of point generation. Pasquali comes central, Pasquali smashes down the middle. Good work. Just enough air on that ball to allow him to establish himself into a position to control the smash. That goes cross court to Pasquali, and again, tried the ATP, clips the post, unable to pull it off. Probably not quite enough width there, but those are the ones that tempt you into going for it. They certainly look good when they come off, not so good when they don't. Confusion there for Ryan Falcard. Another ball's just come on court. Don't believe that put the players off. On impossible. Resets well, does Julie Mack there. Pasquali runs round to his forehand. The ball goes up. Nice touch from Falcard, moving Pasquali around everywhere. And he's come out on top of that exchange. He went back, he went forward, he went side to side. He pushed the ball down the line to win that exchange. Good work, Kevin Pasquali. We told you he was a ball of energy, even at 5:30 in the afternoon. Follows up that good bit of work with another smash down the line. After all this, though, the score is still 4-1-1. Nice reset from Falcard. Pasquali, top spin roll dink. Oh, and that's a good one as well from Doncaster. Pins Falcard wide. He was unable to react. The ball ended up in the net. Pasquali on the move. Falcard and Mack getting pushed further and further back on court. And that's exactly what Doncaster and Falcard Pasquali wanted to do, forcing the error. So we're changing ends. The score is 6-1, Doncaster and Pasquali. A very impressive performance from them so far, putting Mack and Falcard under a lot of pressure. And we can just see Naomi Doncaster taking on board some fluid. Julie Mack just moving to the other end of the court. Doncaster then giving her paddle a bit of a wipe down. Taking her time, getting ready to see if they can continue turning the screw in this game. They are leading 6-1. They are on serve. A great opportunity for them to push this game further down the path. And to get a win from this group stage match. Mack and Falcard, no doubt, coming up with a bit of a plan to change the direction of this game. Doncaster and Pasquali just exchanging notes as well. Pasquali gave Mack a bit too much room on that one. She's able to punch down the middle. But second serve on the paddle of Kevin Pasquali. Nice touch from Falcard, forces the error. And we have a side out. So a chance now for Mack and Falcard to get some points on the board. They trail 1-6, but we've seen so many teams come back from this kind of position today on players' courts. No reason yet to assume that won't be the case here again. But that is a good smash from Pasquali. Puts Mack under pressure at the back of the court. Julie Mack on serve. Serves deep. Pasquali returns deep. Falcard with a nice drop. And there we see that classic Julie Mack combination. Push it wide, get the ball back into the middle, let her partner attack the middle. Space forces the error on the paddle of Kevin Pasquali. 2 points on the board now, 3 points on the board now for Mack and Falcard. A bit of a freebie there from Naomi Doncaster. Confusion in the middle. Doncaster and Pasquali clashing paddles, which means there's another point for Mack and Falcard. That gap is now only 2. They have picked up the last 3 points in a row. But that drop from Falcard goes into the net. So that little run of momentum comes to an end, but they've got themselves into a much better position than they were when we changed ends in this game. Doncaster serves that one wide. They just need to settle a little bit again. No need to rush things. They've played some good pickleball up until now. And now they pick up a bit of a cheap point themselves as Falcard puts his return into the net. So, Pasquali is serving at 7-4 ahead. And Mack pushes that one wide again. 8-4. Momentum halted and now back in favour. Wow. until he hit his serve out anyway. Kevin Pasquali was in a good position there. He's got a couple of points on the board. 4 points difference. Mack and Falcard get another chance to continue chipping away at this. And good play from Doncaster, getting a round of applause from Julie Mack. Pinned at the back of the court, just lifting the ball into the net. Extra spin from Falcard on serve. But Mack unable to drop that one either, just running through that shot a bit, therefore losing the shape, therefore losing the control. Good deep return, and then a nice volley down the line from Julie Mack. Oh, and the rat-a-tat of the paddles for Pasquali and Doncaster getting in each other's way once again. So Julie Mack gets another chance to take more steps towards the score of Naomi Doncaster and Kevin Pasquali. But she pulls that one wide. So it is another point on the board for Mack and Falcard. 3 points the difference now. Are we watching another big comeback here on Players' Court? Pasquali with a big hit. They've repelled two of them. Doncaster plays it. Pasquali goes again. Mack so close to knocking it over the net and getting up to the line. So we move on to a second serve. Ryan Falcard. It's taking a moment. 3 points short here. Pasquali with the backhand roll, two-handed. Mack again unable to lift up and over the net. So, side out, the ball is back with Naomi Doncaster. 3 points away from victory here in this group game. They just need to get a little bit of control back in this game. It slipped away from them a little bit over the last few points. Pasquali was going central, there's space. Oh, and well done, Ryan Falcard. He stood his position, he stood his ground, and he's punched that ball down the outside of Kevin Pasquali. And he's gone the same way again, going to the backhand side of Pasquali, forcing another error, a non-scoring side out. A chance again for Mack and Falcard, to close this gap. Yeah, that's a good shot from Kevin Pasquali. He's just kept Falcard at the back of the court. Made it difficult for him to make that progression. Not really sure what happened there. Ryan Falcard seemed to be in a little world of his own momentarily. Mack was expecting him just to step in and drive. He wasn't there, which meant the next one was played off balance and goes long. But Doncaster unable to take advantage. Hits her serve wide of the tee. And a moment of good fortune for Naomi Doncaster. That moves them on to 9. Now just 2 points away from victory in this game. Mack and Falcard have fought hard to get back into it, but are we seeing the final moments? Maybe not. It's a side out and a chance again for Mack and Falcard to turn this one around. Oh, Ryan Falcard, you will want that one back, my friend. Stepped in, got caught in two minds. Did neither. Pushed the ball harmlessly into the net. But Mack serve forces an error from Doncaster. So 6 points on the board now. The gap is back to just 3. And good play from Doncaster. Just picking on Falcard there. Wasn't quite ready at the non-volley zone line. Ready position wasn't exactly ready. And Pasquali and Doncaster have another opportunity to close this game out. We are seeing a few teams struggle to finish games off in recent times here on Players Court. Is this another one like that? Could well be, because Doncaster and Pasquali are going to need that second serve again. And that is good play from Mack and Falcard. They keep applying pressure. They've generated another side out. And they have yet another opportunity to get themselves right back into this match. New set from Mack goes up. Good punishing volley from Doncaster. Good work indeed. Pulled out by Pasquali. Julie Mack immediately looking at the referee, who's going to say she didn't see it. So Pasquali's call is going to stand. Julie Mack not massively impressed with that one, you can tell. But it's the player's call. And Pasquali punches long. Nine, 6, 2. Good put away there from Kevin Pasquali. The ball was lifted by Julie Mack. It was there, and he finished that one nicely. So we have game point here on Players Court. Pasquali and Doncaster, it's taken a little bit longer than they might have thought to get to this point, but it is game point. And that is a nice angle from Kevin Pasquali. Good touch. Went across court, forced another error from Falcard, and we have 11-6 Doncaster and Pasquali seeing off Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard. 11-6. Good, solid game of pickleball there, and I'll be able to bring you the next match just as soon as I have the information at my fingertips.
As we look around the venue here, it's Tim Spurway back in the commentary booth, and you can see we've got a lot more players arriving in preparation for the 15 plus categories that are happening for the next 3 days. And you may see, as we look around, some familiar faces of the top players beginning to turn up at the Telford International Centre here, and they are watching very intently indeed in some of the great play that we've been seeing today, and preparing themselves for the next 3 days worth of play. Singles, of course, happening tomorrow. A full day of singles to look forward to. And doubles on the Saturday and the Sunday in the 15 plus categories, as well as the youth categories as well. So we've got lots more action to bring you from the Telford International Centre, the English Open 2025. And we hope you'll stick around for the rest of the games today as we reach the end point of our 50 plus categories.
Welcome back to Telford International Centre, ladies and gentlemen. It is another match on Players Court here at the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. We are moving on to the next mixed doubles 4.0 50 plus category game. We saw Lucia Ugg and Julian Tompkinson narrowly lose just a few games ago, and they are now up against Elena Celli and Victor Siberas. And we're looking forward to this game. Looks like we're going to be refereed by the one and only Ron Ponder. He has just given me the thumbs up to confirm that my eyes tell me the truth, which is always a bonus at this time in the day. I'm joined by Tim Spurway. And you know what happened last time me and Tim got back on the microphone together. He's already looking in fear. But I promise you, Tim, I'm going to be on the best of my behaviour for this one, because we're getting down to the business end of these tournaments. And we need our proper pickable faces on. What do you know, Tim?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. As you say, the business end of these tournaments, the competition gets more and more intense, and that's what we're expecting from this match. This is midway through the group stages, the mixed doubles 4.0 50 plus. Elena Celli and Victor Skiberas taking one win, which they won to 0 points and then followed up by 2 losses. So a pretty topsy-turvy tournament for them so far. Lucia Ugg and Julian Tompkinson, however, coming in with 2 wins. And looking at the scoreboard, I do think it might be the 11-0 win, might be a withdrawal, but I'll just need to confirm that. As Lucia Uga and Julian Tompkinson also got an 11-0 win. But they take in, regardless, 2 wins and 1 loss, as Chris mentioned. A very tight loss, 11-10, earlier on today.
Thank you for that information, Tim. So we have DeBeras from Malta and Celli from Italy taking on Ugg from Italy and Tompkinson from England. A truly international feel to this game that gets underway on Players Court. Tompkinson immediately on the drive and pushes that one along. So we have an early side out and a chance for Elena Celli to get a taste of the battle with her serve nice and deep. It's another early mistake there from Tompkinson. Just a little bit casual with the paddle. Ball flicking off the top of the edge. Forcing another error from Tompkinson, Tim.
Yeah, we watched Tompkinson play a little bit earlier, and I was impressed with the way that he moves around the court, actually. He does so very nimbly indeed, stretching across, and yeah, seems to have a lot of reach as well.
But sometimes the opposite effect of being tall and having good reach is that sometimes those lower balls, it's a long way down, especially this time of day. Tompkinson struggling to play the dink, but then that ball was right in his zone and he's punched that volley down the line.
That one was a carefree volley. Almost didn't look like he put any effort in at all.
Saberas just getting caught in the transition zone there, doing neither one thing nor the other, but the ball hitting the net as the end result. Nice drop from Tompkinson, got Celli on the stretch, and her shot ends up in the net. So a point on the board for Ugg and Tompkinson. Chance for them to start to make some moves in this game. Ugg misjudging that one, the ball going underneath the paddle. She was moving towards the non-volley zone line, probably a little bit too hasty to get there. Ugg straight onto that one. The ball's lifted by Celli. Ugg punches it down. I've just noticed him, and this shows how observant I am being today, I can tell you, that Ugg and Celli appear to be wearing the same T-shirts. Now, my Sherlock Holmes skills of detection are going to suggest that these two players might know each other, Tim.
I think you are probably right, Chris. A Pickle Experience T-shirt, Play, Taste, Explode.
In fact, now my memory starts to kick in, and I do know the Pickle Experience is a project they work on together in Italy. So Elena and Lucia, friends, colleagues, enemies on Players Court. That said, they've just gone over and had quite a nice high five together, so maybe the enemy's comment wasn't entirely accurate.
Yeah, all in good spirits this game, and it looks like pretty much all the players know each other.
And it must be a nightmare ending up on court with people that you spend a lot of time with, Tim. And of course, that's just another preview to our big showdown, which will be happening round about this time tomorrow, I believe. You and I will be on one of these courts here at the Telford International Centre. We're both relieved to know it won't be this one, so whatever happens will never be seen again.
Oh, I'm going to be video recording it. Don't you worry about that, Chris. We'll see if it gets deleted at the end, but...
As these hours go by, Tim, I have to say I am looking forward to our game less and less. Nothing to do with you personally, it's just my energy levels are starting to drop. People claimed we both sounded fresh as daisies at the end of yesterday's commentary stint. I wonder if they'll be saying the same today.
We shall see. And that's a really nice smash there. And really putting the pressure on Tompkinson and Uga.
And Tompkinson's drop just going into the net there. Not for the first time. Spurwell and I conflicting on our pronunciations of one of the players on court. You say Uga, I say Ugg. Uga, Ugg, Uga, Ugg. Which one is correct? If only we knew.
I'm sure we will be corrected at some point.
Severus just driving that one into the net there, Tim.
Yeah, just driving that one into the net. Skiberas, I'm not sure if you mentioned Chris wearing a Malta pickable top. Obviously come a long way for this tournament if he's travelled especially for it.
Good play by Tompkinson, just pushing that one down the middle of the court. Opportunity to get a little bit closer in score. Oh, and he's put that one well long. Immediate apologies to his partner. The cry of disappointment was out of his mouth before the ball had even hit long of the baseline.
And sometimes, Chris, it's points like that that can just change momentum a little bit. And
as we can see.
As we can see there, Tompkinson moving forward nimbly and putting that ball away, and a 6-1 deficit has now just turned into 6-4 as the barriers come down again on the players' court.
I'm looking around for David Youngs. I cannot see him anywhere. It was the spirit of David Youngs, we've been told by Julian Tompkinson. That was quick work from the players to get out of the way. Fortunately, nobody is hurt here at Telford. So there'll just be a short pause whilst everything is put back into play. Strangest thing there, Tim, was that when we looked over, there actually seemed to be a game going on the other court. So I really do not know what happened there. But we can move on swiftly from that because Tompkinson is back on serve. 4-6. And there's a little bit of a momentum shift in favour of Tompkinson and Ugg.
Second serve.
And they have a second serve.
4-6-2.
And Severus doing a better job with that smash than he did his previous one. A little run of momentum there for Ugg, and Tompkinson comes to an end as it is a side out and Chelly on serve. And that was a demon of a backhand slice from Siberas. Seemed like it went through the paddle of Ugg there, Tim.
Yeah, really loaded up with the slice there, Skiberas.
That one just lands out. So second serve, 3-point advantage. Opportunity for Siberas just to keep moving this game along. And Chelly drives that ball to the ankles of Ugg. And they get another point on the board. Just 3 away from the finishing line now.
8-4-2.
Oh, could have left that. could have left that. Did leave it. Wrong choice. Ball just lands in.
And Selly and Skibaras here have managed to shake off that miss smash from earlier, which gave Ugg and Tompkinson that bit of momentum. But they do get the serve back, Ugg and Tompkinson.
Slice return from Skibaras pays dividends as the third goes into the net. Seeing a lot of people getting a lot of joy from the slice return today, Tim.
Yeah, that slice, that cutting slice, and quite often people aren't used to receiving that slice, particularly if it's a good one with good technique.
Oh yeah, but that's the opposite effect of it. The ball lifting. Tompkinson able to step in and punch the ball for a clean winner. 3-point difference. Nice reset from Ugg. Set it up for Tompkinson. He goes wide. That feels like a big moment in this one. The difference between 7-9 and 9-6 on serve is a big one at this stage of the game. Dan?
Yeah. Matches can turn on points like that. And 2 serves to come at 9-6 up.
Ugg just pinning her friend Chelly there on the forearm. I think Chelly saw that one coming, but it was the sort of one that you see coming, but you still can't do enough about. Couldn't get out of the way. No harm done, other than a loss of serve.
It's in that tricky position where you're just jammed up the shoulder area, and Tompkinson there, I think, just letting his frustration slightly boil over. The pedal ending up on the floor, or it might have just slipped out of his hand.
Let's go for slipped out of his hand, Tim. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Oh, they're both going for the same ball, but that time it's Tompkinson off the net. Nice angle. Well left. Just managed to get out of the way of that one. Good exchange from all 4 players. And if they're going to make their run back into this, it has to be now. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, lovely steered, double-handed forehand volley, which you don't often see. It's 2 serves to come, 7-10. This game has some life in it yet, folks.
We have seen many comebacks from here today on Players Court. Are we about to witness another? Have to question the sanity of a lob at that point in the game. But they do have a second serve. Good bit of pressure from Tompkinson, forcing the error from Chelly. 8-10. That ball's only ending up one way, Tim. Look at where the paddle was facing. Look at where the body was facing. Look at where the ball went.
Just a slight missed opportunity there. So another game point here for Chelly and Skibaras.
Oh, well done, Tompkinson. Oh, and he's forced Skibaras to miss it. Just shows what happens if you can get that ball back one more time.
He looked dead and buried in that point. and somehow scrambled across. And we talked about points that can potentially make matches. That might well be one. We'll see on this point.
And having done such a good job, he steers that volley wide. He will be disappointed. He'd put his team back into a good position. But a very good game, played in good spirits. And there we can see Chelly and Ugg sharing a hug at the end of the game.
Yeah, good watch that one. Looked for a second there like Ugg and Tompkinson were going to pull off a nice little comeback. It's 6 teams in this group, and we're midway through the matches. So Ugg and Tompkinson will have another match to come, and with 2 wins on the board, they still stand a decent whack of getting through if they can win their last match.
And we're about to see Chelly and Sybaris straight back onto players' court here. Tim, they're up against Julie Nicol and Andrew Fennell shortly. And I'm just looking over to the court to our right, and I can see the figure of Andrew Fennell on court. Currently in the match against the Norfolk Grizzlies. So they will be over on this show court as soon as they finish that one. But that gives Chelly and Sybaris a well-earned rest before they go again. And we will bring you more information as soon as we have it, Tim.
Yeah, indeed. And second win for Sally and Sybaris, so you're probably looking at another victory for them being necessary if they're going to try and get through this group. It's going to be tricky given the points difference, I think. And 6 teams, only 2 going through, so you really do have to perform well. And good heavens above, there are a lot of groups in this category indeed.
Yeah, there's a lot in this one. So what do you reckon? If there are that many teams, you need 5 wins to guarantee a spot there, don't you? And you're going to be chancing your arm with 4?
5 wins will be all of them. In this group at least, so you would definitely guarantee a spot. I think 4 would probably be enough, and 3 looking very shaky, and I think you would need a lot of fortune and a good points difference, because of course every point matters at the English Open. The points difference is calculated based on how many points you score for minus against in all of your matches. So the teams that do have equal number of wins, it will then go on to points difference. So absolutely critical if you can put away games where you are in a very strong position that you do so, because you leave it a bit tight, then that could count against you. So we're going to take a short break whilst Andrew Fennell and his partner Nicol finish up their match, and we'll be back very shortly.
chase the underdog. Bomb to the A, front of love you baby not. We come from under, yeah we them underdogs. And we one of one, so we one for all.
Come on, finish that.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination. Here to have some fun.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
Ron, check your paddles, please. Everyone knows their paddles are official USAT approved paddles, right? Yeah. Great. Cool. Elena, pick a number 1 or 2. That's such a good guess. Serve the seat in or defer. Choose this end, okay? Serve or receive. Serve. There we go.
Welcome back to Players Court here at the Telford International Centre, where of course you are watching the English Open 2025, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. We have another mixed doubles 4.0 50+ game between Andrew Fennell and Julie Nicol, who are at the top of your screen. Fennell just shuffling over to the right, and Sibera Sancelli, who we just watched on this court merely moments ago. A quick turnaround for them as they move on. Julie Nicol on serve, and you're going to hear the dulcet tones of Tim Spurway momentarily when we get to the first break in play.
Thank you, Chris. Oh, you're being very kind to me. Yeah, this should be a good one. Andrew Fennell, of course, an absolute fixture of the pickleball community with his brightly coloured shirts. Pretty much every tournament he comes to with his son, Jack, who no doubt will be playing possibly in the juniors this weekend.
It's a rare treat for me to get to commentate on Fennel, a regular at my pickleball venue as well. Been using our place as a bit of preparation for this tournament, and we're going to see whether that work is paying dividends over the next few minutes. Severus just dropping that one into the net. So it's a good start for Nickel and Fennel. They've got 3 quick points on the board, and I'm sure, Tim, you're about to tell us how they've been getting on so far this afternoon here at Telford.
Yeah, they're played 4, lost 3 and won 1. They won that one very convincingly, 11-1. So I think it's going to be difficult for them, given the number of players in the group, for them to qualify, but no doubt will be wanting to put on a really strong display on the players' court here. A really good opportunity for all 4 players to show what they can do.
Well, they've got off to a good start, that's for sure. 4 points on the board already. But now we have the side out, so Elena Celli will serve. Just long, Julie Nickel on that return. So the first point on the board in this one for Celli and Severas. Just a reminder, Celli from Italy, Severas from Malta. Good hands from Fennel. Oh, and a little bit of help from the 5th player on court. That net cord seems to be taking part quite a lot today. And that gets Celli the 2nd point on her serve. Nice angle, Tim. Nice angle.
Very nice indeed. Very, very difficult to retrieve the ball from that kind of angle.
Bit uppish there from Andrew Fennel, allowing Celli to lean into the volley and roll it down the middle.
Yeah, and a good couple of points there from Celli. And bringing the score right back to 4-4 with 2 serves to come.
Severus doing everything he could there to repel that one, but unable to. Good pressure from Fennel and Nickel, just keeping their opponents pinned at the back of the court.
Yeah, and we've seen Scaberes a few times do some lovely retrievals on the backhand side as well, where he gets down really low, and he does have nice defensive abilities. And you could just see there, in preparation for the smash that was coming from Nickel, he was getting low to the ground, which is exactly what you should do. Puts you in a better position if the ball comes down low towards your feet to retrieve that ball.
Celli does well to duck under that one from Fennel. Ball goes long. Good deep return there from Severus. Got Nickel on her backhand, stuck on the baseline. Not a lot she could do with that one from that position.
Second serve.
That's a good low serve, isn't it? That's him.
Slice serve. Andrew Fennel had to try and lunge forward to get it. Unsuccessful in the end. And utilising that slice serve nicely. But Nickel managed to return of the same level of bite and that last one did against Fennel.
think Julie Nicol put herself in a bit of a pickle there, unable to choose the right ball to leave, and then she had to play 2 more shots that weren't really necessary. Serve from Fennell, forcing the error. Ties the score up at 5s. And Nicol just struggling with the backhand from the back of the court once again there. They'll be changing end when one of these teams gets to 6 points. I think Shelley thought they might have been there already. She's gone to get a bottle of water. She's put the bottle of water down and she's trying to style it out in case nobody noticed what had happened. But unfortunately, it's been caught on the live stream and we might have talked everyone through it. And she's left that ball well again. Has left the arena, Tim.
Yeah, that ball has gone. Now something's going to retrieve it. But that is a timely change of ends whilst somebody goes to retrieve that ball. And it is Sally and Siberis who take a very, very narrow lead. And it's been hard fought in the mid-game here. And just both teams now struggling to get points on their serve.
And any of your data team behind the scenes, Tim, are they able to tell you how many of these games have only had 1 or 2 points between them at the change of ends? Because my gut feeling is it's been quite a few.
I can tell you it is 53 out of 104.
It sounds like you might have just plucked that number out of thin air.
But, I can neither confirm nor deny.
Just remember the reason why the Norfolk Grizzlies are the Norfolk Grizzlies, Tim. Nice shot there from Julie Nicol.
That's a good point. Yes, I can confirm that I did make that up. As we return to the action here, Nicol and Vanell looking to turn this narrow deficit into a lead themselves, and that's a lovely finish from Nicol, and that does level things up here. 6-6.
Nicol unable to lift that drop up and over. But they have a second serve. Chance to extend their lead on this one. Serve to the middle of the court. Vanell goes high. Siberas keeps plugging away. Gets that one to go deep. Nicol just unable to lift back up and over. Serve just goes out from Chelly. Siberas gets another chance to get the 7th point on the board. Not taken. Nice serve from Nicol, forcing the error on the return. Single point lead now. Well played by Vanell.
Yeah, and they can see he's pumped up for this one now. Really happy with that. A longer point going the way of Nicol and Vanell, and opening up a 2-point gap.
We are a player short on court.
Vanell puts a forehand. Was that? Yes, it was called in. And as Nicol collided into one of the barriers there, completely off the court, Vanell covers the space she leaves behind and fires a forehand down the middle to win the point, extend their lead to 3.
I'm glad you kept watching the ball, Tim, because I was watching what had happened off court with Nickel finding herself in the middle of court number 5. In the middle of that point. Oh, Andrew Fennell, that is a bad decision you've made there. Not one to drive. But they have a 9-6 lead on their second serve, so can afford that luxury maybe. Fennell has got away with one there, Tim. He has left the door wide open. But Sibera's pushed it wide.
Yeah, an interesting move from Fennell, and he will be delighted to see that one drift wide.
And Siberas and Chelly get the opportunity to try and turn this one around. They're going to need the next 5 points if they're going to win this match. And they're going to have to do it with just one serve remaining by the looks of it. Nice shot there, right in the corner.
Yeah, Fennell really performing well on this players' court here at the English Open, bringing out some lovely shots there, finding the gap in the court where it didn't really look like there was too much space.
Gives them game points. Can they finish it off? Not with that one. They're going to have another go though. Nice put away from Julie Nickel. She lets out a cry of celebration. She forced the error from Siberas, and Nickel and Fennell take that game 11-6 in the mixed doubles 4.0 50+ category. A nice finish to the group stages that we are bringing live here from Players Court at the English Open. We're going to be moving on to some knockout stuff soon. Tim, we're looking at mixed doubles 4.5 60+ semi-final.
Semi-finals, Chris, we absolutely love a semi-final.
And as it stands, we know that it will be either Elaine Brown, we tell you it will be Elaine Brown and Stuart Foster playing against a currently unknown opposition. We will bring you that news as soon as we have it. Looking forward to seeing Stuart Foster and Elaine Brown back on court today. Elaine Brown hopefully being able to scamper around the court she did yesterday, and she'll understand why I brought that up on the commentary. So we will be back very soon with that semi-final.
Space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brush
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
No, we ain't timid, no. Make them taste the underdog. Bomb to the A. Wanna love you, baby, not. We come from under. Yeah, we them underdogs. And we one of one. So we want for all.
Come on, finish that.
And here we are once again on Players Court at the English Open, brought to you by Elite Island Resorts and Antigua and Barbuda. We're at the Telford International Centre and we are about to watch a knockout game. Mixed doubles 4.5 60 plus. Elaine Brown, Stuart Foster take on Julie Mack and her partner Ryan Falcard. Now, we've seen these teams in action so far today, battling through the group stages. They find themselves in the chance to earn themselves a shot at gold. The losers will go and play in the bronze medal match, which will also be bringing you shortly after this game. But Tim Spurway, we have some good talent on court. We know Julie Mack well. We know Neil Falcard well, Ryan Falcard well, because we've been seeing him quite a lot today. Elaine Brown and Stuart Foster. I haven't seen them on this court so far today. Might have been when I was having my break, but we saw them both in action yesterday.
We did see them in action. Very strong players and no doubt a strong partnership, having made it through to the semi-finals. I believe qualifying second in their group.
And I believe they won their group, Tim. They won their group. It was right. Julie Mack and Ryan Falcard who came second in theirs. But at this point, that means nothing as we go into a straight knockout. First to 15, win by 2. The action is about to get underway. Julie Mack will be serving first. Elaine Brown just on the stretch there, looking to go cross court, but putting that volley straight into the net. So an early point on the board for Julie Mack and Falcard. Brown getting the benefit of the net cord, Ball ricocheting up into Julie Mack, and we have the first side out.
Semi-finals, of course. First to 15, 2 ahead. A slightly longer format.
Nice roll there from Stuart Costa, backhand side. Just goes across the body of Julie Mack. And they also have a point on the board now. Tied early in this one. Julie Mack just getting a little bit jammed up there, Tim.
Yeah, I've seen that maybe once or twice. When the ball comes across to her forehand side, it's about reacting very quickly.
Get the feeling Foster's got a plan in place though, Tim.
Might well do indeed, and it's paying early dividends with a 3-1 lead.
And Julie Mack not getting the cleanest of contacts. The ball going into the shoulder of Stuart Foster. The hand of apology goes up immediately. And Foster's had a few goes at Julie so far, so a small moment of retribution, however soft that might have been. Elaine Brown speeding up on Julie Mack there as well. Julie Mack seeing a lot of the ball early in this semi-final.
Yeah, and it is working for Brown and Costa, so we can probably expect more of that.
Brown clearly looking to go to Mack again, but just finding the net this time. Delicate.
Very much so. A very good shot. Lovely touch and feel.
Just forced wide that one by Elaine Brown. There's a second point on the board for Mack and Falcard. Popped that one up again, Julie Mack. Elaine Brown giving it everything, driving the ball. Comes off the paddle of Mack and goes wide. So we have a side out.
And again, a little bit of success. Aiming for Julie Mack's paddle shoulder there. But that one absolutely comprehensively put away by Julie Mack, finding a lovely angle on the forehand and giving herself the space to whip that ball down the line.
Deep return from Falcard. Big lob from Foster. Over the top of Julie Mack. She's unable to get back to that one. Good shot. 5th point on the board for Brown and Foster.
Yeah, showing some nice variety. We've seen drop shots and we've now seen lobs. So not afraid to try out variety of shots, these two.
Falcard putting that one away very nicely. Foster unable to get the paddle out far enough to respond. But a promising start from Brown and Foster early in this one, but still very early days. Just kissing the top of the net and falling on her own side there from Julie Mack. Trying to work her way through the transition zone. Carrot dangled by Brown. Mack, unfortunately for her, just driving it into the net. Mack nearly responded to that net cord, but wasn't able to. And as we know now from experience, we are changing 8s in these games to 15. Foster just going long with his serve there. Oh, and Mack nearly created the pattern that we've seen so many times. The ball came back, but it just came back a bit low on her, so she was unable to drive down the middle.
Yeah, she crafted the opportunity and got what we thought was exactly what she wanted.
Good bit of play there from Ryan Falcard. Costa trying the lob again. Looked like a little bit of confusion between the two, but the ball was put back. And then Falcard forced the error from Brown. Yeah, Brown's looking over her shoulder, believing that ball was going to go. I think she might have been right to leave that one, but she chose not to. Costa just doing a good job of catching Mack in the middle of the court once again. Mack again unable to reset and move her way up to the line. Big shot from Foster down the middle, Tim.
Yeah, very nice indeed there. Down the middle, solves the riddle, and it did for Foster there. And has it solved the Mack and Falcard riddle? We shall find out. But an 8-3 lead going into the change of ends. They'll be really, really happy with that, Chris.
Right, certainly. Stuart Foster's the sort of player that I love watching when he suddenly finds his rhythm. He's a very good all-round racket sport type player, and when he just gets into this momentum, he really can take games away from you quite quickly. We didn't see him at his best yesterday, I would say, when he was playing with Richard Millman on this court. He found a little bit towards the end, but he is motoring in this one. And the pressure is very much on Mack and Falcard now to find a response.
Now, take comfort, though, there is still time, and Mack and Falcard, well, they can go on a run themselves.
That's the sort of shot you want from Elaine Brown to continue that momentum straight after the change of ends. Julie Mack responding, telling Elaine what a good shot that was. Good work, Foster. Dominant in the middle of the court.
Yeah, and that's it. Chris, motoring, as you say, when he gets ahead in that point, and when he's got a run of points behind him, he does look like he's growing in confidence and coming forward through the court very nicely indeed there.
Good change up of serve. Forced Mack to go wide. Brown just putting the third into the net there, but they have a second serve. Still opportunity to get themselves closer and closer to that final. Foster responds, Falcard goes again. Big gap down the middle that time, which Falcard exploited. But they will be pleased with the position they put themselves in at this stage. A healthy gap, lots of work for Mack and Falcard to do.
And there you go. And that's one issue when one player's a little bit further forward. You do create that space, and Julie Mack unable to move forward. Absolutely pinned on the back by Brown. And we saw almost a carbon copy, except this time Julie Mack making a move forward and successfully taking a chance, moving forward, and then putting the pressure on Brown herself. So immediately learning from the previous point there, Chris.
Yeah, Brown has got herself into a bit of a mix there. And Mack just putting a bit more pressure on Elaine Brown that time. Couple of points closer to the score now. It's 5. They need to make the most of this opportunity. See how much more they can close the gap. Very good play again from Mack and Falcard. Mack just generating the pop-up. Falcard jumping in, smashing through the middle.
And they're starting to feel this now. And you can feel a little bit of confidence growing. And yeah, I think that's exactly the right move for Brown and Foster to make. Just as the serve was about to come in, they put down their paddles and call for a timeout.
Yeah, experience, I'm going to say there from Stuart Foster. Just taking a little bit of time out. The momentum has shifted slightly. And what we've seen in the last few points is Mack and Falcard have kept the ball away from Foster. So he's not been able to dictate proceedings as much as been doing so far. But they've still got a healthy 5-point advantage. There will be no need to panic just yet. But we have seen some epic comebacks on this court so far today. And this is the semi-final that Mack and Falcard will not want to drift away without putting up a fight. So, Tim, there is a lot more to come.
There is a lot more to come, and I am impressed with the decision from Brown and Foster there. Because when you've got a 5-point lead, even though your opponent's chipping away at that lead, quite often, probably most teams would think, oh, let's carry on, we can bring it back, and before you know it, might well be too late for the timeout to take any effect. So, a really good decision from them.
Unfortunately for Foster there, though, the first point after that timeout, he just clipped it into the net. So the momentum continues for Mack and Falcard. And again.
And this one is heating up, everyone. We could be on for a stunning comeback from 11-3 down to 11-8. Can Mack and Falcard continue this storm?
And another one. Foster's game has just left him a little bit in the last few moments. He's not been as involved, so he might be a little bit cold on a couple of those returns. The last 2 returns going into the net for him. And another mistake from Elaine Brown. This is suddenly really close. Only 1 point in it. A great run.
It's a fantastic run, and Brown and Foster don't have another timeout to go to as well. Just one timeout allowed.
Well, and we're starting to see some strange decisions being made now as well.
This is the pressure. This is the feeling of a lead that has been entirely deleted by Mack and Falcard. Honours even at 11 all.
Julie Mack has set that up beautifully. She has just worked out the way to win that point. Gone wide, seen the ball come back. Brown shuffled only half a step, but it was enough to leave the space for Mack.
This is Julie Mack at her absolute best here, as that bird just goes wide. But what a run they have been on now. A slender lead. What can Brown and Foster do?
Good call from Mack. Falcard leaves it and it's on to second serve. 11-12. Brown has another chance to draw them level again. Not something she probably thought we would be saying when they were leading 11-3. And they've got out of that a non-scoring side out. You have to say it. It feels like Mack and Falcard to lose now, Tim.
I think the momentum is with them. The scoreline is now with them as well. With Julie, Mack and Ryan Falcard playing this way. Can they be stopped? And Ryan Falcard making the move to the centre. These guys can't put a foot wrong at the moment.
Incredible. Incredible turnaround here once again on Players Court. We've seen a few of these so far today, but this is the first time we've seen it in a knockout game. Now that is a surprising miss from Julie Mack. Is that a chink of light that Stuart Foster and Lane Brown can see? They've got to get through another serve from Falcard. There's that width again, up and over and long from Foster. Now, I have to say, I would not be dinking the ball to Julie Mack at the moment. She is dictating the game. I would be doing a lot to Falcard just to break this pattern of play.
Absolutely, and trying to keep these points a little bit shorter as well. It seems like the longer they go, more chance that Mack and Falcard's have the chance to win, and Falcard does take that overhead. And there we go, a comeback completed from 11-3 down. However,
hold fire, Tim. Hold fire. Something has been called. I think a foot fault has been called on Ryan Falcard. Is this a moment? Foster has got a smile on his face, a look of relief. Brown is chuckling away. Can they make the most of this opportunity? Mack and Falcard were celebrating in a hug. They thought they had turned it around completely, thinking they'd won 12 points in a row. It hasn't. It's a side out. It's 11-14. Mack straight away putting that one down the line.
back to business from Julie Mack. That is a way to break that, well, very odd situation.
And Mack has got the benefit of a net cord. She'll be delighted at that. So we are back where we were a few moments ago. It is a game point for Mack and Falcard. On the serve of Julie Mack, 2 bites of this cherry. And they've survived one of them. So we're with Ryan Falcard once again. He is serving for this semi-final to give them a place in the final of the mixed doubles 4.5 60 plus. And we've now got a ball on court. Incredible bad luck, and to make it worse, it's recreational play going over in the corner. Brown was in the perfect position. She drove it down the line. She's somehow seeing the funny side. Another chance for Falcard to put this game to bed. And they do get another go. That one has gone into the net from Julie Mack. So, I believe it is Stuart Foster on serve. The score is 11-14. We thought this game was done. There is more to come.
What other twists and turns will we see in this game? A missed smash from Falcard, and we might have another twist here, Chris.
Incredible stuff. Oh, and Elaine Brown saw the chance. She knows how close that was. It's hit the tape. Oh,
Oh, fine margins in pickleball, folks. If that one had gone over.
Oh, and Costa goes long. He can't believe it either. He engineered the situation. He gave it the roll. The ball didn't dip. Julie Mack again with a chance to close this game that refuses to die out. Costa pinning Mack. It's a second serve once again. Falcard. Another chance to get point number 15 and find them in the final.
An unbelievable Falcard missed serve on the second serve, and Brown and Foster, they're not out yet.
Incredible exchange. Falcard smashing down the middle. Just when you thought this game couldn't give you any more, it brings up a rally like that. Foster on serve. Yeah, Falcard in complete control of that one, Tim.
Yeah, no nerves from Falcard. Absolutely brilliant overhead redirected there. And we have another couple of opportunities for Mack and Falcard to take this, but a missed bird takes us down to the wire again. Will it be another twist in this contest?
And they're going to have another go at saving this game. You remember about 5 minutes ago, Tim, we were calling the end of this match. People were hugging, thinking they were in the final. It wasn't to be. Elaine Brown has a chance to serve once again. It's 12-14-1. He's put it wide. 13-14. Great drama.
13-14-1.
And Brown just goes long on that one. The tension. People are actually flocking from other courts to find out what all the fuss is about on this one. I can tell you it has been the game of the day by a country mile. And there's still some to go in it. Just long.
Mack and Falcard will just want to take a breath here. They've had, I think, 3 or 4 non-scoring side outs at match point.
Oh my word, Stuart Foster. How dare you do that in that situation? That is a lovely touch.
Talk about a cool head from Foster. You wouldn't think he was match point down in the semi-final at the English Open.
And there we have it, Tim. One of the best games I've seen for a very long time. Had twists, turns, the whole shebang has come to an end. And it's Mack and Falcard who will take their place in the final. Wow.
I mean, like you say, Chris, it feels like an age ago that we were saying that Brown and Foster were cruising to victory at 11-3 up. It feels like there's been 5 chapters of the story since then.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I mean, Mack and Falcard must feel like they've won that game 3 times. And Brown and Foster will be working out how on earth they didn't win that game. But what a match we've just witnessed there on Players' Court. And do you know the worst thing for Brown and Foster? They're back for the bronze medal match in a matter of minutes for this mixed doubles 4.5 60 plus title. Incredible times.
Yeah, I mean, what a match that was. That is why we watch pickleball. That is why we love pickleball here at the English Open 2025. Treated to such a brilliant match here on the Players' Court. We'll see if Brown and Foster can... I mean, physically they might be doing okay, but mentally, how do you recover from a match like that?
It was how do you? That is such an important question. It was great entertainment here on Players' Court. It had all the twists and turns you can imagine. As we said, Brown and Foster led 11-3. Mack and Falcard felt like they'd won 12 points in a row, when indeed it was only 11 because a foot fault was called as they thought they put the winning smash away. Serves exchanged side to side, and eventually Mack and Falcard got it over the line, but Brown and Foster nearly got it back again. Such a good game. Julie Mack still on court, just discussing the game with James Townsend. And I mean, my sign language isn't what it used to be, I have to say, but you can see the expression of emotion being described by Julie Mack on the court there. What a roller coaster of emotions. They'll be moving on to the final. We'll be bringing you the bronze medal match shortly here from Players' Court.
Now it's not the time to give up or to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
I need a Caribbean vacation with my feet in the sand. Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Not a real sport. Not a real athlete. Not a real challenge. Not fast enough. Not physical enough. Not exciting enough. Not a real battle. Not a real triumph. No grit. No drama. No stakes. Not a real heartbreak. Not a real comeback. Nothing to brag about. This isn't real work, real talent, real skill. Pickleball? That's not a real sport.
With my feet in the sand, Antigua gives me good vibrations. That's where I belong. Come feel the warmth and touch the blue sea. Now that's you and me. Whoa, whoa. Follow me. No reason why your footprints shouldn't be in the sand. Antigua's your destination.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? I run the space, I run the scene that light up the face.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me, see I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycat, just one original. Couldn't hide out even if I was invisible. Pull it in the breeze, brushes in the air. No comparison, I'm beyond comparing.
Now it's not the time to give up, but to give in. I won't allow it. You won't allow it. I mean, the couch doesn't own you. You own you. Am I right? Of course I'm right. You can do this. Well, maybe not this, but you get the idea, right? Don't be a couch potato.
Find a doctor at you'llbeback.com. Arnold says, do it now.
Make him taste the underdog. Bomb to the A, fall in love, you maybe not. We come from under, yeah, we them underdogs. And we one of one, so we one for all.
Come on, finish that.
Well placed from Fee Edwards. Saw. Nice angle. Oh, and that is away. Also a ruthless competitor. And we're pleased to see that they are 5-0 ahead early on in this one. And we're going to make that 6-0. There's the attack. Well played, Benita Baker, well played. Tarn coming back, having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying here. Tut pops it, great reactions from Tut. Jonas Wild goes again and again. And he wins what he wanted to do. Drives the ball into the net and hands the advantage straight back. And they only need... Big drive, kisses the top of the net. Go. Salmon just. Nice drop from Witwell. Good.
That is a good finish and a poor loss. Oh,
and clipping the top of the net there from Marcello Jardine. And that, of course, puts so much pressure on the angles of Thompson. The paddle of Rossi in the way. And again, dominant on change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown, and she comes away with the point as well. Oh, stop it. Good defense on the ATP by Kenner, but Hunt is able to... Drive from Edwards, kick a point lead now. And Baker responds exactly.
Kelly Dawson leaning forward.
That is a good drive. Oh, Dawson just... Good drive from Edwards, good drive from Salmon, but again Dawson goes cross court. What a touch on that volley and punches long. So the scores are tied again at 5 apiece. Stephen Lucas on to Spurway.
Absolutely, that is very true.
Liking that from Deb. Salmon saw the opportunity for glory. Goes in favour of Mandula and Rossi, who then whips another good reset in it. I'm going to sit on the board. Great drop there from Hunt. Witwell goes for the Ernie. Unable to... Dawson using the net. To stay in place for the next 4 days. Great hands from Jardine, just punch.
On a nice little run this.
And Jardine on serve. Witwell moves again, and a that is good hands from Rob Williams. Nice deep serve, Atto Stevens. Follows up with a drive, good hands from Farman. And Stevens moves. He's reacted well there, Youngs. Oh, but that time unable.
Oh, and Javier Hernan.
Good response by Salmon, but a good drive by Woods. That is such good point advantage. Erahon gets probably right up until it gets very, very serious.
I think you're right, Chris. The longer the...
Now they'll be changing ends at 6 here in this first to 11 win by 1 game.
Richardson and Tut, that'll make them feel a little bit more relieved.
First point of the day as well, I believe.
Anything shots go in, you can find that you do get upsets that way. But
and Salmon game. Farman with the drive. Farman.
But just absolutely slapped away by Bonnet. Those returns are going to have to be tight, really tight.
Now, if you're going to find a way of... Little touch to the backhand of Baker again. Opens up the space for Edwards. Turn that one from Hunt. Well on the move. Jardine reading it like the... Mandula. Oh my word, this is amazing. What a point. Oh, and then... Hunt. Up goes the lob. There's the drive from Hunt. And Odbert goes.
Slightly dropped. Thinking they had this game in the bag. She's done fantastic there.
Oh, and that. Oh, Williams opting to go. Oh, big drive from Demore. Oh, and would you believe it, Baker? Nice lob from Antikainen. Well retrieved by Erahon. And just out from... Oh, yes, David Youngs. Oh, Nick. Salmon moves across court very well. Edwards on the... Well placed from Fee Edwards. Saw... Nice angle. Oh, and that is away. Also a ruthless competitor. And we're pleased to see that they are 5-0 ahead early on in this one. And we're going to make that 6-0. There's the attack. Well played. Benita Baker, well played. Tarn coming back, having been unable to connect with the Ernie. Oh, Richardson trying here. Tut pops it. Great reactions from Tut. Jonas Wall goes again and again. And he wins. He wanted to do. Drives the ball into the net and hands the advantage straight back. And they only need... Big drive, kisses the top of the net. Go. Salmon just. Nice drop from Witwell. Good.
That is a good finish and a poor loss.
Oh, and clipping the top of the net there from Marcello Jardine. And that, of course, puts so much pressure on the angles of Thompson. The paddle of Rossi in the way. And again, dominant on change immediately, which seems to be working. That is an amazing get from Brown. And she comes away with the point as well. Oh, stop it. Good defense on the ATP by Kenner, but Hunt is able to... Drive from Edwards, kick a point lead now. And Baker responds exactly.
Kelly Dawson leaning forward.
That is a good drive. Oh, Dawson just... Good drive from Edwards, good drive from Salmon, but again Dawson goes cross court. What a touch on... Oh, that volley and punches long. So the scores are tied again at 5 apiece. Stephen Lucas on to Spurway.
Absolutely, that is very true.
Liking that from Deb. Salmon saw the opportunity for glory. Goes in favour of Mandula and Rossi, who then whips another shot. Good reset in there. Agnes on the board. Great drop there from Hans. Witwell goes to the Ernie. Unable to... Dawson using the net.
Did you speak to Julie? Are we having a nervous wee or something?
And welcome back to Players Court here at the English Open Elite Island Resorts, Antigua and Barbuda, title sponsors of this amazing event. We are reaching the climax of day 2 here on Players Court, and we are bringing you the gold final match, 4.5 60 plus division. It's our friends Julie, Mack and Ryan Falcard once again playing against Suzanne Rouse and Chris Mitchell. Tim Spurway joining me once again. Now, can Julie, Mack and Falcard treat us to another spectacle like we saw about 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, they hopefully have calmed down a little bit, and they will be riding high. They will feel that this is a bit of a bonus game for them, being 11-3 down, fighting their way back. I mean, you could write a novel about that match. I mean, it had so many twists and turns you wouldn't believe. But they will have to refocus now. They've got a best of 3 ahead of them. This is going to be a long one, of course. A gold medal match, and they'll be playing the very impressive team of Rouse and Mitchell here. So this will be fun.
It certainly will be. As Tim said, in these finals, it's best of 3. First to 11 win by 2. And our referee, York from Ohio, is back in the hot seat for this game. Now, my geography knowledge of the US isn't what it used to be. Ohio is a big old state, and still I haven't managed to narrow it down to which town York is actually from. I'm hoping to bring that news for you live and exclusive in tomorrow's coverage from the Telford International Centre. But in the meantime, we are going to enjoy this final bit of action. It is a final match in the 4.5 60 plus category. Players going through their final bits and pieces with the referee. Chris Mitchell wearing the blue t-shirt, Suzanne Rouse in purple. Just giving a hug to Julie, Mack, getting the pleasantries out of the way at the start. Will they still be hugging by the end of it? You have to wonder. I'm going to guess yes. They know each other very well. Good friends. And Ryan Falcard just keeping well out of that one. He's already had one premature hug today when they thought that they had got themselves through to the final before it actually happened. He won't be dropping his paddle in a hurry in this one, Tim, will he?
No, he won't. He will be looking at the umpire on match point to be sure, making sure he's well and truly away from the kitchen. Pulled out, of course, on a foot fault. Suzanne Rouse and Chris Mitchell, they had a tricky encounter as well in their semi-final. Just pipping Naomi Doncaster and Kevin Vasali 15-11. and Naomi Doncaster and Kevin Pasquali. We saw them on the players' court, winning an impressive match earlier on. And yeah, so they'll be feeling pretty relieved and confident themselves getting through to the final here.
Yeah, it feels like one of those games where both teams obviously coming into it in form, but also coming into it in similar form, and it is going to be a close one to call. And we are the fortunate two that will be calling this game out for you here from the Telford International Centre. The players are going through their final bits of warm-up. And this is more at this point just a ritual more than actually anything of use. They've expended a lot of energy so far today. I know for myself at this point, Tim, I'm just wanting the game to get underway. You don't need to warm up at this point. You just want the referee to tell you the match can start.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have different kind of views on whether people like to warm up and the length of the warm up, and some people you'll ask and they'll insist that they do another few minutes. I'm very much of the school of thought of, well, it's not really going to improve much at this point. Let's get cracking. But some people do like to have an extended warm up and feel that it does have a positive impact on their game.
I certainly do, Tim, and I'm telling you now, mate, if I've not improved my third shot drive by this point of the day, another 3 minutes doing it before the final gets underway is not going to make the slightest bit of difference. That ball is still flying long. So, we are hoping this game is going to get underway shortly. It was only about 20 minutes ago Mack and Falcard came off court, so they've had adequate time to refresh, as have Mitchell and Rouse, whose game finished at a similar time as well. And the referee, York, is just walking to the middle of the court. That would suggest to us he is going to take both balls, offer them to the teams to decide which ball is going to be used as the match ball. That decision has been made, and I believe Julie Mack is going to get us underway. Another hug there for Suzanne Rouse. And a tap of the paddle for Chris Mitchell, too. And Julie Mack is about to get this game underway. It is the final of the 4.5 60 plus category. Stay tuned, folks. This should be a good way to end the day's action. And it's Falcard who initiated the speed up there. Got the 1-2, allowing Mack then to roll that volley down the outside. So an early point on the board for Mack and Falcard. Just remember, this is first to 11, win by 2, best of 3. And Mitchell just forcing that one into the net. Mack and Falcard settling quite quickly into this one. They've played quite a few games on this court so far today. I don't believe we've seen Mitchell and Rouse on here so far. Rouse was jokingly calling it Mack's home ground. And she's certainly playing like it's her backyard. 3 points on the board early, Tim.
3 points on the board, and carrying on where they left off. We did see Chris Mitchell and Suzanne Rouse earlier, although I do think, Chris, it wasn't one of your games that you commentated on, and we saw them, I believe, win their match. I can't recall who it was against, but they have had a little tryout of the players' court for this game, as we just watched the umpire confirming the score.
Just an error there from Falcard. Gives Rouse and Mitchell their first point of this final. Nice reset from Chris Mitchell. Rouse goes on the attack, but Mack responds with her own counter, and that ball just drops inside the baseline. Good work from Julie Mack there. Mack speeds up. Goes cross court. Mitchell pierces the gap. Another mistake at the non-volley zone line there from Ryan Falcard, just looking to roll the ball wider. Net was in the way. This game is suddenly tied at 3-3. A little tentative from both teams early on, as to be expected, as they just ease their way into this final. Full card on serve. Rouse on the attack there, Tim, just forcing another error.
Yeah, and they've steadied the ship after falling 3-0 behind early on.
Mack just forcing that one wide. We've seen that shot a lot from Julie Mack over the last 48 hours. Looking to push the ball wide, looking to get the ball to come back central so either her or her partner can go for the kill shot.
Yeah, and another really lovely angle from Julie Mack there. That is her signature shot, really. Finding those really good angles.
Rouse with a lovely drop, moving away up through the transition zone. Mack unable to respond in kind. And Rouse and Mitchell have a single point lead, 4-3. This time it's Rouse who flicks the dink into the top of the net. Good depth there from Rouse. Pinning. Falcard at the back of the court. His backhand lift. Didn't lift enough. Clips the net. A little bit scrappy at this stage, Tim.
Yeah, neither team has really warmed up yet and established themselves in this match. No doubt as this one progresses, we'll see the level of play rise accordingly.
Yeah, Mitchell just a little bit frustrated with himself there as well. Again, caught at the back of the court, unable to drop into the non-volley zone, which would have given him the chance to move up to the non-volley line himself. And there we saw an example of one going, the other not going, creating the space for Mack to pick on the player at the back of the court. Another third goes into the net from Falcard. We're just hearing news live, Tim, that the winners of the Mixed Doubles Open was Marcello Jardine and Lee Witwell, two players we were lucky enough to see on court earlier on today. Now, of course, the Senior Open, the Open action gets underway on Saturday.
Yeah, we saw Lee Witwell yesterday. Didn't have the pleasure of watching any of our games today, as you say, as Chris Mitchell flicks that into the open space with Julie Mack And Ryan Falcard just watching it go past them there. Finding a nice gap there, Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, slight breakdown in the unwinding of their stack there, creating the space. Good attack, Julie Mack. Mitchell unable to reset on that occasion. And Julie Mack saying what some of us might have been thinking with that dink. Arm spread wide, critiquing her inability to get that one over the nets. And Rouse and Mitchell find themselves 6-3 up here, Tim.
Yeah, good run of points for them. 6 unanswered ones. Oh, and they're stepping up their game. And a lovely smash put away there from Rouse. And finding themselves now in a pretty commanding lead in the first game of this best-of-3 tie.
Now, we've said that before with Julie Mack and Falcard, Tim. Cast your mind back half an hour or so. They've been in worse positions than this today on this court.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Chris. This means nothing to them. In fact, they can throw away another 4 points if they should wish, and they wouldn't be out of it.
Well, they would be in this game, Tim. Just a little reminder, it's first to 11. Best of 3. But I take your points, my friend.
It's a good point. It's a fair point. That ball just heading out the court there, being retrieved by Ryan Falcard in the other court.
And it's a point to Falcard and Mack there, so they've reduced the deficit by 1 already. Called wide, I believe, by Falcard and Mack. Good work, Suzanne Rouse. She dictated the tempo of that. The lob went up. Mitchell got enough on it. Mack was unable to respond. Here we go. Second serve, Julie Mack. This game's just starting to hot up now, Tim.
It is. I mean, point of the match so far by a country mile. Lovely long dinking rally and a yell from Suzanne Rouse there. Backhand dink so consistent in the previous point. Letting her down there.
Falcard in control of that one. Mistake from Rouse. They have got the score level. It is a team that do not worry if they are a few points behind. They've proven time and time again today that they are capable of getting the score back to where they want it to be. Can they push on now in this first game of the final? That one goes wide as well. They have edged ahead. First to 11, best of 3 in this one. Just hearing from the players. Actually, this is a first to 15 game, win by 2. Slight change of format. One game, first to 15, win by 2. Slight change of format. Not something we've seen so far in our final matches. So, Mack and Falcard do find themselves in a good position. And Tim, I owe you an apology. Had they got to 11-3 down, they would have still been in this game. My moment has disappeared. Nobody can see the look on your face right now, mate. You may as well talk us through it.
I knew it all along, Chris. I knew it all along. No, it came as a shock to me as well. And, so a slightly shorter final, and after the heck of a day's play, the players might even be slightly relieved to hear that they won't be having to face a 3-set thriller.
There's even more at stake over the next few points now. Julie Mack a bit low on that volley, just pushes it into the net. Side out, a chance for Rouse and Mitchell to get some momentum going once again. Mistake from Falcard. Game is level at 8-8. Kept her at the back, team. Kept pushing Rouse further and further back, and eventually forced the mistake.
Yeah, really good court dominant display there from Mack and Falcard, taking charge at that kitchen line, forcing their opponents back. And we have an out call and a disagreement on court. Julie Mack clearly thinking that was in. Rouse calling it out immediately, and I think Rouse looks like she's sticking to her guns.
I think the referee's also agreed. Well, he's gone with the player. Yeah, he's saying he did see that one. It's not one of those ones where the referee's saying he didn't see it. He is saying that he saw the ball was out.
Just a little shake of the head there, but they'll want to brush that one off. This is a critical point in the match.
It would not be a game for Julie Mack and Falcard on this court if there wasn't a slightly controversial moment. And we're just getting everything back in order.
And I think, Chris, what has happened there is a serve from the incorrect position and then a fault being given. Is that right?
I'm not entirely sure. Let's just wait and see.